Xiao Yu, get up. It's 12 a.m. soon. Get up and eat dumplings. Feng Yu felt this voice was a little unfamiliar, but yet felt very affectionate. He mumbled a reply and opened his eyes. He saw a young face which only exists in his memory. Sister, you are awake now. Hurry up and wash your face. I had told you not to drink, yet you still insisted. You had missed the Spring Festival night show. Feng Danying said with a smile. Spring Festival night? Today is the Lunar New Year's Eve? Feng Yu, feeling confused, looked around. An old room, less than 6 square meters, a single bed, patched bedding, an old wooden table. Above was a 20-watt incandescent bulb emitting dim lights, old newspapers covering the walls, all of which were national events that he can't remember. Isn't this the old farmhouse from his childhood days? But this house had long been demolished with the development of the towns, and how did my sister become so young? Feng Yu raised his hand, only to find that this was definitely not a joke because his hands had become smaller and his arms grew thinner. He hurriedly jumped out of bed and stand by the door frame. The door frame had knife markings recording his height, which he made every year on Lunar New Year Eve. The highest marking indicates 1988, 166 centimeters. This was 1988? He had yet to graduate from junior high school? He pinched himself and almost cried out due to the pain. This was not a dream. Feng Yu opened the door. His mother is cooking dumplings with the kitchen pan. He lived in a small house. The kitchen was just outside of his room, and on the other side of the kitchen was the living room. The living room was also called Central Room on the farm. You are up? Do you still dare to drink in future? Zhang Muhua looks at his son affectionately. Feng Yu looked at his still dark-haired mother with teary eyes. Mom, you had worked hard. What are you talking about? Hurry up and wash your face and go watch TV. The dumplings will be ready soon. Zhang Muhua, after hearing what Feng Yu said, was very pleased. This showed that her son had grown up. When Feng Yu saw his father sitting on the bench in the living room, his lips trembled. In the future years, when he could make money, his father was detected with end-stage brain cancer and passed away within 3 months. Due to his father's passing, Feng Yu was upset for some years. Dad, Feng Xingtai turned and looked at his son. Oh, you are up. Still feeling giddy? Come watch TV. It's the traditional folk dance. Not giddy anymore. The buzz of the alcohol had passed. Dad, I want to drink with you later. Seeing his father's angry expression, Feng Yu quickly explained, beer will do. In his lifetime, Feng Yu had only drunk with his father a few times. Now, what Feng Yu wished the most was to drink with his father again. Still had not learned your lesson? Fine. Then drink more. See if you are able to wake up tomorrow for New Year's Day visiting. Danying, go and get 2 bottles of beer. Feng Danying shook her head helplessly and went to get the beer and glasses. There was also a single bed in the living room with bedding. Feng Danying attended boarding school and only came back during holidays. When she's back, she will sleep with her mother. This bed was for Feng Xingtai, but 3 years ago, it belongs to Feng Yu. In the west wall of the living room was a 3-door vertical wardrobe, and above the closet were 2 luggage. On a solid wooden table stood a 14-inch black and white TV set, which was showing the Spring Festival night TV program. In the middle of the living room stood a round folding table filled with dishes and tableware. A total of 8 dishes, but all were the leftovers from dinner. There was chicken, fish, pork trotters, etc. A total of 8 meat dishes. Feng Yu did not watch TV, but went to the front of the wardrobe and looked at himself in the mirror. Although the lighting is not very good, Feng Yu is able to see himself clearly. He was now a teenager with a little stub beneath his nose. He looked at the wall calendar at the door, February 16th, 1988, New Year's Eve. He can now be sure that he was reborn. The mother quickly cooked dumplings. Feng Yu and Feng Danying went to the kitchen to help bring out the dumplings. After everyone was seated, Feng Xingtai picked up chopsticks. Xiao Yu, you are going to drink again? Zhang Muhua stared Feng Yu. Mom, it's New Year, let me drink more. Feng Xingtai also put in a few words for him. Zhang Muhua shook her head. Feng Yu diligently poured beer for his mother and sister. One family must have a drink together. Dad, Mom, sister, Happy New Year, cheers. Feng Yu casually ate the leftovers on the table, which he felt very delicious. During this time, there were no growth hormones, unlike in the future. All fishes and rabbits were caught from the wild. Chicken and pigs were reared by themselves. The father and son ate these dishes and the dumplings. Feng Xingtai only allowed each one to have only one beer. After dinner, Feng Yu washed up and back to his room to lie down. When lying in bed, he was tossing and turning. He thought back on his previous life before traveling back in time. Feng Yu Bin was a middle-aged man in his 40s. After resigning from the securities company, he did some investments and invested in stock, futures, gold, crude oil. Although he was not too successful, his income was still not bad. He had a wife, but no children. As his father had passed away early, his mother lived with him. He remembered that it was the spring of 2015. To bring his wife abroad to treat infertility, he desperately needed to make some money. He used all his savings, mortgaged his house and car, and borrowed a considerable sum of money to invest in the stock market. According to his analysis, it was a bull market, and even fools can make money. In the beginning, the market was excellent. His investment doubled in a short period of time, but he wanted more profits. So he boldly uses high leverage with an investment company. If his investments increased again, he would be able to do nothing for the rest of his life and still be able to live comfortably. When the stock index rose to 5,000 points, he was greedy like many other people. He thought the stock market would continue to rise. The stock market did rise a bit. However, the market soon dived, and because he used high leverage and had no additional funding, he suffered a significant loss. After paying the borrowed money, he was as poor as a church mouse. His wife did not know that the house and the car had been mortgaged. Feng Yu did not know how to face his family when he goes home. He was bankrupted. On that very day, he drank a lot and accidentally fell onto the road in front of many people and was hit by a big truck. This way, it should not be considered as suicide. The accident insurance policy he bought would pay out millions. It should be enough to redeem the house and car and also leave a sum of money for his mother and wife. He remembered when he looked at the big truck speeding towards him. He thought that if God could give him a chance to return, he would not want to die again. He wants his family to live a comfortable life. But he did not expect that God would actually give him a chance to come back again. Since God had let him come back, he will not relive his past life regrets this time. He wanted to become rich. He wanted to become a legend in the investment world. Thinking about this, Feng Yu could not help but shouted, Feng Yu had come back. Xiao Yu, stop shouting and quickly go to bed. Zhang Muhua shouted from the other side of the wall. At the same time complained about her husband. How can he let his son drink at night again? Hearing his mother complains, Feng Yu smiled and turned over to sleep. Feng Yu woke up in the morning and found a 10 renminbi New Year's money under his pillow. In this era, a popsicle only cost 2 cents and an ice cream only cost 3 cents. This was a huge sum of money. Feng Yu wished his parents a happy new year and ate a few dumplings. He then made a call to Wen Dongjun and went to his home for the New Year visit. Wen Dongjun, with a joss stick, merrily walked in front. From time to time, he would light a firecracker and toss around. Feng Yu was not a bit interested. He felt this was too childish. Dongjun, we had walked around half the village, and the rest is more or less the same. Let's go back and play poker with Brother Leon. Although the village was small and has less than 100 households, Feng Yu could not stand walking around in this cold winter, especially when he was wearing heavy cotton-padded jacket and trousers. He missed the thermal underwear and down jacket in his previous life. Okay, let's go to Brother Leon. Dongjun, Xiao Yu, where did the two of you go? A 17-year-old boy came to greet them. Feng Yu's eyes narrowed. He had deliberately avoided this household, but the village was too small. Brother Chuan, we are looking for Brother Leon to play poker. You want to join? Poker can be played anytime. This afternoon, I am going to hunt. Want to join? Lu Jichuan invited. Hearing the word hunt, when Dongjun's eyes lit up. Usually, his father did not let him touch the shotgun. But now it was Lunar New Year and his father was going out. He can secretly borrow it? Yes, I want to go. No. Both Wen Dongjun and Feng Yu shouted at the same time. Feng Yu absolutely cannot let Wen Dongjun go. He will break one leg and regret forever. In his previous life, the reason Dongjun loses contact with him was because of this hunting incident. Xiao Yu, you don't want to go? Then Dongjun, get your shotgun and come over to my house in the afternoon. We will go to the duck ditch at the north side. Even we can't hunt foxes, we can at least find pheasant and ducks. I will go back and clean up the shotgun first. Come early in the afternoon. When Lu Jichuan turned around, Feng Yu saw a trace of resentment in Jichuan's eyes. He suddenly realized that incident was not an accident, but premeditated. After Lu Jichuan left, when Dongjun looked eagerly at Feng Yu. "Let's go hunt together. Don't you always want to touch the shotgun?" "Dongjun, you listen to me. Let's go play poker and not go hunting. Hunting during the new year is unlucky. There are lesser people during this time. If it was before the new year, there will be a lot more people and nothing will be left for us to hunt. Come, let's go together. It will be fun." When Dongjun now had a vision of bringing back a number of trophies from the hunt and showing them to his father. "I really do not want to go, and you don't go too. Usually, you also don't mix with him and we are also close to him." "What are you talking about? We lived in the same village, and although we are not familiar, we are not strangers. Furthermore, my dad is the leader of the village and his family still need to seek my dad's approval if want to borrow the village's tractor to develop wasteland." Now Feng Yu understands why Lu Jichuan had resentment against Dongjun. It was because Dongjun's father, the village leader Wen Deguang, did not agree to lend the village's tractor to Lu Jichuan's family. "Dongjun, let's not play poker now. I'm thirsty. Let's go to your house and drink your father's good tea." "No problem. We have lunch at my house too. I will also show you my dad's shotgun." Along the way, Dong Wenjun was talking nonstop, but Feng Yu was not paying attention. In his head, he was thinking of how to tell Dongjun's father, Uncle Wen. Opening when Dongjun's door, a gust of warm air welcomed him. They threw their dog's fur hat and rabbit fur gloves on the table. When Dongjun then ran off to find his dad's tea leaves. "Xiaoyu, have some sweets. There are pine nuts and melon seeds too." Dongjun's mother Tang Jing is at home. Seeing Feng Yu came to visit, she happily offered these New Year goodies to him. "Happy New Year, Auntie. Where's Uncle Wen?" "Ah, he went to visit Secretary Zhao and will be back in a while." Feng Yu sat on the chair and casually asked, "Auntie, we met Lu Jichuan just now. His family would like to borrow a company tractor to go to wasteland outside the dam. Did Uncle Wen agree to it?" Tang Jing smiled and shook his head. "Of course not. Although the village does not regulate about the development of private lands, the village's tractor was not for personal use. This morning, old Lu came and had an argument with your Uncle Wen." Feng Yu's heart sank. This was the reason why Lu Jichuan deliberately wanted to bring Dongjun along to hunt. He would then deliberately make Dongjun step into a bear trap, causing him to become crippled. To others, it may seem to be an accident. Even when Dongjun himself also thought it was an accident. But was it really an accident? "Come, try this black tea. Look at the beautiful red color." When Dongjun proudly poured Feng Yu a cup of black tea, Tang Jing only smiled and did not say anything. "Mom, you go to Annie Wang's place and chat with her. Leave the house to me. Someone will be coming over to play poker." When Dongjun said loudly, "Fine, I will go visit Annie Wang's place. There are dumplings in the pot. Help yourself." After sending his mother out, when Dongjun quickly looked under the bed and dragged a wooden box out, a shotgun and a dozen round of bullets. "Dongjun, don't go. Didn't you hear what Annie just said? Lu Jichuan's dad had just quarreled with Uncle Wen. I'm afraid that Jichuan is up to no good." Feng Yu grabbed when Dongjun's hand tried to stop him. He did not want the past tragedy to repeat. "Many people had quarreled with my father before. The last time, Grandpa Li used his crutches to hit my dad because of some arguments over seeds. But what happened later? During harvesting, my dad sent people to harvest Grandpa Li's land first, and he cooled down." When Dongjun replied nonchalantly and pushed Feng Yu's hand away. He then took the shotgun out and put 6 bullets into his pocket. "Dongjun, listen to me, don't go. All Lu Jichuan did when he go to school was to fight. I'm afraid he will have bad intentions towards you this time. I'm not afraid of him. Look at what is in my hand. See if he dares to play punk with me. My gun is not for show." Feng Yu was at a loss. Dongjun still insisted to go. He was not afraid of Lu Jichuan because, even though that guy got into fights frequently, he does not use weapons. If it comes to blows, Dongjun was not afraid of him. Looking at the clock on the wall, when Dongjun stood up, "Okay, it's about time. You head home first. I am going to look for Lu Jichuan." Feng Yu remembered in the past life, Lu Jichuan did not use any gun till he became a soldier and left the village. If Feng Yu followed along, he should be able to help Dongjun to escape the bear trap. "Wait a second, Dongjun. I'll go with you." "Really? I knew you wanted to go. Hurry back and go steal your house's shotgun. Remember to use a sack to wrap it up and tell your mom that you are going to catch peasant. Wendong looked at Feng Yu eagerly, giving him an "I knew you wanted to go" look. Feng Yu sighed and hurriedly ran back home. Hoped that it was really just an accident. And this time, there must be absolutely no accident. Once home, Feng Yu quickly grabbed the shotgun, met up with Wen Dongjun, and proceeded to meet Lu Jichuan. Lu Jichuan froze for a minute when he saw Feng Yu holding a shotgun, but he did not say anything. He grabbed his own hunting rifle and walked together with Feng Yu and Dongjun towards the duck ditch. Feng Yu, you said you didn't want to come along, but why did you change your mind? Lu Jichuan asked suddenly, while they were walking. I had nothing to do at home anyway, so I decided to join you guys. Feng Yu answered, looking Lu Jichuan carefully. Feng Yu did not notice any changes in Lu Jichuan's expression. Could he have misunderstood him? I knew you wanted to go. Follow me today, and I will make sure you won't go home empty-handed. They walked for about 1 hour before they reached the duck ditch. Lu Jichuan took out a pack of black antelope cigarettes from his pocket. He took one cigarette and offered the box to Feng Yu and Dongjun. I don't smoke. Feng Yu waved his hand. Even if he wanted to smoke, he would not smoke this kind of filter-less dried tobacco cigarettes. Only those hardcore smokers can withstand this type of cigarettes. When Dongjun also waved his hand. Brother Chuan, I don't smoke too. However, when we are on our way back, and I am too tired to walk, I will take one from you. Okay, I will let the both of you experience my shooting skills. Remember, do not run around in this area. Many hunting traps are laying around here. Most importantly, when not using the gun, always point the muzzle down. This is to prevent accidents. Don't open fire too hastily. It is better to miss than to accidentally hurt someone. Lu Jichuan said. I know. Hurry up. A pheasant just flew past. When Dongjun urged. Feng Yu looked at Lu Jichuan curiously. From the way he speaks, he seems to have no intention of hurting Dongjun. Was it because I had joined them on this hunt, or am I overthinking, and it was really an accident? Follow me, and try to step where I stepped. Okay, stop. Feng Yu, you take cover behind this tree. You can load the rounds, but point the gun down. Brother Chuan, let Dongjun stay here. I will hide at the tree in front. Feng Yu was still wary of letting Wen Dongjun alone with Lu Jichuan. Well then, Dongjun stay here. We will be 30 meters apart. Even if the gun misfire, no one will be hurt. Remember to stay near this tree. There are traps for big games around this vicinity. Stepping into a big trap can be very dangerous. Lu Jichuan ordered. When Dongjun waved his hand, indicating them to go faster. He then leans on the tree, loading rounds into his gun while looking in front. You squat here. Do not shout unless you notice a big game. I will go there, and we will go back in an hour's time, Lu Jichuan instructed and walked towards the front in the deep snow. Okay. Feng Yu nodded and start loading his shotgun. No matter how you look at Lu Jichuan, he does not look like he was going to harm Dongjun. But how to explain the trace of resentment in his eyes earlier in the afternoon? Feng Yu was confident that he cannot be wrong about Jichuan with his 40-something years of life experience. After waiting for nearly half an hour, when Dongjun grew impatient. There are no pheasants, let alone larger games like roe deer, lynx, wild cats, foxes, etc. He wondered if they were going home empty-handed today. They had walked more than an hour to reach here, and will take more than an hour to walk back. Furthermore, they had been waiting for an hour in this cold place. When Dongjun blew his nose, he should have followed Feng Yu's suggestion and stayed at home playing poker. It will be much more comfortable compared to this. Bang! A gunshot was heard in the distance. When Dongjun straightened up and looked over, Lu Jichuan had shot a lynx. When Dongjun excitedly stood up and ran towards Lu Jichuan, forgetting that he was not supposed to run about. Lu Jichuan suddenly ran out of the woods, crossing his hands to signal Dongjun. When Dongjun thought that Lu Jichuan was showing off to him and ran even faster. However, Feng Yu could tell that Lu Jichuan was trying to let Dongjun not to go over. Feng Yu grabbed Wen Dongjun. Dongjun, don't go there. There are traps in this wood. What's there to be afraid of? See these footprints? As long as I follow these footprints, I won't step into any traps. When Dongjun said indifferently, that lynx might be still alive. I have yet to see a live lynx. Feng Yu wanted to say something, but suddenly noticed Lu Jichuan running towards them and shouting, Hurry, run. Follow the footprints. Not far away, a huge shadow emerged from the woods. A bear. Brother Chuan dodged. When Dongjun aimed his gun, He had not shot any bears in his life yet. Feng Yu did not know what to say. Is this Dongjun stupid or brave? Unless that big bear was shot in its vital areas such as the eyes, it can't be killed easily. With its thick hide, 10 rounds might not even kill it. Lu Jichuan hurriedly lies flat on the snow the same time when Dongjun fired. Missed. Instead of injuring the bear, the shot made the bear even angrier. Stop aiming and quickly run. Feng Yu pulled Dongjun. With your shooting skills, by the time you hit the bears will be right in front of your face. All three ran like crazy. But because of the snow, they were not able to run fast. Mainly, they were still holding on to their heavy guns. Do not run towards there. There are traps. Lu Jichuan shouted loudly. Feng Yu grabbed Dongjun and changed direction. However, there was no way for these three to outrun a bear in this thick snow. The distance between them and the bear was getting closer. Lu Jichuan was only 30 meters away from the bear. Brother Chuan, lead the bear here. Feng Yu gritted his teeth and pulled Dongjun towards the traps area. If the bear was not caught by the traps, then at least one out of the three of them will have to die here. Of course, this person was most likely to be Lu Jichuan. At that juncture, Lu Jichuan had no other choice. He did not even have time to load his gun. He hurriedly ran towards Feng Yu. If he had unluckily stepped on any traps, he would definitely be dead. Shouldn't bears be hibernating at this time of the year? Why was this bear running about now? If the bear was just passing by, it shouldn't come towards us if we were hiding. This bear must be starving and came out of hibernation to look for food. Moreover, the bear was agitated by the gun shoot. When facing an enraged bear, even the most experienced hunter with a pack of hunting dogs will have to run. Feng Yu and Dongjun quickly loaded their guns and watched Lu Jichuan ran towards them with the bear following behind closely. Lu Jichuan prayed hard to not step on any traps while he ran. With the heavy snow, he could not really see if there are any traps on the ground. Snapped. A trap triggered. Lu Jichuan fell to the ground. Fortunately for him, it was a small animal trap. He sat on the ground and tried to free his leg from the trap with both his hands. The bear was getting closer and closer. There were only less than 10 meters between him and the bear. Bang! A gunshot. The bear took a step back, and there are bloodstains on its ear. Roar! The bear became even more aggressive. With his hands trembling, Feng Yu held onto his gun. Adding both his past and present lives, he had only shoot small birds. Bang! One more shot was fired. Some bloodstain appeared on the bear's mouth. Dongjun had also hit the bear, but the bear was not down yet. Instead, the bear increased its speed and rushed towards Lu Jichuan, who was still on the ground. Thank God. The bear stepped into a bigger trap, which was meant for bears, and fell to the ground, growling in pain. Lu Jichuan broke free from the trap around his leg and quickly loaded his gun. Crashed. Even with the trap, the bear still tried to attack Lu Jichuan. But the trap was attached to a thick metal chain, and the other end was tied to a tree. The length of the chain did not allow the bear to reach Lu Jichuan. Bang! 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 3 consecutive gunshots were heard. Feng Yu, Dongjun, and Lu Jichuan each fired a shot. The bear was unable to dodge because of the close distance, and all 3 shots hit the bear on its head. The bear fell to the ground and twitched a few times. Blood slowly flowed out and stained the snowy grounds. Lu Jichuan quickly got up, reloaded his shotgun, and slowly approached the bear. Bang! The bear twitched 2 more times and stopped moving. Lu Jichuan leaned on a tree and reloaded his shotgun. With shaking hands, he took out his pack of black antelope cigarettes and lit 1 cigarette. Feng Yu and Dongjun walked over, grabbed the cigarette pack, and lit 1 cigarette each. Thanks. After smoking the cigarette, Lu Jichuan said, "Ha ha ha, stop thanking us. Brother Chuan, we had hunted a bear and we can definitely sell it for a lot of money." Dongjun's eyes shined when he thought of the envious look from other villagers when they returned back to the village. Feng Yu was speechless towards Dongjun's attitude. Feng Yu kept looking at Lu Jichuan. Lu Jichuan still had not released his gripe on his loaded shotgun. "Brother Chuan, Dongjun, let's have a deal. I will buy this bear from the both of you, and in return, I will lend you my family's 55 horsepower tractor for plowing and sowing." Feng Yu said. He had suddenly thought of this idea. This way, he was able to erase Lu Jichuan's resentment towards Dongjun and also make some profits as start-up capital for his future investments. He was not able to make much money using the tractor in the village, but there would be lots of buyers in the city for this bear. Although it was not a good time for investments now, there was a fantastic opportunity coming up. Initially, he thought he would have missed this opportunity, but now, not only he was able to grasp this opportunity, his investment plan can be several years ahead of his initial schedule. Lu Jichuan threw his shotgun on the floor and grabbed Feng Yu's hand excitedly. Really? Will your dad agree to this? If I promise my dad that I will be admitted to a prestigious high school in the city, he will definitely agree. Dongjun, how about you? You agree to this deal? Wen Dongjun said after thinking for a moment. I will take that lynx, and both of you have to tell others that I am the one who hunted it. Also, I am the one who hit the bear first. Okay, deal. Let's hurry and make a sledge and go back to the village. This bear weighed at least 100 to 150 kilograms. It won't be easy to bring it back to the village. Feng Yu said. He was not interested in bragging. Lu Jichuan checked the bear again. The bear's body had become cold. It was surely dead. Lu Jichuan also picked up the lynx. Feng Yu and Wen Dongjun used tree branches and gunny sacks to make a simple sledge. They will be the center of attraction when they return to the village. Old one, why is Dongjun not back yet? Could something bad happen to him? Tang Jing asked anxiously. What can happen to him? He stole my shotgun. He must be hunting at the duck ditch. He should be back in half an hour. As both of them two speaks, a neighbor ran into their house. Village leader, your hero is back. Old Zhao, what hero? Tang Jing asked. The great hero from your house. Sister-in-law, your son hunted a big game this time. You know what he had caught? A bear. A big bear. He used a sledge to bring it back. Everyone is crowding around looking at the bear. The neighbor said excitedly. Wen Deguang and Tang Jing rushed out and did not even lock their door. Brother Jun, did you really shot this bear and lynx? An 8-year-old child asked curiously. Of course, if it isn't for me, these two beasts would have escaped. I chased this bear for a few miles and kill it with one shot. Yeah, Jichuan and Feng Yu also helped too. When Dongjun boasted of the 6th time with the kids, the first version was all 3 of them hunted the bear together. However, his story slowly changed to him discovering the bear and killing it with a few shots version. Every time he relates the hunt, his story will change to exaggerate his role in the hunt. Sure enough, this child looks at him impressively. Both Feng Yu and Lu Jichuan did not expose Wen Dongjuan's lies. He was indeed brave, but to say that he chases a bear for a few miles, no one will believe him. As long as someone who had hunted before will know that he was lying. When Wen Dongjun began bragging his courageous exploits for the 9th time, someone pulled his ears. Ouch, ouch, ouch. Who the hell? Mom, Dad. Wen Dongjuan's voice trembled. He had stolen his father's shotgun for this hunt. Most likely he will be beaten to death by his father later when he gets home. However, this beating was worth it. Who else in the village was able to hunt a big bear? Only the best hunter, Wen Dongjun. Get your ass back home now. The rest of you, stop crowding around. It is getting dark. Hurry back home. Wen Deguang, as the village's leader, had some authority and respect. The crowd soon dispersed except for Feng Yu, Wen Dongjun, and Lu Jichuan's families. The 3 families helped to carry the bear corpse to Feng Yu's house, which was the nearest. Uncle Feng Yu promised that during spring, after you are done with your plowing, we can use the tractor. In exchange, the bear will belong to him, and the lynx will go to Wen Dongjun. Village leader had the least land, so he can use the tractor to plow the land before me. My family can plow last, but we will need to use the tractor longer. Lu Jichuan said. All adults look at Feng Yu. Seeing his father about to get angry, he quickly walked up to his father and whispered something to his ear. Feng Xingtai looked at Feng Yu and nodded his head towards Lu Jichuan's father. Brother Lu, no problem. Leader, what do you think? Okay, it's settled then. I will bring this lynx back first. Come to my place for a drink later. It's getting dark. We shall go back first. Wen Deguang carried the lynx and left with his wife and son. Lu Laosi and Feng Xingtai continued discussing about the tractor for a while, and he left satisfied with his son. He did not expect his son would solve the family's greatest worry with a hunting trip. The wasteland he wanted to cultivate was more than 100 acres. This year, his family would be out of poverty, and next year, he should be able to afford to buy a small horsepower tractor. After everyone left, Zhang Muhua started complaining to Feng Xingtai. Why did you listen to your son's nonsense? Think about how much we can earn with the tractor if we plow the land for others. What can we do with this bear now? Eat it. Mom, what if I can sell this bear in Bing City for 10,000 renminbi? Fengyu said. How much? Zhang Muhua asked again. 10,000. Teacher's son told me. Fengyu said confidently. Although it was not long before China's reform and opening up, there were still not many households who had 10,000 renminbi. For instance, Fengyu's family was one of the 10,000 renminbi households. In the city, there were more rich people and foreigners. Fengyu had told his father that this bear was worth 10,000 renminbi cash. Although, lending the tractor to others for land cultivation can also earn the same amount, but it was too tiring, and they can only collect the money in fall after the crops are sold. This sum of money can also earn some interest if kept in the bank. Son, you are so smart. Let your father sell the bear in the city tomorrow. He can also grab a set of new clothes for you and your sister on the way. Zhang Muhua smiled happily when she heard that the bear was worth 10,000 renminbi. Compared to lending the tractor to others, it was worth it, even if the bear was worth only 5,000 renminbi. Feng Xingtai glanced at his wife. Son got all the credit while I only get the blame. Who is the head of the family now? On the morning of the New Year's second day, Feng Xingtai along with Fengyu loaded the bear onto a tractor cart, which will be pulled by the 55-horsepower tractor. Feng Danying also tagged along as she says she wanted to meet up with a classmate in the city. Feng Xingtai is not aware of anything, but Fengyu knew. He remembered his brother-in-law had already started dating his sister. However, he did not expect his sister to be so brave as to visit her boyfriend in the city. The driving compartment of the tractor is not big, so Fengyu and his sister can only sit on the metal mudguard above the tires. They reached the city after 3 hours. It was the second day of the new year. There are many people on the streets, but no shops were open. They are not able to get any new clothes. However, they are going to an international hotel which is open during this time. Hello, I am looking for Manager Yu. Fengyu said. Young man, why are you looking for him? I have a bear to sell to your manager, Mr. Yu Chun Yuan. I had called up last night. Are you Mr. Feng's son? Wait a minute, I will call our manager. After about 2 minutes, a middle-aged man in a suit and tie came out. Manager Yu is followed by 2 chefs dressed in white chef clothing. All 3 look at Feng Xingtai, making him nervous. Hello, Mr. Feng. Bring your bear over. I bought 2 chefs along to take a look at your bear. Don't worry, we will give you a reasonable price. Manager Yu said, while shaking Feng Xingtai's hands passionately. The bear is in the tractor cart outside. While they were speaking, sounds of people talking loudly were heard outside. Fengyu rushed out hurriedly. He is afraid that someone would damage the bear's hide or steal his bear away. At the door, he saw 2 Lao Mao Zi Soviets looking at the bear. Fortunately, Fengyu studied Russian in his previous life. Not only he is able to speak Russian, he has no problem reading and writing. He understands that they are amazed by the ferocious black bear. If they are able to buy the bear's hide back, they will certainly be basking in the limelight in front of their friends. Sir, I had hunted this bear with my friends. I intend to sell the bear's meat to the hotel, but we do not intend to sell the bear's hide and bear's bile. Kirilenko turned and looked at Fengyu, surprised. This boy is only about 15 or 16 years old. How could he understand Russian? And he said that he hunted this black bear? Don't tell me he is from a legendary Chinese hunting family. The marksmanship is too good. All the wounds are on the head, and there is no other damage to other parts of the body. This boy is really a sharpshooter. I must buy this bear's hide back and tell everyone that I have hunted this bear in China. Friend, I am very interested in this bear hide. I just want the hide, and I can give you a very high price for it. Kirilenko said seriously. How much? I've contacted a buyer, and he is giving me a good price for it. How much is he offering? I will double what he offered. Kirilenko said. He offered $10,000. Kirilenko considered for a moment and said, 10,000? Then I will have to offer 20,000? A bit expensive though, but no problem. I want this hide. I am talking about ruble. Fengyu added. At the current exchange rate, 1 ruble is equivalent to 3, 4 RMB. Kirilenko frowned. This Chinese buy is greedy. Ruble is worth much more than RMB. Impossible. If it is 20,000 renminbi, I can pay you immediately. I don't have anything more than that. Kirilenko did not know that his reply to Fengyu indicates that Kirilenko really wants the hide and is willing to accept the price of 20,000 rubles. It's a shame then. I am going to sell the hide to another foreigner from the Soviet Union too. He is willing to pay 10,000 rubles. Feng Yu said, and turned around with no hesitation. I can also offer 10,000 rubles, Kirilenko said urgently. No, we agreed that you will pay double. 20,000 rubles. I can hire people to help you skin and treat the hide. Feng Yu replied. At this time, Feng Xingtai and Yu Chun Yuan are looking at Feng Yu shocked. Feng Yu could actually converse to Soviets in Russian? But what are they talking about? They can't be discussing a deal to buy the bear, right? Kirilenko discussed with his companion and nodded at Feng Yu. Fine, but you have to act fast. I will be returning to Moscow in a few days' time. No problem, we can sign a contract. Kirilenko is convinced that Feng Yu is from a family of hunters and also often deal with foreigners. If not, how come he have thought of signing a contract? He also felt that Feng Yu is not only a splendid hunter, but also very smart. Kirilenko does not know about the market price of the black bear hide, but he felt that he is paying more. Feng Yu turned to Yu Chun Yuan and said, Manager Yu, I have sold the hide. My father will skin it and bring it away. We can discuss the price for the rest of the bear. Yu Chun Yuan, seeing no objections from Feng Xingtai, said to Feng Yu, Initially, I wanted to buy the whole bear. But now, without the hide, I can't offer you a high price. The bear should not weigh 300 jin. I will still count it as 300 jin and offer you 1,500 renminbi. The price is too low even if the bear's paw and gall are not included. The bear, without the paw and gall, 3,000 renminbi. Bear's paw 1,000 renminbi each, and the bear gall is 2,000 renminbi. Total 9,000 renminbi. Feng Yu calmly negotiate with Manager Yu. Mr. Feng, your son is not making any sense. He thought that we will just accept whatever price he offered. 1,000 renminbi for a bear's paw. Impossible. I will offer a total of 2,000 renminbi for the whole bear, including bear's paw and gall. This price is already very high. Manager Yu looked at Feng Xingtai said. Feng Xingtai is not stupid, but he is not as eloquent as his son. He shook his head and pointed at Feng Yu said, He hunted the bear and studied more than me. He will negotiate with you. If both of you can't agree to a price, we will find someone else. Someone else? In Bing City, other than our international hotel, who can offer such a high price? Mr. Feng, this bear will not be fresh if it is frozen for a long time. Yu Chun Yuan proudly said. Manager Yu, do you think the two guests who just went in is willing to offer a high price for the bear's paws and gall? Also, with such a big bear, your restaurant is able to offer exotic dishes. I think the party leaders will be willing to dine here if they know about these dishes. Feng Yu said. He is not willing to lower the price as he felt that the bear is worth this price. If it is a few years later, black bears can still be traded legally. But at that time, the bears are so rare that a bear can sell for hundreds of thousands. There are many rich people who are willing to pay to eat a bear dish. A cooked bear's paw dish is able to sell for 100,000. You, young man, but the price you want is a too high price. 1,000 renminbi for a bear's paw. Do you know how much rice you can buy for 1,000 renminbi? Your whole family can't even finish those rice in a year. Well, they are coming out. If you are not interested, I will sell to them. They were asking about the price earlier, but I told them that I promised to sell to you first, and they gave up. Feng Yu said as he points to Kirilenko and his companion. Yu Chun Yuan gritted his teeth and said, 7,000 renminbi for the bear without the hide. In addition, I will help you skin the hide for free. Feng Yu smiled. You must also treat the hide within a week. We can sign the contract now. PS1, Wildlife Protection Act, only starts at the end of 1988. PS2, contracts have existed since ancient times. Feng Yu skillfully drafted two contracts, both in Chinese and Russian. There is no computer to print the contract. This made him not used to it. Both parties to sign the contract happily. Feng Yu only provided a black bear worth about 10,000 renminbi, and through negotiations, exchange it for 20,000 rubles and 7,000 renminbi. Even the skinning and treating of the hide is done by the International Hotel. Yu Chun Yuan wanted to exchange the rubles with Feng Yu directly, but Feng Yu refused. In the late 1980s, China's foreign currency exchange rates might not be the official rate. He clearly remembers that his future brother-in-law has ways to change foreign currencies to RMB. After Feng Yu left, Kirilenko's translator arrived. The translator learned that Kirilenko had bought a black bear's hide with 20,000 rubles and told him that he was cheated. The translator said that if Kirilenko wants, he is able to acquire a black bear hide with 5,000 renminbi. Kirilenko was furious. He is cheated by that Chinese kid. But he got over it quickly because the hide is obviously new, will be convenient for him to boast. If he were to buy a bear hide which is a few years old, he can always get it back in Russia. Nonetheless, if he meets the boy again, he will teach him a lesson. Are you going to meet your classmates? Is your classmate male or female? Feng Xingtai looked at his daughter and asked suspiciously, Dad, which girl will come and meet sister at this time of the year? I'm guessing that it's my sister's boyfriend. Just nice you are around. You can judge the boy's character and see through his lies with your years of experience. Feng Yu said, making his father very proud. Well, you're right. It is normal for your sister to find a boyfriend at her age. But his character must be good. Xiao Yu, can't tell that you actually studied hard in school, that you are able to converse well with Russians, and even drafts a contract in Russian. That look on Manager Yu's speechless face is priceless. Of course, I am your son, Feng Yu replied, making Feng Xingtai happier. Earlier, his son had negotiated with the two Russians and the manager of the international hotel on the price of the bear, resulting in the bear being sold at a higher than expected price. More importantly, it was the way those people at International Hotel looked at them. The Feng family finally have someone outstanding. Feng Xingtai tugged on the rope to start the tractor, and the engine roared. Feng Yu silently shook his head. The tractor is still using the old rope pull to start the engine. One could dislocate the shoulders while pulling the rope. Now, with this money, he can guarantee that even if the family does not do farming, they will still become the richest family in the village next year. Feng Xingtai drove his tractor with Feng Danying's directions for half an hour, and he saw a lad standing by the roadside, wearing a thick cotton-padded jacket. In his hand, he is also carrying a military coat. Dad, stop the car, Li Shiqiang is there. Feng Danying tapped on her father's arm. Yesterday, after Feng Yu made his phone call to the hotel, Danying also gave Li Shiqiang a phone call. Missing Li Shiqiang, Danying followed along to Bing City to see him. Danying, it's cold, put this coat on. Seeing Feng Danying come out from the tractor, Li Shiqiang hurriedly ran over and used the army coat to cover Feng Danying. Cough. Feng Xingtai cleared his throat loudly. He is happy that this boy knows brought his daughter a coat. But he was very unhappy to see him putting the coat on his daughter in front of him. Hi uncle, my name is Li Shiqiang. I am from Bing City. I returned here to work after demobilizing from the military last year. I work at the post office nearby. You must be Xiao Yu. Your sister often tells me about you. Hi, brotherly. Feng Yu smiled, at the same time secretly shook his head. His father must be furious when he hears Li Shiqiang's sentence. By saying he heard a lot about Feng Yu from his sister, implies that they have been together for a long time. If Feng Xingtai did not come to Bing City to sell the bear, he could still be unaware of this relationship. Sure enough, Feng Xingtai's face became a lot more serious. He scans Li Shiqiang from top to toe. Li Shiqiang is not tall, only around 1.75 meters, but he looks very spirited. Working in a post office, a government servant. Not bad, but seeing his daughter behind his back left him very dissatisfied. Uncle, it's nearing noon. Come over to my place for lunch. Feng Xingtai hesitated, to eat at his house. This means both parents meeting. Feng Yu seeing his father's hesitation and egged. Dad, let's go. I happen to have some things I need to ask brotherly. Feng Yu thought of the big event happening this year, which could double his money several times. But for this to happen, he needs a very trustworthy person, and there is someone that fits the bill here. Okay, but there is no need for lunch. We will just drink something and be on our way. Seeing Li Shiqiang's parents waiting downstairs, Feng Xingtai felt flattered. He felt that this Li family is not bad. Mr. Feng, let's go upstairs. This must be Danying and Xiao Yu. You both have inherited Mr. Feng's good looks. Li's father said, praising the three of them in one sentence. Feng Xingtai did not feel anything when Manager Yu of International Hotel addressed him as Mr. Feng. But now, Li's father addressed him as Mr. Feng. He felt very respected, and a smile appeared on his face. On the stairs, Feng Xingtai still felt a bit uncomfortable. There are not a lot of buildings on their farm and village. Fortunately, there is a small shop downstairs, and Feng Xingtai brought some canned food and malt drinks as gifts. It is not nice to visit someone's home empty-handed. Once in the house, Feng Yu looked around. The house is not big. The usable area is more than 50 ping. It is even smaller than their farmhouse. At least their house at the farm still has a front yard and small garden. Feng Xingtai chatted with Li Fu happily. Mrs. Li brewed some tea and served them some melon seeds and sweets before going back into the kitchen to start cooking. Her son had brought his girlfriend and also his girlfriend's parent home for the first time. No matter what, she has to prepare lunch for the guests. Furthermore, it is the new year now. The two fathers were happily chatting. Feng Yu pulled Li Shiqiang to one side. Brotherly, you work at the post office? Yes. Did your sister tell you? You want to buy monkey stamps? I tell you, now the monkey stamps are worth almost 50 renminbi per piece. It's not worth it. If you want other types of stamps, I am able to help you. Lots of people had approached Li Shiqiang to help buy monkey stamps. But there is nothing he can do as the stamps are no longer in circulation. No, I want to ask about treasury bonds. Are you able to help me buy treasury bonds? Feng Yu just remembered monkey stamps. Unfortunately, it is already too late. The golden age for stamp investment had passed. Even he invests now, the returns are not big. In his last life, there is someone who made his first bucket of gold from treasury bonds. He became a millionaire in 1 year, using only 20,000 renminbi as his initial investment. Treasury bonds? What do you want that for? The repayment time is long and cannot be exchanged for money. I worked in the post office and was forced to buy dozens of dollars worth of treasury bonds. If you like, I can give you a $10 treasury bond as New Year money. For someone earning only 80 renminbi a month, $10 is a lot. But for his girlfriend, Li Shiqiang must be willing to give Feng Yu 10 renminbi. Feng Yu looked at Li Shiqiang's uneasy smile. Brotherly, I don't want your treasury bonds. I just want to buy some treasury bills. Can you help? I want to buy the treasury bills from your colleagues and friends. I can buy whatever you can find. Li Shiqiang felt surprised. Is Danny Ying's brother stupid? I already told him that treasury bills are worthless, yet he still wants to buy? Translator notes, treasury bond is a debt security issued by a government to support government spending. Chinese government bonds were first issued in 1950 by the Ministry of Finance. The issuance was terminated in 1958, but resumed in 1981, primarily to address a shortfall in funding for national construction projects. The market remained quite small for many years, but has rapidly grown into one of the world's largest government bond markets in recent years. By Fleming and Horan, 2013. By J. Fleming, M. and Horan, C. 2013. The Microstructure of China's Government Bond Market. SSRN Electronic Journal. Feng Yu didn't have the chance to clarify further as lunch is served. Feng Xingtai drank only a bottle of beer as he still has to drive. The drive back home will take about 3 to 4 hours. Both families got along very well. If not for Feng Yu reminding his father, Feng Xingtai would have already discussed the details of the marriage with the in-laws. Come on, sister is only 19 years old and is still in school. Even if they were to get married, it should be after sister's graduation from the nursing school. Feng Yu continued to pester Li Shiqiang during lunch. However, it is not about treasury bonds. Feng Yu must first let Li Shiqiang believe that he has the ability to make money. What did you say? Uncle Feng got 20,000 rubles in his bag. Are you kidding me? Li Shiqiang jumped when he heard Feng Xingtai have 20,000 rubles in his bag. 20,000 rubles is a lot of money. It is enough to buy a few apartment like his house in Bing City. Didn't Danny Ying say that her family is just a $10,000 household? How come they bring so much money along to Bing City? This is not a joke. Brotherly, you are working at the post office. There must be a lot of people wanting to change RMB for rubles. But changing foreign currencies at the bank needs application. Not only it is troublesome, there is also a limit to how much currency they are able to exchange. I heard that doing currency exchange privately can get a better rate compared to the bank. Li Shiqiang looked at Feng Yu. You want me to look for people who are willing to offer higher rates for foreign currencies? Of course. You mean you can't do that? This is my father's idea, but he felt embarrassed to ask you. Feng Xingtai still did not know that he had been sold by his son. Since it is Danny Ying's father's idea, then Li Shiqiang must do. Anyway, he works in the post office, and there are many people approaching him to find out if he is able to get foreign currency. Although 20,000 rubles is a large sum of money, he is confident that he is able to change it to RMB at a higher rate within 3 to 5 days. Well, leave it to me. I guarantee I can help you change your 20,000 rubles to RMB at a higher rate. Okay, my father will pass you the money later. Also, this is a test for you, Feng Yu said. With so much trust in him, how can he disappoint his future father-in-law? He immediately promises Feng Yu that he will finish the job in 3 days. Half an hour later, Feng Xingtai went out to warm up the tractor. In this era, there is no antifreeze. If the car is not warm up, it cannot start. Li Shiqiang offered to help. Feng Yu also followed downstairs. Dad, I need to discuss something with you. Can I use the money first? Feng Yu asked cautiously. Feng Xingtai grabbed his bag with both hands and looked at Feng Yu vigilantly. What are you saying? You are still a little brat. You know how to use such a big sum of money. Besides, what do you need this money for? Dad, my teacher told me that when people in the city want to travel, they need foreign currency. However, they are not able to exchange for a bigger amount. They will find people to exchange the currencies privately at higher rates. Brother Li works in the post office and have his ways. If we let him exchange these 20,000 rubles, the rate will definitely be better than the bank. Feng Yu said. He is using him making more money technique again. The negotiations that took place in the morning had shocked Feng Xingtai. He discovered that his son had become more capable after attending school. If it is possible to earn more money, he certainly wants to earn more. Post office also do foreign exchange. How much more would that be? At least a few thousand. It is a few thousand RMB. Feng Yu felt that his current tone, his looks is just like the way he persuades customers to invest when he started working as an investment broker in his previous life. A few thousand? Really so much? This ruble is good, so much more valuable than the RMB. Can Shaoli change it for us? If his family knows about this, will they think that we are greedy and have a bad impression of your sister? Feng Xingtai hesitates. Even though money is important, his daughter's happiness is much more important. Dad, it was Brother Li's initiative. I mentioned that we will be going to the bank to exchange the rubles, and he offered to exchange for us. He also says that the bank exchanges rates are not good. Besides, Brother Li and sister are together now. Uncle Li is even coming over to our house for a visit in a few days' time. Brother Li can bring the money with him when he visits. Feng Xingtai hesitated for a long time, took out 2 thick, paper-wrapped stacks of rubles, and asked Feng Yu to pass to Li Shiqiang. Feng Yu took the rubles to Li Shiqiang. Brother Li, if you are able to finish this task, your relationship with my sister will be approved. Li Shiqiang's face turned red due to excitement. He kept the rubles and nodded. He is afraid that Feng Xingtai would change his mind. The tractor is almost warmed up. Once again, Feng Xingtai took out the rope and started the engine. Li Shiqiang went upstairs to call Dannying. The Li family went downstairs to see them off. They even gave Feng Xingtai a lamb's leg and 10 renminbi to Feng Yu. Li Fucai noticed the 2 paper-wrapped blocks in his son's hands after the Feng family left. What are you holding? Li Fucai asked. This is the money Uncle Feng got from selling the bear. It is all in foreign currency, rubles. He is asking me to help him exchange privately to RMB. This way, it is better than exchanging at the bank. Your Uncle Feng really trusted you. Try to change it within these few days. We will bring it along when we go visit them. Also, how much rubles are there? Father Li is very happy to learn that his future in-laws have so much trust in his son. This is a good thing. 20,000. How much? Father Li asked again. 20,000. 20,000 rubles? How big is that bear? 20,000 rubles is more than enough to buy our house. Being a farmer is more profitable than working in the city. Father Li exclaimed. So what? Our son is Bing City resident, and he still works at the post office. Although Li's mother does not despise the Feng family, she still feels superior as they are living in the city. It's 20,000 rubles. According to the current exchange rate, it is about 80,000 renminbi. Li Shiqiang added. This time, Li's mother is unable to keep her cool and asked, about 80,000 renminbi? How many bears did they hunt? Mom and Dad, take these money home first. I will go out for a while. There are a few people asking around for private currency exchange before the new year. I will go and ask them how much they want to exchange. Li Shiqiang said while handing over the paper-warped stacks of rubles to his mother. Mother Li held on to the rubles tightly and pulled her husband along upstairs. She is very nervous as she had not seen such a big sum of money in her life before. Li Shiqiang's job at the post office gave him great convenience. In this era, post office takes on many roles. As such, it gave people the impression that Li Shiqiang is very capable and is able to do tasks which others are not able to do. For instance, there is a company's vice president who is traveling to the Soviet Union for a business trip. He wanted to buy some souvenirs for his wife and children, but the foreign currency assigned to him is too little. His wife's nephew, who is Li Shiqiang's classmate, came to look for Li Shiqiang asking for help to exchange some foreign currency. After an afternoon of negotiating, Li Shiqiang manages to exchange 8,000 rubles at 1 rubles to 4.5 yuan RMB. He even delivers the rubles personally to the company's vice president house. 3 days later, Li Shiqiang finished exchanging all 20,000 rubles, a total of 91,200 renminbi. There are 2 times where the rubles are exchanged much higher than normal exchange rates. Li Shiqiang is very excited. He had completed the task given to him, helped his girlfriend's family earn some money, and let many people think that he is very capable. But the one thing that bothers him, many people start to look for him to exchange RMB for rubles, but he does not have any more rubles. On the 6th day of the new year, the Li family arrived at Feng's house in their 212 Jeep, a model of Jeep from Beijing Jeep Corporation. Everyone from Feng's family came out to the courtyard to welcome them. Li's family brought along 2 cartons of cigarettes, 2 bottles of wine, 2 boxes of tea leaves, and 2 bags of red sausages. But Li Shiqiang's hands are holding on to a canvas tightly. Zhang Muhua went into the kitchen with Feng Danying to cook, while Feng Xingtai accompanies the Mr. and Mrs. Li in the living room. Li Shiqiang, holding on to the canvas bag, entered a room with Feng Yu. "Brother Li, you finished exchanging all the rubles?" "Yes, 91,200 renminbi. All here." Feng Yu raised his brows a little. It is much more than he expected. It seems that many people in Bing City need foreign currency. This can make a lot of money if I am able to seize this opportunity. Thanks for your hard work, Brother Li. I think my father will be very satisfied. If I still have rubles, are you able to change it? Sure. In fact, people are still asking me to change rubles for them, but I have none. You still got ways to get rubles? Li Shiqiang is very curious. It is not easy to get foreign currencies. He himself is working at the post office, and his father, who is also working for the government, is not able to get foreign currencies. How can a farmer's boy, who is still going to school, have ways to get foreign currencies? Feng Yu smiled and said, International Oat. International Hotel? International Hotel does have a lot of foreign guests, but how do you get in? Don't tell me you know the higher management in the hotel. Go directly to the foreign guests to change. We will give them slightly higher rates prices, and these foreign guests will be willing to take advantage of the higher rates. Li Shiqiang gave himself a facepalm. Why didn't he think of this? But to communicate directly with foreign guests, you need to understand the foreign language. Then I have to find an interpreter. It is not easy to find one. Feng Yu waved his hands in Li Shiqiang's face and pointed to himself. I can communicate in both Russian and English. He then speaks a few sentences in Russian and English. Li Shiqiang's mouth opened wide in shock. You know 2 foreign languages? Is he a genius? How old is Feng Yu, and how did he learn these 2 foreign languages? In this era, if one can understand a foreign language, he would have been worshipped by others, let alone understand 2. But in 2015, it is normal to see people well-versed in 2 or more foreign languages. Feng Yu had ever met someone who is proficient in 8 foreign languages. Okay, I will go to Bing City with you tonight. I am going to visit my teacher. Tomorrow I will pass you the rubles after I have to exchange it. Feng Yu said. Li Shiqiang felt that Feng Yu, a 15-year-old boy, had the presence of a great leader. This future brother-in-law will certainly go far in the future because he is a genius who understands 2 foreign languages. When they came back to the hall, everyone looked at them. A smile appears on Feng Yu's face. Everyone breathed a sigh of relief. Feng Xingtai is afraid that something might go wrong with the money. He did not tell his wife about this matter. He just told her that the bear was sold for 7,000 renminbi. Although 7,000 renminbi is lower than his wife's expectation, she is still happy, especially when she heard that her daughter's boyfriend is from the city and work in the post office. Li Shiqiang's parents are afraid that Feng's family is not satisfied with the amount and think that they had kept some of the money. Even though they are not as rich as the Fengs, they would absolutely not do such things. Li Shiqiang's parents really like the well-behaved and sensible Feng Danying as their daughter-in-law. They cannot let their future in-laws look down on them. According to the tradition of Feng's family, lunch is 8 meat dishes. Among these dishes are pheasant, wild rabbits, and wild-caught fish. Although they are city people, the food in the city is not as good compared to the countryside. Furthermore, their future in-laws are really nice people, so the Li family have an exceptionally good appetite. Feng Yu approached his father when the latter was going to the toilet. Dad, the rubles is changed to RMB. A total of 91,200 renminbi. At least 7,000 to 8,000 renminbi more if we were to exchange it at the bank. Later today, I want to follow Brother Li back to Bing City. Firstly, I want to visit Teacher Sunday. He is from Bing City. I should pay him a New Year visit. Secondly, I want to use this money to change to rubles at the International Hotel. This way, we are able to earn a few thousand more when we change back to RMB. Feng Yu thought that it would be very difficult to persuade his father, and he never expects his father to agree so happily. Feng Xingtai said, "Okay, I will give you our family's saving passbook too. You can only do this one more time. Dad, rest assured, we are able to earn money this way for a period of time." Feng Yu said, "You should be entering high school later this year. Our farm does not have a high school. The high schools in the county and district are just ordinary high schools. You should go to a good high school in the city so it will be easier for you to get into a good university. The expenses in Bing City is much higher compared to the village. As such, Feng Yu needs to earn more money. Dad, you can rest assured that I will be admitted to the high school in Bing City and a good university in future." Feng Yu is not confident with physics and chemistry college exams, but for high school entry exams, it is a piece of cake. His math, Russian, and Chinese will definitely give him high scores. He still has a school term to get used to it. He is not sure if he can enter the top high school in Bing City, but he is confident that he is able to get a place in those normal high school in Bing City. Good. Don't follow my footsteps and be a farmer. Your sister should be graduating this year from nursing school. I will buy an apartment for her in Bing City, and you can stay with her. She can take care of you. He had checked the pricing of houses in Bing City. A unit like Li Shiqiang's house cost around 20,000 renminbi. The Feng family now have more than 100,000 renminbi. He can afford to buy at least 3 to 5 units. Of course, Feng Yu's mother must not be aware of all these. Around 2 p.m., the Li family prepare to leave. Feng Yu and his mother help to load some farm produce on the top of the car. "Mom, I will go to Bing City with Brother Li today to visit Teacher Sunday. Malt drinks." Zhang Zhanhua nodded. "Yes, you should. Mr. Sun is so good to you. But you did not prepare any gifts. Wait a moment. Mom will give you some money and you can buy some canned food, malt drinks, or something for Teacher Sunday." Not only Feng's family, everyone on the farm respect Teacher Sunday. He funded a lot of poor students and also gave up an opportunity to work in the city for these students. He is very well known in the farm. Feng Yu also respect him very much and really want to visit him. "Mom, no need. Dad had given me money." Knowing Feng Yu is going to Bing City with them, the Li family is very happy. Anyway, the 212 Jeep can seat 4 people. But the only thing that is puzzling the Li Shiqiang's parents is why is Feng Yu bringing the canvas bag along? What is happening? In the Jeep, Feng Yu explained that he will be changing some rubles and making some money out of the difference in exchange rates. If they have spare cash, they can also join in. Using 10,000 renminbi to earn 1,000 renminbi shouldn't be an issue. Li's parents also want to earn some extra cash. Anyway, the money will be in their son's hands, and when their son gets married, they need to spend a lot too. Once back home, Li's parents also gave their savings passbook to his son and asked him to go and withdraw their savings from the bank tomorrow. That night, Feng Yu shared a bed with Li Shiqiang. He slept soundly, but the Li family did not sleep well. Early next morning, they went to the bank and withdraw all their family's savings with the bank book and kept in a bag. A total of 143,600 renminbi. Feng's family had a total of 112,800 renminbi savings. The two then drove to the International Hotel. This timing is the time where the guest traffic is at the peak. When they reach, they saw 3 foreigners standing by the roadside waving for a taxi. Bing City is the first city in China to have the taxi. The development of the taxi industry here is the fastest and the best in China. "Excuse me, are you waiting for a taxi?" Feng Yu approached them and asked in English. A blonde foreigner looks at Feng Yu curiously and looks at the Jeep parked at a distance. He nodded and asked Feng Yu, "How much do you charge from here to the riverside?" They had been conned by these types of private hire taxi before. A normal taxi will charge them 5 renminbi, but these private hire taxi will charge them 50 renminbi for the same distance. $10, but we only take RMB. Feng Yu replied. Why? I pay you in US dollars. $5. You can exchange it for more than 10 renminbi. The foreigner replied, feeling puzzled. He had used USD here before, and most shops are more than happy to accept USD. The only exceptions are those small roadside shops. Why did this young man refuse to accept USD? No, we just want RMB. You have RMB? I can help you exchange your USD for RMB at a higher rate compared to the market. Feng Yu smiled slyly. During this time, it is not easy for foreigners to exchange foreign currencies for RMB. Furthermore, Americans always think that USD is a global currency and can be accepted everywhere. The blonde foreigner sneered. This young man's real intention is to exchange foreign currencies and have no intention of renting the car out. How much RMB can you offer for $1? The blonde foreigner asked. Feng Yu replied, 3 renminbi and 80 cents. It is higher than the market rate. The exchange rate is now about 3 renminbi and 70 cents. Blonde foreigner. No, for renminbi. Then this deal is off. There are many other guests at this hotel that needs to exchange currencies. I will not hold you back then. Goodbye. Feng Yu said. Wait a minute. How much can you change for us? The blonde noticed that this kid is not easy to deal with and is most probably a veteran. How many USD do you have? Feng Yu asked. The 3 foreigners discussed for a minute and replied, $5,000 USD. No problem. Please follow me to the Jeep. The deal went well, and both sides were happy. The Americans felt that they had gotten a good deal. Using RMB in China is more worthwhile and can avoid being cheated. Also, the exchange rate Feng Yu offered is higher than the market. Feng Yu is also happy. There are many people that want to exchange RMB for USD. Feng Yu asked Li Shiqiang, You able to find people to exchange RMB for USD? Of course, and I guarantee the rate will be more than 4 renminbi. Li Shiqiang replied. When he was exchanging the rubles, someone had approached him asking for USD. Feng Yu continued to loiter around the entrance of International Hotel. Feng Yu will approach anyone who wears a suit or looks like a rich man. He will ask them if they need any RMB or foreign currencies. This continued till noon. Both of them had exchanged around 50,000 renminbi in return for USD and ruble. Other than USD and rubles, there is lesser demand for other foreign currencies. They had lunch at a small noodle shop nearby and returned to the International Hotel. Kirilenko had almost finished his work in Bing City and will be going back in 2 days' time. He intends to buy some China's products back as souvenirs for friends and family. In China, foreigners are often cheated. For example, the price tag would just display a number 1. The foreigners will think that it is 1 renminbi, but it actually meant 10 cents. Also, when the foreigners pay in foreign currencies such as rubles, the other party will just feign ignorance and treat these currencies as RMB. Kirilenko had decided to look for the hotel manager to help him exchange some rubles for RMB. The bank is too far and no one understands Russian there. Isn't that the young man who sold him the black bear fur at a high price? Just nice. I wanted to teach him a lesson for lying to me. Kirilenko walked over to Feng Yu angrily. Mr. Kirilenko, we met again. Feng Yu smiled. Are you here to sell your prey? The last time, you sold me the bear hide for 20,000 rubles, but I had asked around. The market price for bear hide is only 5,000 renminbi. You are a liar, Kirilenko said while holding on to Feng Yu's arm. Feng Yu immediately explained. There are many types of bear hide. The hide I sold you is an excellent quality hide. Those 5,000 renminbi hides are substandard old fur with bullets and wormholes. You can go and ask around. Is that so? Then I might have misunderstood you. Have hunted Siberian tiger? I want high-quality tiger fur, Kirilenko said and loosened his grip. He had always wanted to buy tiger hide. Siberian tiger. A rich man with low IQ. This is Feng Yu's impression of Kirilenko. The only time he saw a Siberian tiger is at the zoo during his previous life. Sorry, tiger fur is not easy to get. But if you want other animals, such as mink or fox's fur, I can help you get. Kirilenko disappointedly shook his head. If he is able to get tiger fur, then he can return to his country and boast to his friends. Who else can hunt a tiger and bear in a single trip? Seems like his dream will not come true. But to successfully hunt a black bear is enough for him to boast about the rest of his life. Seeing Kirilenko is about to leave, Feng Yu hurriedly stopped him. Mr. Kirilenko, if I am not wrong, you still have a lot of rubles with you? I remembered that you are going back soon. Will you be buying some Chinese souvenirs? It will be more convenient and cheaper if you are using RMB. I can exchange your rubles for RMB for a small transaction fee. When dealing with other guests, Feng Yu will offer higher exchange rates, but not for someone as rich as Kirilenko. Feng Yu have other ways to earn money from him. Kirilenko raised his brows and replied calmly. Transaction fees? There are no transaction fees if I go to the bank. Banks do have transaction fees, and you still need to queue. Also, you can't exchange large amounts at the bank, and there is no one who is able to speak in Russian there. Mr. Kirilenko, don't you agree that it is more convenient to use RMB in China? Feng Yu said. From Kirilenko's reply, Feng Yu knew that Kirilenko wanted to exchange rubles for RMB. How much can you exchange, and how much is the transaction fees? Kirilenko asked. The rate is 1 ruble to 4 renminbi. The extra is my transaction fees. I can exchange 20,000 rubles for you now. Anything more than 20,000 rubles will have to wait 1 or 2 days. Feng Yu replied. For someone who is able to buy a bear fur for 20,000 rubles must be very rich. Feng Yu wondered what business does Kirilenko do. Kirilenko looked at Feng Yu, who was not carrying any bags, and asked, You can exchange 20,000 rubles now? Feng Yu pointed to the jeep not far away. In the car. Seeing Feng Yu pointing over, Li Shiqiang hurriedly waved back. Okay, I'll change 20,000 rubles. Wait a moment. I will go back to my room to get the money. Kirilenko said. Feng Yu clenched his fist tightly. It seems that he is able to exchange all his money within the next hour. The transaction went smoothly in the jeep, and before getting off the jeep, Kirilenko asked Feng Yu where can he buy Chinese specialties. Feng Yu is ecstatic. Kirilenko is letting him earn more money. Canned fruits. Feng Yu asked Li Shiqiang in Chinese. Brotherly, you know where to buy ham sausage, Jianlibo, a brand of healthy soft drink, and canned fruit. Jianlibo. In this era, these Chinese domestic products are very popular in the Soviet Union. I have a former comrade working in the supply and marketing cooperative. I heard that he has some goods which are not selling well. How much does this Russian want? Li Shiqiang replied. Feng Yu whispered to Li Shiqiang. Control your facial expressions and don't show any sign of happiness. Try have an expression like you are in a difficult position. He wants to use up all 80,000 renminbi. If not for Feng Yu, Li Shiqiang will certainly jump up excitedly. But now he has a troubled look on his face. Is it difficult to get these Chinese specialties? Kirilenko asked embarrassedly. Looking at the troubled look on that driver's face, it must be hard to get these souvenirs. Feng Yu replied, No. We have the connections, but we need his father's help. So, there will be some extra cost, he said. I understand. But I'm flying back to Moscow the day after tomorrow. So make it fast. These 1,000 rubles is for you. Enough. It is very common for people to give gifts in exchange for help. No problem. Feng Yu said happily. Li Shiqiang drove them directly to the cooperative to find his former comrade. Anyway, they had already exchanged a large sum of RMB for foreign currencies. Furthermore, Feng Yu said that this trip will let them earn a lot of money. China Cooperative. After meeting up with Li Shiqiang's former comrade, Feng Yu found out that the supply and marketing cooperative had a lot of stocks, especially canned food and ham. Learning that Li Shiqiang had brought a big Soviet Union client to the cooperative, the manager came down personally. The manager is arrogant and impatient, especially after he learned that it is a teenager who will be negotiating with him. The manager said, All these things are sold packaged together. Take it or leave it. Manager Su, it seems the deal is off. I believe I can get these goods elsewhere besides the cooperative. The manager became anxious when he saw Feng Yu leaving with the foreigner. Feng Yu is right. Other than the cooperative, these goods are also available at the grocery shops. The manager just wanted to sell off those unpopular products, but he just found out that it is not easy to cheat this kid. This kid is not afraid of him. Wait, I will remove some products. Manager Su said. No, we will choose the goods ourselves. Also, we traveled a long way here, and you have to give us some free gifts. We are very busy. If you don't agree, we will go elsewhere. Shops don't offer discounts in this era, but they will give free gifts. Okay, but have to buy more canned food. He has a lot of canned fruits left. People used to give canned fruits as gifts last year, but now, they give malt drinks instead. No problem. Feng Yu said. Feng Yu then explained to Kirilenko that because he is buying in large quantities, the manager needs to bring in the goods from other places. As such, these goods might be more expensive. However, the manager is willing to give him some gifts as compensations. Kirilenko is happy. He knows that if he were to buy these goods himself, it will cost several times more. But now, these goods only cost a bit higher and even comes with free gifts. Kirilenko had only wanted to buy canned fruits, ham, and jianli bao initially. But now he picked a few cartons of cigarettes, malt drinks, and sugar. He also emphasized that he wanted peony flower embroidered pillowcases as free gifts. After some negotiations between Feng Yu and Manager Su agrees to give more pillowcases as free gifts. This is mainly because Kirilenko is purchasing 60,000 renminbi worth of merchandise. Furthermore, he will be making a loss if these food products expire. Wait a minute, Manager Su. We are unable to bring these goods with us as we are only driving a small jeep. You need to deliver these goods to the airport warehouse for us. Feng Yu said. Manager Su is feeling troubled. Why is this kid so troublesome? I have already given him so much free gifts, and yet he wants me to deliver these goods to the airport? The airport is quite a distance from Bing City. While Feng Yu is negotiating with the manager in the office, Li Shiqiang is persuading Kirilenko to taste their local liquor. Of course, Li Shiqiang himself is not drinking as he still needs to drive. Baijiu. So, Kirilenko finished a bottle of Baijiu, Chinese spirits, alone and got a bit tipsy. Feng Yu appeared in front of Kirilenko and asked him in Russian, Mr. Kirilenko, I have tallied all the goods. Do you want to check yourself? Kirilenko waved his hand. He is seeing double now. How can he check? Feng Yu then asked, Mr. Kirilenko, how are you going to send all these goods to the airport? I can help you get a truck to transport these goods to the airport cheaply. Kirilenko nodded, thinking to himself, this young man is very considerate and takes notes of such minor details. As someone for the Soviet Union, I must not take advantage of such nice person. In addition to the transportation cost, I will also give him a generous tip. Manager Su took down Kirilenko's passport details and start loading the goods onto a truck to be sent to the airport's warehouse. Because Kirilenko is a foreigner, he can easily retrieve these goods and ship back to Russia. Feng Yu instructed Manager Su to just leave the amount blank and only write the type and quantity of goods on the receipt. He explained that this is because this Russian will be claiming this amount as reimbursement from others back in Russia. Manager Su smiled knowingly. After making payments, Feng Yu specially mentioned to Manager Su that it was Li Shiqiang's former comrade asked them to come here. It is up to Manager Su whether to reward him. After passing the receipt to Kirilenko, Li Shiqiang sends Kirilenko back to International Hotel. Kirilenko wanted Feng Yu's contact details, and Li Shiqiang left him a telegram address. If this Russian comes back again, then they are able to make some money. On his way back to his room, Kirilenko stuffed his remaining rubles to Feng Yu, thanking him for his help. Feng Yu accepted it happily. If he had not helped Kirilenko might be spending 80,000 renminbi and getting only 40,000 renminbi worth of goods. With Feng Yu's help, at least helped Kirilenko got 60,000 renminbi worth of goods and even helped him with the transportation. Xiaoyu, you really earned a lot on this trip. Li Shiqiang said after Kirilenko entered his hotel room. It's not me, it's us. We earned a total of 30,000 renminbi. Each person 15,000 renminbi. Feng Yu replied. No. All I did was to drive back and forth, and it was you who thought of this idea. I cannot take money. Li Shiqiang hurriedly waved his hand. Feng Yu smiled. Brotherly. You will be my brother-in-law in 2 years' time. Don't be so calculative. Also, you are the one who told me that the supply and marketing cooperative have leftover goods. Furthermore, you need a sum of money to buy a house when you marry my elder sister. Yes, I want to buy a big house. Li Shiqiang thought and said to Feng Yu. Then I will only take 5,000 renminbi. Whatever. Wait here. I need to continue looking foreigners who wanted to exchange currencies. Feng Yu said. Originally, they had less than 10,000 renminbi left. But because of Kirilenko, they earned another 20,000 renminbi. 1 hour later, the two men drove away. All their RMB had been replaced with rubles and USD. In a few days' time, after all these currencies are exchanged, they will be looking at more than 10,000 renminbi profit. Li Shiqiang is smiling nonstop on the way home. Feng Yu is also very excited. The amount of money in his hands will soon exceed more than 13,000 renminbi. In 1 year's time, he will turn this 13,000 renminbi into 1.3 million. It's only 4 o'clock in the afternoon, but it's getting dark. Fortunately, they are driving and Feng Yu is able to reach Teacher Sun's house before dinner time. Teacher Sun is very happy that Feng Yu could come and visit him. To Teacher Sun, Feng Yu is usually a little quiet, but he studied very hard. Only his grades for Russian and math are poor, and most likely will not be admitted into high schools in the city. But he should still be able to enter other high schools in the district. After politely declining Teacher Sun's dinner offer, Feng Yu returned to Li Shiqiang's house. After dinner, Li Shiqiang went out to look for those people who wanted foreign currencies. Feng Yu will only return to the farm in the afternoon. Who knows, they might be able to get more RMB to exchange for foreign currencies at International Hotel tomorrow morning. It was about 10 o'clock at night when Li Shiqiang came back. He had brought out some foreign currencies and returned with more than 50,000 renminbi. Brotherly, do you think it is easy to make money? Feng Yu asked. Li Shiqiang nodded. You are smart, unlike me. I did not study much and is not highly educated. If we continue doing this for a month, the amount we earn in a month will be more than my annual salary. There is a more profitable business. You interested? Feng Yu asked. More profitable? Li Shiqiang's breathing becomes more rapid. Treasury bonds. Xiaoyu, you kept telling me about treasury bonds. But I understand more about treasury bonds than you. You can't make money out of treasury bonds, and these bills cannot be used as cash. You also have to wait till the maturity to get back your money. Li Shiqiang replied disappointingly. Everyone working for the government was forced to buy treasury bonds. They were promised that there will be interest for these bills in the future. But who knows what will happen in the future? Brotherly, don't you read the newspaper? Treasury bonds will be tradable soon, and it will be like commodities. $10 worth of treasury bonds could turn into $11. Li Shiqiang shook his head. I still think changing foreign currency is more profitable. Feng Yu said angrily. You really think that it is so easy to earn from trading foreign currencies? This is illegal. Although there is no one catching us now, how long more can we earn doing this? Also, you don't know any foreign language. What are you going to do when I go back to the farm? Besides, the employees at the International Hotel have noticed us. They will be chasing us away tomorrow if we are there again. Li Shiqiang froze. This is so profitable, and we can't do it anymore? Seeing Li Shiqiang stop talking, Feng Yu continued. Is the treasury bill interest rates higher than the bank? Yes, it's higher than fixed deposits, but you can't withdraw it. Li Shiqiang replied. I told you that it will be tradable soon. Think about this. If I offer you 9 renminbi for your 10 renminbi treasury bonds now, will you sell it? Feng Yu asked. Of course, I will sell the treasury bill. I don't want to wait so long. Li Shiqiang replied. That's right. There are a lot of people that think the same way like you. That is when the price of the treasury bill drops and $10 will turn into $9. But there will be people who have spare cash and wants to own treasure bills, but are no treasure bills in the market. So, they will offer a higher price for it, and the price of a 10 renminbi treasury bill will become 11 renminbi. Feng Yu explained. Impossible. Who will be so stupid to spend 11 renminbi for 10 renminbi? The treasury bill interest rates might not be so high. Li Shiqiang can never believe that anyone will offer such high prices for treasury bonds. That was just an example. But if it is 10 renminbi and 10 cents, do you think there will be people buying it? Feng Yu asked. That's more like it. But there will really be people who want to buy it? And the government really will allow the trading of treasury bonds? Li Shiqiang asked. Teacher Sun told me. His student from Capital gave him this internal information. When that happens, we will earn from the price difference. 10 renminbi will become 11 renminbi, and 100,000 renminbi will turn into 110,000. His teacher once again is used as a shield by Feng Yu. Li Shiqiang's eyes shine. 100,000 renminbi become 110,000 renminbi. This is really profitable. His salary is less than 100 renminbi a month. Xiaoyu, then what am I supposed to do? Li Shiqiang asked excitedly. Buy treasury bonds. Buy from coworkers and friends. Offer them 9 renminbi and 50 cents for 10 renminbi treasury bonds. Most of them are forced to buy these bills, and they will be willing to exchange these bills for cash. Remember, treasury bonds will be tradable in 2 months' time. In the meantime, buy as many treasury bonds as you can. No one will be willing to sell these bills 2 months later. Feng Yu said, "You mean we are using all our money to buy treasury bonds? We have over 100,000 renminbi on hand now. What if the news is fake? Why not we just use 10,000 renminbi first?" Li Shiqiang asked. He dares not take the risk. If the news is fake, all their money will be held in these bills and unable to liquidate till several years later. Even you don't believe me, you should trust my teacher. What he said is definitely true. This foreign currency exchange method of making money is taught by him, so just tell me, how much money did we make? If you are able to borrow money, you should borrow to buy more treasury bonds. Feng Yu again teacher's son's name to convince Li Shiqiang. Early the next morning, Li Shiqiang dropped Feng Yu at the International Hotel and left. He wants to exchange these foreign currencies as soon as possible. Through word of mouth, many people now know that Li Shiqiang have the ability to get foreign currencies, and they even take the initiative to find him. Feng Yu continued to exchange foreign currency in front of International Hotel. With his persuasive skills, he exchanged more than 40,000 renminbi for rubles and USD. Feng Yu is afraid that something bad might happen to him as he was alone and carrying so much cash. He stayed in front of International Hotel's main entrance. The doorman noticed him and reported him to the manager, Yu Chunyuan. Just when Yu Chunyuan came out, he saw Feng Yu exchanging foreign currency for some foreign guests. He is very angry. The guests at International Hotel often approach him to exchange foreign currencies for RMB, and then he will change these currencies with some government officials privately. Yu Chunyuan grabbed Feng Yu's sleeve. "Who allowed you to exchange foreign currency with foreign guests here? I am going to get you arrested." Feng Yu smiled awkwardly. "Manager Yu, I am helping cousin change. His leader will be going aboard next month and wanted to get some foreign currency to buy some souvenirs back. I got enough and will leave now. I promise you I will not be back." Yu Chunyuan looked at Feng Yu's bag. It seems full of cash. But Yu Chunyuan can only warn Feng Yu as he did not want to have a bad reputation for bullying children. Yu Chunyuan warned Feng Yu, "I will let you off this time. If I ever see you harassing my guests again, I will call the police. You should go to the bank and make an application to exchange currency." Feng Yu nodded and left. 1 hour later, Li Shiqiang came and picked him up. Knowing that they are not allowed to harass the foreign guests at the International Hotel, he felt very disappointed. This is an easy and fast way to make money. "Brotherly, don't be demoralized. We can trade treasury bonds for a year or two. After you have changed these foreign currencies to RMB, you can start to buy treasury bonds. Once it is officially legalized to trade treasury bonds, we will be rich. You won't disappoint my sister and my dad, are you?" Li Shiqiang replied firmly, "I will not let them down. Starting tomorrow, I will start to collect treasury bonds." Feng Xingtai eagerly looks at Feng Yu when came back and asked him when can he collect back all the money and how much did they make this time. Feng Yu said, "Dad, all the money is used to buying treasury bonds." "What did you say? You use more than 100,000 renminbi to buy treasury bill? You this good-for-nothing son. Is Li Shiqiang the one who coaxed you into buying treasury bonds?" Feng Xingtai asked angrily. Feng Xingtai's blood rushed to his brain. What is he going to grow on the farm now? He raised his hand to slap Feng Yu, but stopped. There is no beating this time. Dad, this is all my idea and got nothing to do with Li Shiqiang. I heard from teacher's son that treasury bonds will be allowed to trade on the open market soon. Imagine this. Brotherly uses 9 renminbi and 50 cents to buy a 10 renminbi treasury bill, and a 100 renminbi treasury bill can be brought to 95 renminbi now. Once the treasury bonds are allowed to trade openly, we can make tens of thousands of profit, Feng Yu explained. Feng Xingtai sighed. Son, Dad had neglected you. I didn't even know that you are so good with Russian and can even converse with Russians fluently. You and Li Shiqiang really did make money by trading foreign currencies. Now you are saying to buy treasury bonds. Dad doesn't understand about all these, but I will trust you. Dad, do you really believe me? Feng Yu asked. Feng Xingtai replied. What else can I do? Even if I beat you up, can you get the money back? Shaoli is a good man with a good family. Your elder sister also likes him a lot. If I were to go and get the money back from them, how would Shaoli's family look at us? What is done, is done. We also survived in the past, when we had no money. Dad, are we in need of money now? Feng Yu asked cautiously. Your sister will be going to the hospital for her internship soon. You are going to start school as well. Spring is here soon, and we need to prepare seeds, fertilizers, etc. Which of these don't need money? You this good for nothing. You will be the death of me. Feng Xingtai replied. Feng Xingtai is getting angrier as he speaks. Dad, there's enough time. Treasury bonds will be allowed to start trading in April. It will not delay our purchase of seeds and fertilizers. As for my school fees, accommodation fees, etc., we can owe the school for 2 months. Nothing will happen. Sister shouldn't have anything to worry. Brotherly will certainly put aside some money, and it should be enough for sister to last 2 months. Things better turn out this way. We will keep this from your mother. If she knows about this, she will beat you to death. I will think of a way to get some money for both your sister and your school fees. Feng Xingtai said. Old Feng, Xiaoyu, what are you two whispering about in the room? Dinner is ready. Feng's mother shouted. Okay, we are coming, Mom. Feng Yu shouted back. Dannying will be starting her internship in 2 days' time. Whether if she is able to get a job at the big hospital will depend on her performance. Old Feng, should we give Dannying get some money and let her buy some gifts for her superiors? Zhang Muhua said while eating. Mom, giving gifts to superiors is unethical. That hospital has a shortage of nurses. Definitely. I am able to work there after my internship. Dannying shouted. I agree. Mom, it's not necessary to give gifts. It will be better if the hospital does not employ sister. I will build a hospital and let sister run it. It is better than being a nurse. Feng Yu said while stuffing rice into his mouth. Zhang Muhua knocked Feng Yu's head with chopsticks. You are just like your father. Only know how to brag. Build a hospital? Just look at our village's clinic. Do you know how much it costs? Do you know how many years Aunt Zhao worked in the clinic before she gets the chance to run it? Feng Yu curled his lip. It's only a hospital. In 3 years' time, he will be able to build a big hospital and let his sister run it. Then he will poach some experienced doctors and nurses from other hospitals and make them work for sister. Old Feng, I'm talking to you. Zhang Muhua said. What? I also feel that there is no hurry. We can just send some gifts before her internship ends. Feng Xingtai said. He would also like to let her daughter send gifts, but he does not have the money to do so now. What do you know? She can be posted to some better departments if we give the gifts now. According to Zhaojia from the clinic, some nurses often need to work night shifts and in the emergency room, which can be very tiring. It's best to get posted to a less busy department like the dentistry. Zhang Muhua said. Feng Dannying also looked to her father. She did not want to work in the emergency room and do not want to work the night shifts. Feng Xingtai looks at Feng Yu. All the money is gone. Your mother will be taking out the passbook in a while, and this matter will be exposed. Cough, Mom. Sis, both of you don't have to worry. Brotherly told me that he has the connections at the hospital. Sister will be posted to the orthopedics, and her job only requires her to pass some splint, bandages, or something to the doctors. It is a very easy department, as there are even lesser people at the orthopedics compared to dentistry. Feng Yu lied. Sigh. One lie after another. This evening must remember to give Brotherly a phone call and let him focus the acquisition of treasury bonds at sister's internship hospital. Hopefully, this will let them know someone who is able to let sister go through back doors. Zhang Muhua said, Really? Can't tell this Xiao Li is so considerate. Feng Yu immediately said, Mom, sister have good taste in man, just like you. With one sentence, everyone in the family smiled. Old Feng, my eldest sister family wants to borrow some money from us to buy a 55 horsepower tractor. They will return us the money in fall after the harvest. Zhang Muhua suddenly said. Feng Xingtai asked, How much does she need? 5,000 renminbi. Zhang Muhua replied. Feng Xingtai has a big headache now. If he has the money in his hands now, even if eldest sister needs 10,000 renminbi, is not a problem. But now, his son and prospective son-in-law had invested all the money into treasury bonds. How is he going to answer to his wife? Feng Yu can tell his dad is about to sell him out. It will be better for Feng Yu to confess. If aunt needs to borrow money, let them wait 2 months then. Mom, I need to tell you something. Zhang Muhua looked at her husband and son. Earlier these two had been making eye contacts with each other. It is obvious that they are hiding something from her. What happened? Zhang Muhua asked. Can we let Big Aunt wait for 1 or 2 months? Anyway, even if they buy the tractor now, they can't use it now. Buying the tractor 2 months later will not delay the planting of farmland also. Feng Yu said. Bang. Zhang Muhua banged on the table. What are the both of you hiding? Earlier both of you stopped me from giving your sister some money to buy gifts. Now, you are trying to stop me from lending money to my eldest sister. Could it be? Zhang Muhua hurriedly puts down the chopsticks and ran to the room. After searching for a while, she discovered that the passbook is missing. There are more than 20,000 renminbi in it. Where's the money? Where did you two hide the passbook? Zhang Muhua asked angrily. This father and son had spent their entire savings of 20,000 renminbi. Feng Yu tried to calm his mother down. Mom, don't worry. The money is not missing. I just used it. The Zhang Muhua froze for a moment, then jumps up and picked up the feather duster hanging from the wall. You this good-for-nothing son. How dare you steal money from home? I will beat you to death. After a while, the Feng family sits down amicably again. Of course, this is at expense of Feng Yu's suffering. His body is covered with red bruises from the feather duster. I thought Shaoli is not bad, but it seems that I am wrong. He is a grown-up, and yet he followed along with Xiao Yu's idea. What does Xiao Yu know about treasury bonds? Making money from treasury bonds? Tell me who else has ever made money with treasury bonds? Even if one can make money from these bonds, it is also speculation. Zhang Muhua scolded. She still did not get over it, and continued to scold her son and Li Shiqiang. Mom, Shiqiang is also influenced by Xiao Yu, and Xiao Yu also told him that this was Dad's idea. Shiqiang also had no choice but to go along with this. Feng Danying tried to explain. Go and call them now and get the money back. Zhang Muhua said. Mom, just trust me. We can really make a huge profit out of this. Even teacher sons said so. Besides, this is not speculation. According to the newspaper, we have to develop a planned commodity economy, and this is commodity economy. Feng Yu said. Feng Yu said some investment jargons which his mother could not understand. His mother's anger died down after Feng Yu promised to call Li Shiqiang to keep at least 10,000 renminbi immediately. On the way to the village office phone, Feng Danying is still scolding Feng Yu. How can you push everything to Shiqiang? You are my sister, and you are not even his wife yet. Why are you helping outsiders? As you can see, Mom and Dad didn't get too angry because Brother Li is involved in this. Also, we can absolutely make money from this. Dad also needs a sum of money to buy you a house in Bing City. Feng Yu retorted. To sum it up, you are the scheming one and Shiqiang is an honest person who was conned by you. Fine, fine. I am the worst. Don't forget it was because of me. You and Brother Li are able to meet the parents. Feng Yu muttered. At village office, before the two pick up the phone rang. Just happenly Shiqiang called up. Hello, Brother Li? You had just met my sister a few days ago, and now you are missing her. Feng Yu joked. Xiao Yu, actually I'm looking for you. I had just found out that the treasury bond is more profitable than we expected. Li Shiqiang said excitedly. What does he mean? We can make money from treasury bonds now. Feng Yu had only considered the issue of trading treasury bonds and forgot about the maturity value. There are many people holding on to 5 renminbi and 10 renminbi bonds. Some had already matured. Most of the bonds at that time are 5 years maturity bonds, and there is a 4% annual interest. This means that when a 10 renminbi treasury bond matures, they would have 12 renminbi. Just like Li Shiqiang said before, when the treasury bonds were issued, they met with a lot of resistance. The government then forced the workers in government agencies and businesses to buy these bonds. Many people had even forgotten that they owned treasury bonds. When they heard that Li Shiqiang is acquiring treasury bonds, they went back and looked for their bonds. It is only then some of them realized that their treasury bonds had matured. For these people, going to the bank for a 2 renminbi return is troublesome. Over the years, wages had been raising. 2 renminbi is not worth the trip to the bank. Li Shiqiang was not very successful when he went door to door to buy treasury bonds. He offered 9 renminbi and 50 cents for 10 renminbi treasury bonds, and most people refused to sell their bonds to Li Shiqiang. Occasionally, Li Shiqiang will meet someone whose bonds had matured and can be redeemed for cash at the bank. Li Shiqiang would offer the original value for these bonds. He would offer 10 renminbi for a 10 renminbi treasury bond. He is able to make a 2 renminbi when he redeems at the bank. But this way, these people can feel the pinch even more. The offer for a 10 renminbi bond should at least be 11 renminbi. Li Shiqiang thinks to himself, even if I use 11 renminbi to buy a 10 renminbi bond, I can still redeem it for 12 renminbi when I go to the bank. If I use 110,000 renminbi to acquire these bonds and bring it to the bank, I can get 120,000 renminbi back. As such, he called Feng Yu to ask if it was fine this way. He feels that they don't need to wait for the treasury bonds to be traded publicly. Feng Yu is shocked. He did not expect Li Shiqiang to be so smart and flexible. Of course, they can do this business. In his past life, he had also heard that some people also do this. They went door to door to buy maturing treasury bonds. For 10 renminbi bonds, they would offer 11 renminbi. They would just profit from extra interest. But this requires a lot of costs. Feng Yu had not expected that there are people who did not go to the bank to redeem the matured treasury bonds. Was due, and no one knew to change it. There are some who knew that their bonds had matured but can't be bothered to go queue up at the bank. Their time is worth more than the measly 2 renminbi returns. Brotherly, you are a genius. We can offer a higher price for those bonds that are maturing in 3 months, but not for those that mature more than 3 months. We will wait for the treasury bonds to be traded openly, and I guarantee that we can make thousands of dollars every day. What? Make thousands every day? Isn't that at least 30,000 renminbi a month and more than 300,000 renminbi a year? Li Shiqiang's hands began to tremble. To have 300,000 RM, he would have to save all his salary and not spend a single cent for the rest of his life. In fact, 300,000 renminbi is just Li Shiqiang's share. Feng Yu can earn at least a few million, but he will have to wait for cities to open up the trading of bonds. If it is only one city, there will not be a difference in the price of the market. Brotherly, how much bonds have you acquired today? Feng Yu asked. Only around 1,000 renminbi. Feng Yu is speechless. One day can only acquire around 1,000 renminbi treasury bonds? How long will it take to acquire 100,000? How come it is so little? Feng Yu asked. No choice. It is all 50 renminbi bonds. There are very few big denomination bonds. The weather is cold and I, alone, have only a bicycle for transportation. Li Shiqiang replied. Li Shiqiang had returned the jeep and had been running around by bicycle. Brotherly, this is not like exchanging foreign currencies. You cannot do it alone. How much can you acquire if you are doing it alone? Do you have any trustworthy friends who have time and energy? Ask them to help you acquire treasury bonds. We pay them 100 renminbi a month. Feng Yu said. Li Shiqiang felt the salary was too high. 100 renminbi? I am only earning slightly more than 80 renminbi a month. Brotherly, you also mentioned that you still have to work. Where can you find time to do this? You can't be skipping work every day. Hire them to help you go door to door to acquire treasury bonds. The rules are what we had discussed earlier. Higher price for those bonds that are maturing in 3 months' time. Same price for those bonds that are maturing in less than a year, and for bonds that are maturing more than a year later, we offer 95% of the bond value. Feng Yu said. Okay, there is a motor factory dormitory behind my house. There are many 17 to 18 years old teenagers there. These kids are jobless, and all they did was to loiter around. I will let them collect these bonds. If the salary is 100 renminbi, they will certainly take up the job. Li Shiqiang replied excitedly. Li Shiqiang had started working for less than a year, and his position is right at the bottom. He didn't expect that he can lead a team of people just by doing some small business. Okay, brotherly. Sister, don't snatch the phone. I have not finished. During that era, not many households have telephones. Most villages will have only one phone in the village office. If someone calls up, the office will announce using the village's P.A system. Feng Danying and Li Shiqiang whispered sweet nothings for 5 minutes, and then Feng Danying passed the phone to Feng Yu, telling Feng Yu to get 10,000 renminbi back. Both of them had chatted for so long, but didn't mention the 10,000 renminbi. Feng Yu then asked Li Shiqiang to remit 10,000 renminbi back. Although without this 10,000 renminbi will let them earn lesser, but the impact is not big. Hearing this, Li Shiqiang thought that there are risks. So, he also withdrew 5,000 renminbi. In case something unexpected happens, he will not lose all his money. Back home, Feng Yu told his parents that their savings had increased by a few thousand, and Li Shiqiang will remit 10,000 renminbi back. They are able to receive the money within 3 days, and there should not be any delays for Big Ant to buy a tractor. What about the rest of the money? The rest of the money, of course, is still with Li Shiqiang. This business makes more money than farming. Feng Yu even tried to persuade his parents to stop farming. Just by trading treasury bonds, they can make at least a few 100,000 a year. Farming is too tiring and doesn't earn much. But his parents refused. Firstly, Feng Yu is still attending the school in the village. Secondly, if this business fails, at least they still have land and the family will not go into poverty. Thirdly, they are used to the life here and does not want to move. The beautiful picture painted by Feng Yu had slightly moved his parents. He told them that they are able to afford to a few houses at any location in Bing City, own a brand new car soon. Even if this business fails, they will still own those treasury bonds which will mature in few years' time. Luckily, Feng Yu had been persuading clients to invest in his past life. Many people, especially farmers with little education, are willing to invest more if they believe that they are able to make a large sum of money. Feng Yu also saw his colleagues con some retirees to invest in highly risky investments. When these retirees lost money, his colleagues would just push the responsibility to these retirees. Feng Yu really despised such people. Once they received the 10,000 renminbi, his mother immediately remit 5,000 renminbi to Big Ant and save the rest. 1 week later, Feng Danying returns to Bing City. Li Shiqiang had already contacted her internship hospital. Deputy dean of the hospital is his father's old comrade in arms and promised his father that his future daughter-in-law will definitely able to carry on working at the hospital after the internship. Feng Danying had only brought 30 renminbi with her to Bing City. If she needs money, she can just get from Li Shiqiang. Anyway, Li Shiqiang is holding on to almost all of Feng's family savings. During this time, Feng Yu is grounded at home to study. Feng Xingtai had threatened Feng Yu that if he is unable to enter a high school in Bing City, he will break his legs. As such, Feng Yu stayed at home and did revision obediently. He had almost forgotten his physics, chemistry, and biology. Luckily for him, he is able to learn faster than a normal student. When Dongjun had only come to look for him twice. This is because each time he visits, Feng Yu will start pestering him with physics questions. Feng Yu's parents are very pleased with Feng Yu's attitude. This child is working hard and his foreign language is also very good. He can definitely get a place in Bing City High School and University in the future. After the Lunar New Year holidays, school begins. Feng Yu lives on the farm. Although it is not too far from the town, it still takes him more than half an hour to reach on a bicycle. As his family is able to afford, he chose to live on campus. On the first day of school, Feng Xingtai fire up his tractor. Today, 19 students from the village will go to school in town, and they will be riding his tractor. Everyone is carrying their beddings and sacks, and each of them has a wooden luggage containing their clothes. The schools, like government organizations, have a rest day once per week. The students can choose to stay in school or go home. The tractor cart is full of people. There are many others who are going to town to run errands. Every year, the villagers take turns to send people to and fro the town. This year is Feng Xingtai's turn. Feng Yu is very happy because he can sit in the driving area and not suffer in the cold like everyone else. Of course, when Dongjun, as the leader's son and Feng Yu's good friend, also gets to sit in the driving compartment. It is more than -10 degrees Celsius now. Less than 20 minutes, they reached and some passengers alighted. Feng Xingtai then goes to the primary school first. Feng Yu and the rest of junior high school students help those students whose parents did not come carry their luggage to the dormitory. Seeing his son so eager to help a small boy carry his luggage and spread the beddings, Feng Xingtai feels satisfied. See, my son is helpful and fast, just like me. He thought to himself, but in reality, he does not do any housework at home. Everything is done by his wife. Half an hour later, Feng Xingtai brought the junior high school students to their school. These junior high school parents did not accompany them. They are old enough to take care of themselves. They help each other unload their luggage and carry to the dormitory. The dormitory is a 3-story building. The 3rd floor is reserved for females, and the males stayed on the 2nd floor. The teacher's dormitory is on the 1st floor. Feng Xingtai carried the sacks of beddings, and Feng Yu and Wen Dongjun only carry their own wooden luggage. Looking at the other students struggling to move their luggage, Feng Yu felt relieved. Fortunately, this time it is his father's turn to send these students. His father is a great help. There are 8 students in a dormitory room. The students are separated according to their grade and class. So Feng Yu is assigned to the same dormitory with Wen Dongjun, and Wen Dongjun sleeps on the lower bunk under Feng Yu. Everyone in this dormitory is from the same class, but are from 3 different villages. Their village is the first to arrive, but these 2 did not unpack their luggage. Once everyone arrives, they will have to clean up the dormitory. After locking up the dormitory, They went to other dormitories to find other children. There is nothing delicious at the school canteen. Feng Xingtai brought all the junior high school students from the same village out for lunch. Anyway, there are only 7 of them. They drove to a small restaurant and ordered a table full of dishes. The lunch cost less than 20 renminbi. Feng Xingtai left after paying the bill. When Dongjun, the little leader, wiped his mouth and said, "Let's go to the video lounge later in the afternoon." Who is going? During this era, it is very boring at the dormitory. There were no mobile suits, internet cafes, and even television. Other than going to classes, the students will be hiding in their dorms playing poker. Ever since a classmate told them that there is a video lounge near the school, watching videos at the video lounge became their favorite pastime. Old Chinese theater. In Fengyu's village, there is a movie theater. But it opens only on special festive holidays, and the films there were shown are all domestic films which are not popular. Instead, the theater is used for events like town hall meetings and other functions. Fengyu had also gone to the theater to watch several films before, but it was organized by the school. He clearly remembers a classic line from one of the films: "Learn science, and you can travel around the world without fear." If one really wants to watch a real movie, the video lounge is the place to go. There are a 17-inch color TV and 3 to 4 rows of seats. The tickets cost around 10 cents RMB for 3 hours, which is almost about 2 movies. Feng Yu and his classmates had been to the video lounge several times before. It was during the weekends when the farms were busy with harvesting and they did not go home. Everyone supported Wen Dongjuan's suggestion as they have just started school and everyone still have their pocket money. Seeing the enthusiastic look on everyone's face, Feng Yu also decided to go along. This is the era of Hong Kong martial arts and crime films. Of course, the God of Gamblers series had also just began to become popular. Many of the Hong Kong's classic old films are hard to find on the internet now. But in this era, you can find almost any title at the video lounge. At the video lounge, almost 80% or more are Hong Kong films. The remaining are European and American, Southeast Asia, and other regions' films. There are also domestic films which no one watches. The video lounge plays 3 movies during the day and 2 at night. Those movies shown at night are not suitable for children. This is not the most profitable source of revenue for the video lounge. The most profitable is the rental of videotapes. With the improving living conditions, some households own video cassette player. Very few people choose to buy videotapes. After watching the videotape once, the videotape is basically useless. As such, people choose to rent it. When Feng Yu and his friends entered the video lounge, the 3rd movie is just beginning. It is a classic Hong Kong film, A Better Tomorrow. Everyone rushes to the front row after paying for the ticket. It is closer to the TV and they are able to see more clearly. The lounge owner sat at the door, reading a Dragon Tiger Gate comic. The owner had watched these movies at least dozens of times, and he has absolutely no interest at all. Feng Yu bought 5 cents worth of melon seeds and share with everyone else. Although he had watched this film several times, he is still enjoying it. The door opened, and a gust of cold wind entered the room. Feng Yu glanced over, and 317 to 18 teenagers entered. FCK, the first day of school, and we are made to do cleanings. I am not doing it. Let the others go and do the cleaning. Ha ha ha. Let's get 2 bottles of wine to drink at night. Night? We will go out in a while to grab a bite. We can continue to watch the movies at night. Those movies screened at night are more interesting than this. Those 3 chatted while paying. The video lounge owner tore a 1-cent sized homemade ticket with timings from a clip and let them in. You guys go to the back row. One of the 3 teenagers shouted. When Dongjun raised his head, look at them and ignore them. They had come first, why should they go to the back row? FCK, I am talking to you little bastards. Are you all deaf? When Dongjun stood up, we came first. Why should we give up our seats? You all can choose to go sit at the back or go somewhere else. How dare you talk to me like that? You are itching for a beating, right? The video lounge boss looked up. Don't make a fuss here. Keep quiet and watch the video, or you'll be kicked out. Those who opened up video lounge in this era are mostly gangsters. Otherwise, if some troublemaker came, they are not able to chase them away. Brother Wong, don't stop me. I will teach this little bastard a lesson. If you all want to fight, go outside. You all can't afford to pay if you damage the things in my shop. The video hall boss, Brother Wong, obviously knew these 3 boys and can't be bothered with them. Feng Yu looked over. SHD. If a fight is to break out, they will be at a disadvantage. Even if there are 7 of them, these 3 teenagers are older, bigger, and fitter than them. It will not end well. But if they bow their head to these 3 boys, who knows how are these teenagers going to bully them? Feng Yu looked at the age of these 3 boys and thought of what they said just now. He can confirm that these 3 teenagers are not working and most likely are from the farm vocational school. Feng Yu thought of a way to deal with these 3. My uncle is Director Su of the vocational school academic office. The 3 of you are from the vocational school. Feng Yu stands up and said with an attitude similar to the guy in the My Father is Li Gang saga back in his previous life. Director Su? Which Director Su? One teenager asked. He is apparently a bit frightened, but he is not sure if this boy is scaring him. Su Lianflu, Director Su. How many Director Su do you have at vocational school? Feng Yu asked. Sorry, we do not know that you are Director Su's nephew. These are all your classmates. It was a misunderstanding. We are just joking. Brother Wong, give us 10 bottles of soda. The soda came and the 3 teenagers gave Feng Yu and his classmates a bottle each. The 3 teenagers then sit at the back quietly. This Director Su will be transferred to the farm's high school as the headmaster 2 years later, so Feng Yu knew him. In this era, the tuition fee for vocational school is not cheap, and directors of the academic office have the power to expel the students. If the 3 of them had fought with the nephew of a director of the academic office, even if they are not expelled, they would be given demerit points. They would lose the chance to work on any farms after graduation if they have any demerit points. Feng Yu's other friends do not know Feng Yu so well, but when Dongjun knew. Absolutely bullshit. But it was nice to scare these teenagers, and they even treated them to a bottle of soda each. After watching 2 films, Feng Yu they all stood up and prepared to go back to school. Everyone should have arrived at the dormitory. They can go back to the dormitory and play poker or chat about the interesting things that happened during the winter vacation. Brother, you are leaving? Let's go for a drink at the bar at night, and we can return here to watch videos. My treat. The videos shown at night are more interesting. One of the teenagers said. No, we have to go back to school. There will be teachers checking the dormitory in the evenings. Feng Yu replied. Although Feng Yu is interested to watch the videos shown at night, he will not watch at his current age. Moreover, watching with these teenagers. But when Dongjun is enticed by the offer, boys at their age are interested in these videos, but they don't have the opportunity to watch. Xiaoyu, let's stay and watch, when Dongjun pleaded. Feng Yu hurriedly shook his head and whispered, let's go now. There will be many students from vocational school at night, and it will be easy for them to find out we are lying. They will surely kill us. When Dongjun left reluctantly with Feng Yu. But on the way back to school, when Dongjun kept pleading with Feng Yu, they can go to other video lounge, and they won't meet those teenagers again. Feng Yu sighed. This impulsive youth. You guys, stop right there. Feng Yu turned back. It was those teenagers from the video lounge. FCK? They saw through my lies. Run! Feng Yu shouted. All 7 of them ran towards the school. Those 3 teenagers would not dare to touch them once they enter the school. FCK, catch them. They deceived us. The 3 vocational school teenagers are chasing Feng Yu as they run desperately in front. After Feng Yu left the video lounge, the 3 teenagers met with a few schoolmates, and among them, there is really a relative of Director Su. The 3 teenagers found out from this schoolmate that Director Su only have 2 other brothers and do not have any sisters. If he has no sisters, how can he have a nephew? Feng Yu and Wen Dongjun are able to run fast enough to escape, but the other 5 are not as fast. They were caught after running for about 100 meters. This trouble is started by Wen Dongjun, and Feng Yu is the one who had tricked them. If the both of them escape by themselves, they won't be able to return to the farm and face their fellow villagers. Let go of them. I am the one you are looking for, Wen Dongjun said. He is a quite loyal friend. Okay. I had not wanted to do anything to them, but they had drunk my sodas. I will pay for those sodas. Feng Yu said. Okay, fine. But we can still afford to pay for those sodas. Since you are willing to compensate us, then give us 1 renminbi for 1 bottle of soda. A total of 10 renminbi. If not, don't blame us for letting our fist do the talking. One of the teenagers said. SHD. A big bottle of soda only cost 5 cents. They want 1 renminbi for it. This is clearly extortion. The other children certainly can't afford to give them 10 renminbi, but Feng Yu and Wen Dongjun have the money in their pockets. Let them go first. I will give you the money. said Feng Yu, biting his teeth. Yo, you are really rich. Okay, they can go now. But we still want to go drinking later, and we do not have enough money, the teenager said. From one look, these three teenagers knew that these two kids are from rich families. So, why not get more money from them since they are able to cough up 10 renminbi without blinking? You're robbing us. You can go to jail for robbing. When Dongjun shouted, robbery, who saw that? Do you have proof? You all volunteered to compensate us. The teenager replied, ha ha ha, I say they owe us this money. It is perfectly natural to pay their debts. You guys, empty your pockets now. Another teenager laughed. These three teenagers intend to take every single cent from them. Not far from them, a few junior high school students walked towards Feng Yu's direction. But once they saw Feng Yu and his friends were stopped by these vocational school teenagers, those students turned and ran away. These vocational school students are always smoking, drinking, and fighting. If they get too close to them, they might get involved and get beaten. When Feng Yu wanted to refuse, the three teenagers out folding knives from their pockets and waved them in front of his face. Hurry up, we still need to go for a drink. Do you want to bleed instead? The teenagers asked. Other than Feng Yu and Wen Dongjun, the other students took out their money from their pockets and passed it over. Some had handed over 1 renminbi and some a few cents. The teenagers waved their hands. The 5 of them hesitated for a while and ran off as fast as they can. Feng Yu also can't blame them. It is normal for children to be timid. Feng Yu is thinking of how to keep his money and get away from these teenagers. Feng Yu is not sure if those 5 friends are going to ask for help from their teachers. The school is only a few hundred meters away. The teachers might still be able to save them if they rush over on a bicycle. You too, what are you waiting for? You want me to help you? One teenager said. I am not giving you. Wen Dongjun said. Slap. Before Wen Dongjun can finish his sentence, he received a slap on his face. Feng Yu's eye twitched. The feeling of resentment grew deeper in his heart. Now, Feng Yu does not want to escape, but instead, he is thinking of ways to teach these teenagers a lesson. You dare to hit me? My father is the leader of the 6th State Farm. Slap. When Dongjun received another slap on his face. Are you lying to me? Leader? Why don't you say your father is the officer? You two little brats, still trying to trick us? Gongzi, Dazhuang, check their pockets. The teenager shouted. Feng Yu looked apologetically at Wen Dongjun. He forgot that in this era, a village leader is not a low position and have some authority. If Wen Dongjun had mentioned his father in the video lounge, they might have gotten away. But instead, Feng Yu lied to them and was exposed. Now, these teenagers do not believe Wen Dongjun. Stop. I will take out my money myself. Feng Yu suddenly changed his attitude and started panically digging his pockets. As a result, he dropped all his money on the floor. A total of 17 to 18 renminbi. You should have done so earlier. What about you? Hurry up. One teenager said and turned to Wen Dongjun. Wen Dongjun looked at them with anger and took out his money unwillingly. Feng Yu looked at Wen Dongjun and thought to himself, this expression is fantastic. Feng Yu suddenly sat on the ground and held on to one of the teenagers' leg after the teenagers picked up the money. Feng Yu then started crying loudly. How can vocational school students bully us? How many times do I have to be robbed by you? What are you talking about? Taking money from you is giving you face. Let go of me, the teenager said while trying to get Feng Yu off his leg. Feng Yu used the teenager's leg movements and roll around on the ground, looking very pathetic. Giving them face by taking their money? Who taught you this? A voice boomed from the back of the teenagers. FCK? Who are you to meddle? Su. Director Su. One teenager shouted. The 3 teenagers were dumbfounded. When did Director Su appear? How come they did not notice him? At this moment, they saw Feng Yu's eyes shining brightly. Feng Yu is still rolling about on the ground, crying loudly. But there was not a single tear. Son of H. This boy tricked us again. No wonder he had no hesitation when he took out his money. Also, the things he said is directed to Director Su. SHD. Now we have been caught red-handed. Must find a way to bluff our way through. The teenagers thought. Are you 3 from the motorcar class? How many times have you all been doing this? Don't try to run. Director Su asked. The teenagers gave up thinking of escaping. They have been identified and there is no way they can escape. If they anger Director Su furthermore, they might be expelled and then will be killed when they return home. It's the first time. Really, this is the first time. The teenagers said. Nonsense. This is the 5th time I have been robbed. You can ask him how many times have he been robbed. Feng Yu shouted. When Dongjun also understands the current situation. Now they have a backer. He pointed to his face and said, "See, they beat us so badly. Last year, they robbed me 6 times. This year, school just started and they are here to look for me again. Even I gave them my money, they still beat us." Director Su looked at Feng Yu and when Dongjun pathetic look with twitching eyes. He must really discipline these vocational school students and make sure they will not do it again. Come over here. I am Su Lianglu, Director Su of the Academic Affairs Office. Don't be afraid and tell me everything. I will help you punish them. 1 hour later, Feng Yu and Wen Dongjun left the vocational school's office with tens of RMB. This is also because of Feng Yu's magnanimous attitude. He is willing to forego some of the money they robbed from him. Otherwise, according to the amount Feng Yu and Wen Dongjun said, they would be carrying at least 100 RMB more each. Haha. Xiaoyu, you are so smart. How did you know that person is Director Su? You have met him before. I've seen him before from a distance. Consider those 3 teenagers unlucky. Director Su will be giving them demerit points, and they have to reflect and apologize in front of the whole school. Next time, these teenagers will be running from us when they see us. Yes, if they dare to bully us again, I will go to Director Su, and they will certainly be expelled. Although they have demerit points, they still have the opportunity to enter the army. If they were expelled, they will have to spend their whole life farming. Those few slaps I return them are really enjoyable. My hand now still hurt. When Dongjun said excitedly, Feng Yu insisted that they had been robbed. It was only after Director Su pleaded for those teenagers and agreed to Feng Yu's conditions, Feng Yu changed his statement. Feng Yu's condition is to return the beating they received to the teenagers. Feng Yu mercilessly gave them 3 kicks, and when Dongjun slapped them till their face turned red, they happily returned back to their school and returned the money back to other 5 students. Feng Yu and Wen Dongjun only explained that Director Su just happened to pass by and help them. At the dormitory, they played poker till lights out and carry on chatting about the interesting things that happened over the New Year holidays. Before falling asleep, Feng Yu wonders if his brother-in-law's business is going smoothly. They will have to wait for 1 more month before they can reap the profits. Early next morning, Feng Yu was waked up by Wen Dongjun. They have to go to the school canteen for breakfast. If they are late, there won't be any breakfast left for them. Feng Yu wondered, why school starts at 7 in the morning? Why can't school change to 9 to 5? Sitting in the classroom, Feng Yu watches the group of 15, 16 classmates sitting straight with their hand placed properly on the desk. He wanted to laugh, but someone grabbed his hands and placed on his desk. Li Na, who is sitting beside Feng Yu, is a study committee member. Not only she has to watch over Feng Yu's studies, she also has to make sure Feng Yu comply with school rules. The first class is Russian. Feng Yu yawned. He can't help but want to sleep. The teacher's Russian is not considered good, but is still not bad. However, it was very boring for Feng Yu. Besides, his Russian is better than the teacher. Feng Yu, Feng Yu. The teacher is calling you. Li Na poked Feng Yu, waking him up. Feng Yu, what's the matter with you? This is the first day of the new semester, and you are not paying attention. Do you still want to go to high school? The teacher asked. Feng Yu replied, Teacher, I already know what you just taught. The rest of the students laughed. Although Feng Yu's studies are not bad, he is not considered a top student. How can he say he knows everything the teacher is teaching? Russian is not an easy language to pick up. Who dares to say that he has already mastered the language? Really? Then you translate this sentence for me. The teacher said. The great proletarian revolutionist Lenin said, morality can help mankind to reach a higher level so men would be free from the exploitation of labor. Feng Yu translated the sentence. Why are they writing these in textbooks? The teacher looked at Feng Yu surprised. Did this kid prepare beforehand? He had yet to explain this sentence. You translate the next sentence, the teacher said. Feng Yu correctly translated the next 5 sentences. The teacher and the rest of his classmates were shocked. To the teacher's surprise, Feng Yu even cracked a joke in Russian, but, other than the teacher, no one else understands. The students are all whispering among themselves. It seems that Feng Yu's Russian is more fluent than the teacher. What did he do during the holidays? How did he improve so much? Sit down. Even if you are good in Russian, you cannot be proud and cannot sleep in class. The teacher said. After class, when Dongjun came up to Feng Yu, Xiaoyu. I didn't realize that you are so good in Russian. Actually, my Russian have also been so fluent, but I just didn't want to show off before. Fengyu said. Fengyu. How do you read this word, and what does it mean? Li Na, not wanting to lose to Fengyu, pointed to a Russian word to test him. It means tractor. If there is anything you don't understand, you can ask me. Fengyu replied. Li Na was originally best in Russian in the class. Not only is she in the school committee, she is also the Russian class representative. Now, Fengyu had overtaken her in Russian. Looking at Li Na's angry look, Fengyu smiled. Did I shatter this little girl's confidence? From her eyes, she is not accepting defeat. The other students now think that Fengyu must be studying during this winter vacation. If not, how can he improve so much? Only when Dongjun knows that Fengyu did study. But Fengyu only studied physics and chemistry. He had never seen Fengyu picking up a Russian book. The students now see Fengyu as someone who is good in studies. Many of them have hints of envy and worship in their eyes. But not for the proud Li Na. She vowed to let Fengyu know who is better in studying in the upcoming exams. That morning, Fengyu easily to cope the Russian, Chinese, biology, and politics lessons. Russian is needless to say. Chinese, he is also far ahead compared to other students. The understanding of a 40 years old is much better than those in the teens. It is only the classical Chinese gave Fengyu a headache. If he were to encounter such questions in exams, he would give up. As for politics, as long as you write good things about the government, nothing can go wrong. Li Na's unwilling to lose confidence slowly turned into despair. Fengyu's progress is too great. She can't catch up with him. She had been studying hard during the winter holiday. Why the gap is so big? Fengyu, did you go for tuition during the winter vacation? Li Na asked. Yes, Dongjun helped me. The Fengyu nodded. Dongjun. Li Na angrily turned her head away. When Dongjun's results are similar to Fengyu, only slight above average. How can he turn Fengyu into a top student? Liar. As the morning passed, all teachers know that Fengyu had suddenly become a genius. Mr. Sun, can't tell that Fengyu of your class is really smart. One teacher said to Teacher Sun. Right? Why are there so many good students from your class? There are only mischievous students in my class, and I wonder how many of them can enter high school. Another teacher said. I can tell that Fengyu will take first place in his grade. Teacher Sun had uncovered another promising student. The teacher continued. The teachers were all chatting and praising Fengyu. Teacher Sun is confused. If not for Fengyu visiting him in Bing City during the new year, he doesn't really have any impression of Fengyu. But as the form teacher, he knows which student is better in the studies. Fengyu can only be considered above average. He still needs to work hard if he wants to go to high school. How did he become a top student over the holidays? Since everyone is praising his student, he gladly accepts. In the afternoon, it is Teacher Sun's math lesson. In order to test what other teachers say is correct, Teacher Sun deliberately called Fengyu to answer the question. Fengyu is dumbfounded after seeing the question on the blackboard. He had learned higher math before and also practiced on algebra problems during the winter vacation for a few days. There shouldn't be many questions that can baffle him. But he had forgotten that junior high school mathematics is divided into algebra and geometry. The question on the blackboard is now a geometric problem. I'm sorry, Teacher Sunday. I don't know how to answer it. Fengyu bowed his head. He can feel the surprised look of all his classmates. Mr. Sun frowned. This is a simple question. Then he called the Li Na to answer. Li Na easily answered the question and gave Fengyu a proud look before sitting down. Li Na thought to herself, didn't you study? Didn't all the teachers praise that you are smart? So, you also have questions that you do not know how to answer. The next 3 consecutive questions, Fengyu is called up to answer. But he is unable to answer even a single question, and Li Na got all the 3 questions correct easily. Every time before sitting down, Li Na would give Fengyu a proud look and raise her chin higher. The other students also began to whisper. Fengyu also not so smart after all. I can even answer this problem. The following class is physics. Fengyu is called up again, and he still can't answer any questions. Li Na did not wait for the teacher to call her, stands up, and answered the questions. So Fengyu is weak in physics too. The same happened for chemistry class. Fengyu is called up to answer questions, and he got it all wrong. The other students start to laugh at Fengyu. Fengyu had turned from being a top student in the morning to a last student in the afternoon. Look, that is Fengyu from class 2. He acted like he knows everything in the morning, but in the afternoon, The cat is let out of the bag. I think it is difficult for him to go to high school. Most likely he will be admitted to vocational school. One student said, Really? This afternoon our class teacher still asks us to learn from Feng Yu. So, this Feng Yu is selective in his subject. If he failed his math and physics, which high school will not want him? Someone replied. After school, Feng Yu walked calmly from the classroom to the canteen, and then back to the dormitory. Along the way, there are many students pointing at him. Feng Yu can't be bothered with them. He carried a small bag and slowly walked to the dormitory management teacher's door. Knock, knock, knock. Mr. Xiong, I would like to use the phone. Use the phone? Is there any emergency? Remember to hang up after 2 rings and wait for the other party to call back. This way it is cheaper. Feng Yu smiled and did say nothing. He watched Mr. Xiong unlock the wooden box containing the telephone and started dialing. Hello, post office. Who would you like to speak to? Someone answered. I am looking for Li Shiqiang. My name is Feng Yu. Feng Yu replied. Seeing Feng Yu's call got through, Mr. Xiong stared hard at him. The cost for answering phone calls is 20 cents per minute, and the calling party cost 50 cents per minute. This kid's family is rich and allows him to spend money like this. Hello? Xiao Yu? Is this about the treasury bonds? I tell you, this week alone, we had made a few thousand. Li Shiqiang said excitedly, trying to keep his voice down. Come, brotherly. It is only a few thousands. Wait for another 2 months, and you will be earning tens of thousands. When that time comes, you won't be able to stop smiling. Feng Yu said these casually, but Mr. Xiong, who was sitting on a chair, pricked up his ears. What? 1 month can earn up to 10,000 renminbi? What are they doing that can let them earn so much? 1 month earnings is equivalent to more than his 10 years' salary. What does the child's family do? Feng Yu then continued. That's good. Are those you hired trustworthily? Set a target on how much to acquire for each of them. If they are able to push the price down further, don't care. Let them keep the difference. It's March soon. Calculate their salaries and give them before the month ends. They only worked a few days in February, and we have to pay them now? We can just pay them everything at end of March. Li Shiqiang felt that this is unnecessary. How can he pay them when they had not even worked for 1 month? Li Shiqiang replied. Feng Yu shook his head. This Li Shiqiang can't think out of the box and just stick to the rules. This is a way to motivate the workers. How can Li Shiqiang be a leader in future? Brotherly, didn't I told you to promise them that their salaries will be paid out at the end of the month? If some of them had acquired a lot of bonds, give them 5 or 10 renminbi as incentives. Although they had not worked for 1 month, it is still month end. We will give them their salaries now, and they will be working harder next month. March is a critical month for us. We must change all our cash to treasury bonds. Feng Yu said, Okay, then I will give them their salaries based on how many days they had worked at the end of the month. Li Shiqiang replied, Brotherly, don't forget to count the weekends. They also work during the weekends. Also, give everyone an incentive of 5 renminbi. Feng Yu reminded Li Shiqiang, It's fine to count the weekends, but why are we giving them incentives? Li Shiqiang asked, Brotherly, this is to keep them motivated. This way, they will be working harder and furthermore, their job is tiring. Feng Yu answered, That's true. Going door to door in the cold is indeed hard work. All right, I will listen to you. Oh yes, I bought a new coat for you and I had sent it to your school. You should be receiving it in 2 days' time. Li Shiqiang said, Thank you, brotherly. Take care of my sister and don't let her work too hard. Let her know that good days are coming soon. Feng Yu replied. The two chatted for a while. Basically, it was Feng Yu giving some instructions regarding some minor details, and Li Shiqiang listened. After hanging up, Feng Yu smiled. This brother-in-law treats everyone so well. Must let him and his family have a good life. Teacher Xiong, how much is it? Teacher Xiong looked at the wall clock. Oh my god. This phone call actually lasted 16 minutes. 50 cents a minute. That will be 8 renminbi. Does this kid have 8 renminbi? But if Teacher Xiong doesn't collect from Feng Yu, he will have to pay for Feng Yu at the end of the month. His little salary cannot afford to pay for Feng Yu. But it was all his own fault. If he had not been so engrossed in Feng Yu's conversations, he would have reminded Feng Yu. Child, didn't I told you to hang up after the phone rang and keep your conversation short? Why did you talk so long on the phone? It cost 8 renminbi in total. You go back and inform your family. Teacher Xiong said, with a sullen face. 8 renminbi is not a small sum of money. If this child's family knows that he had spent so much for a phone call, Will they give him the money? Teacher Xiong never expect Feng Yu to just say, okay, and took out 10 renminbi and passed to him. Teacher Xiong? Teacher Xiong? My change. Feng Yu asked, is this money for you to buy meal tickets? If you give me this money, what are you going to eat? Teacher Xiong asked Feng Yu. Feng Yu took out a stack of meal tickets from his pocket and showed to Teacher Xiong. My meal tickets are all here. Should be enough for more than a month. Teacher Xiong opened his mouth wide with astonishment. How rich is this child's family to give him so much spending money? This child is just wearing normal clothes, and there is nothing special. How come he is spending money this way? Teacher Xiong's expression suddenly became serious. It is not right to steal from home. Feng Yu is getting frustrated. It is not a good thing for a teacher to be too responsible. Everything seems suspicious to him. Teacher, my parents gave me these monies to spend. We have a 55 horsepower tractor and a 512 harvester, a machine to harvest soybeans, wheat, etc. We had earned quite a lot. Feng Yu said with a my family is f-king rich expression. Teacher Xiong sighed. So his family is really from home. In this era, to own a 55 horsepower tractor can already let one earn a lot of money, and with a 512 harvester, it can bring in at least tens of thousands RMB. Okay, but you shouldn't be spending your money this way. Don't make such long phone calls. This is your change of 2 renminbi and hurries back to your dorm. Teacher Xiong said, where the money comes from. Of course, it was from the 3 vocational school students. Feng Yu had already spent the money brought from home on meal tickets. Feng Yu took out some sweetened ha sheets, a type of preserved fruit snacks, and big white rabbit sweets from his pocket for Teacher Xiong and thanked him for his concern. Teacher Xiong kept the snacks and sweets. He intends to take these home for his children. Feng Yu did not return to the dormitory, but went back to the classroom for self-revision. This era, self-revision in the evenings is voluntary. Most students who come for self-revision are those that are hard-working and wanted to be admitted into high schools. As for those who want to go to vocational school, will be playing poker in the dormitory or making snowmen outside. Lina, how do you do the question? Can you teach me? Feng Yu asked. Lina glanced at Feng Yu. Didn't you tell me that you were a genius in the morning? Didn't you know everything? Why are you still asking me? The little girl is having resentment over what happened in the morning. But Feng Yu still have a killer move. He took out his snacks and put it on the table. I am good with Russian, but not the rest of the subjects. I will give you 1 big white rabbit sweet or 1 sweetened ha sheet for 1 question. He said with the attitude like those tyrants in films. 1 piece of clothing for 1 stack of cash. I have nothing else except for money. Lina looked at the big white rabbit sweets and said unyieldingly, you don't try to bribe me. Feng Yu laughed to himself. I can clearly see you swallowing your saliva. How can this be bribery? This is friendship between classmates. You help me with questions which I don't know, and I share my snacks with you. This is friendship. Feng Yu argued. Well, if that's the case, which question you do not understand? Bring it over. Let me take a look. Before looking at the question, Lina took the wrappers off a big white rabbit sweet and popped it into her mouth, smiling happily. Because of the snacks, Feng Yu is able to get Lina teach him every day at noon and evenings. With his concentration, Feng Yu's improved by leaps and bounds. As time passes, Lina also volunteered to help him even when Feng Yu does not have snacks. When Lina have snacks, she also shares with Feng Yu. Teacher Sun is very surprised. The former Feng Yu is not someone who likes to study. How come Feng Yu changed so much recently and studying so desperately? Is he stimulated by something? Also, Feng Yu and Lina are together every noon and evening. Are these 2 children dating? As such, he had a talk with Feng Yu. One should study hard, but studying too hard can have detrimental effects. But Feng Yu assured Teacher Sun that it is because he wanted to enter the high school in Bing City, and he is working hard because of this goal. He also explains that he exercises to relax himself every day. When Teacher Sun heard Feng Yu's explanation, he just reminded him to take care of himself. Since this child has his own ideas and goals, Teacher Sun is willing to let him try. Furthermore, he also felt that Feng Yu and Lina are just studying together and nothing else. The results for their monthly test is out. Feng Yu for full marks for Russian, language, and mathematics. His political studies scores are not low too. He had also passed his biology, physics, and chemistry. Feng Yu, with your results you enter the district and county high schools. But if you can improve your sciences, you have the chance to be admitted to the high schools in the city. Lina looked at Feng Yu's results. and she seems to be happier than Feng Yu. It's thanks to you for tutoring me every day, but I still can't compete with your grades. Li Na raised her head upwards and said proudly, do you think you can surpass me with just working hard for a few days? But starting today, you have to help me with Russian. We are friends. Feng Yu snapped his finger. No problem. When the first month test results are sent to the parents, Feng Xingtai is over the moon. The teacher said that his son has the chance to enter high school in the city. But Feng Yu have a bad habit. He is spending too much money. Every week when he comes back, he would ask for money. The amount he spends in a week is more than what he used to spend in a month. But Feng Yu told his father that Li Shiqiang had made tens of thousands RMB with treasury bonds this month alone. Compared to these, the money his son spends is peanuts. For many nights, Feng Xingtai sighed emotionally. It was the right choice to send his son to school. Not only is he so good with his foreign languages, he still knows how to make money. His son is a genius. The Feng family have a genius. Brotherly, is there any news yet? Feng Yu asked. Since the beginning of April, Feng Yu had been calling Li Shiqiang every day. Did he remember wrongly? It is not this April. What Feng Yu fear most is that his rebirth might have caused a butterfly effect and a lot of things might change. If the treasury bonds are not allowed to trade, then he really doesn't know how to make money so fast and safe. Feng Yu also does not know how to make those future inventions. In his past life, he only likes to play with mobile phones. But one does not need to know how to manufacture mobile phones to play with mobile phones. If the butterfly effect really happens, then he can only follow Li Shiqiang's method to go door to door to collect some treasury bonds and earn those errand money. How long will it take to make millions? When can he start his big get-rich plans? I haven't read today's newspaper yet as I have been busy all day. You wait a while, and I will call you back in 10 minutes. Li Shiqiang replied. Teacher Xiong had already gotten used to Feng Yu making calls every week. Someone from this kid's family is doing business in the city and making big money. But for the past 3 days, it is a bit unusual. Feng Yu is making calls every day. Feng Yu, come and drink a glass of water. These few days you have been making calls every day. Did something happen at home? Teacher Xiong asked. Thank you, Teacher Xiong. Nothing happened. It's only my brother-in-law's business. Feng Yu didn't want to explain much. It will be troublesome to explain, and also, what they are doing is not illegal. Oh, it is normal for couples to quarrel. Even your parents can do nothing. Why are you worrying? Teacher Xiong said. Feng Yu. This Teacher Xiong's imagination is too vivid. It is hard to explain to him. Ring, ring, ring. Feng Yu grabbed the phone before Teacher Xiong. Is this Feng Yu? Li Shiqiang asked. It's me, brotherly. Feng Yu replied. There is news. Shin City will start trading next Monday followed. Bing City and other 6 cities will also start within the next 10 days. Treasury bonds can really be traded officially. Li Shiqiang tried to speak softly, but his excitement was too much to conceal. Brotherly, lower down your volume. I can hear you. Monday, you take a day off and go to Shin City to look at the price of the treasury bonds. If the price is high, you can sell everything. But if it is at the face value, use all your money to buy everything. Shall you? If the price at Shin City remains at face value, then would Bing City price rise? Li Shiqiang is still worried now. He employs 7 or 8 young men to help him collect treasury bonds, and he can earn a few thousand a month. Li Shiqiang asked. Not necessarily, but there will surely be cities in the country where prices will rise. When that happens, we can just go to the city with the highest price to sell. What we need to do is just to ask around for the prices in every city. Feng Yu said. Rest assured, I have friends working in the bank. I will go and apply leave from my supervisor and will change my weekend shifts with my colleagues. Li Shiqiang told Feng Yu excitedly. Well, buy the tickets in advance and go on fun day night. You can reach there on Monday morning. Once you reach, take a taxi. Taxis are not too expensive, fast and safe. Feng Yu reminded him. Xiao Yu, are you coming with me? I do not trust others, and I am carrying a big bag of money. I'm afraid I will fall asleep, and there are many pickpockets on the train. Li Shiqiang said. Li Shiqiang is scared. He will be carrying more than 100,000 RMB worth of cash and treasury bonds. If it was stolen, he would surely commit suicide. Feng Yu also knew that in this era, there are many pickpockets on the train. If the money and the treasury bonds are lost, then Feng Yu's dream of having an economic empire would be postponed for a number of years. Okay, then you buy 2 train tickets. I will go with you. Feng Yu said. After hanging up the phone, Feng Yu paid and ran out to the field. At the field, he is shouting and screaming out in joy. The opportunity has finally come. Feng Yu can make a few thousands a day by trading treasury bonds. He can easily make a few 100,000 and even millions. That weekend, Feng Yu did not go home. He let Wen Dongjun pass a message to his parents that he will be staying back at school to study, and he will only come home next week. He also told teacher Sun that he has to visit a critically ill relative in Bing City, and he will be back before Tuesday. It was a bumpy 2 hours ride on the bus early in the morning before Feng Yu reached Bing City. Once alight, he saw Feng Dannying waving at him. "Sis, what are you doing here?" Feng Yu asked. "If I don't come, how can you find your way? Brotherly have to work today, and he asked me to pick you up. You can really trouble people. Now your brother Lee is earning a few thousand a month with the treasury bond business, yet you are still troubling him." Feng Dannying complained while helping Feng Yu carry his bag. "Sister, you don't understand. You wait and see. We will make more than that in the future." Feng Yu retorted. "More than that? Just keep bragging. I heard from Mom and Dad that you got good results recently at school. So, this time I will not tell our parents. Go and play in Shin City for a day and go back to school after that. If you can't make the grade for high school, I will not help you when Mom and Dad beat you to death. Sister, let's have a bet. Next month, we can earn more than 50,000 renminbi. You believe?" Feng Yu asked. Feng Yu and his sister had lunch together. In the afternoon, they went to the bank to check the price of treasury bonds in Bing City. The price of treasury bonds is still selling at face value. 100 renminbi for a 100 renminbi bond. After dinner, Feng Yu and Li Shiqiang boarded the train. Their bags are full of treasury bonds. Feng Yu lets Li Shiqiang sleep first while he stand guard. When Feng Yu can't endure his sleepiness, he woke Li Shiqiang up and went to sleep. As a result, Feng Yu slept till daybreak. Li Shiqiang, on the other hand, smoked for 7 hours and didn't even drink a drop of water, did not even go to the toilet. "Brotherly, why don't you wake me up?" Feng Yu asked. "Never mind. You can sleep a while more. Anyway, I can't sleep too," Li Shiqiang said with his 2 red eyes. There is 200,000 renminbi worth of treasury bonds in his bags. How can he fall asleep? At 8 o'clock in the morning, these two appear at ICBC, Industrial and Commercial Bank of China, main entrance. Seeing both of them are carrying a backpack each, the security guard kept looking at them. "Comrade, do you buy treasury bonds here?" Feng Yu asked. The bank staff looked at Feng Yu surprised. Shin City is the country's first city to allow secondary trading of treasury bonds. The banks have been informed in advance and are prepared for treasury bonds trading. However, they did not expect that their first customer is someone in his teens. "Of course, we have received instruction to allow the trading of treasury bonds." The bank staff replied. "How much is the 100 renminbi bond?" Feng Yu hastily asked. The staff replied with a puzzled face. 100 renminbi treasury bonds is of course 100 renminbi. Crash. Feng Yu seems to hear the sound of his own heart breaking. How is this possible? The price of treasury bonds has not risen? Is it because this is the first city to allow trading of bonds, so the price had not gone up yet? What about the 500, 1,000, and 5,000? The Feng Yu asked again. 500 renminbi for 500 renminbi bonds, 1,000 renminbi for 1,000 renminbi bonds, and we do not have 5,000 renminbi bonds as of now. The bank staff replied. Feng Yu felt that the bank staff is looking at his as if he is an idiot. Feng Yu sat down on the chair dejectedly. Did he remember wrongly? Or is it because of his appearance and history has deviated from its original path? Xiao Yu, it's fine. Even if we can't make from selling to the bank, we can still earn from the interest. I had checked. Most of the bonds are maturing in 2 to 3 years' time. Li Shiqiang patted Feng Yu on his back, trying to comfort him. Brotherly, write down the telephone of this bank. Let's go to CCB, China Construction Bank. Feng Yu said. Feng Yu is not willing to accept this. There must difference in the prices between banks. He does not believe that the prices are also so low at other banks. But after going to China Construction Bank, the answer they got is exactly the same. After taking down the bank's telephone number, they went to the next bank. This year, China had begun to focus on the development of commercial banks. In addition to the Big Four banks, Industrial and Commercial Bank of China, China Construction Bank, and Agricultural Bank of China, other banks, such as Bank of Communications, China Merchants Bank, Everbright Bank, etc., had open branches in many cities. Feng Yu went personally to every bank to find out how much is the price of the treasury bonds. But the price of bonds at the banks are the same. The bonds are trading at face value. After coming out of the last bank, Feng Yu and Li Shiqiang sat on the steps. They felt tired and powerless. "Brotherly, give me a cigarette," Feng Yu said. "Forget it. Xiao Yu, let's go back. We had spent quite a lot on taxi today. Maybe the price will rise in future." Li Shiqiang comforted Feng Yu. But Feng Yu seemed zoned out. He kept thinking if he had remembered wrongly or history had changed. He can't remember when that guy in his past life began making money from trading bonds. He only remembers it was after all 7 cities began trading. Did he act too early? Is the demand for treasury bonds is still too low and result in the price not rising? Just then, several people drove over to the bank. "I'm telling you, it's better to buy treasury bonds than savings in the bank. It is the same as a fixed deposit, but with higher interest. Also, it is to support the nation building," one man said. "But didn't the treasury bonds was sold out a few days ago? Did the government release more bonds?" Another man asked. "No. Have you forgotten where my son works? According to the papers, treasury bonds are allowed to trading. That is, if you are in need to use the money, you can take the treasury bonds to the bank and sell to them. Very convenient. You think about this. Those that need money will come and sell their bonds, and we can buy those bonds. Most importantly, you don't have to wait long, and you can get 5 years of interest in a year or 2. The first man replied. Feng Yu's eyes were following these people. These are the people who got the news and wants to buy treasury bills. Since there are buyers, then the price of the bonds will fluctuate. If there is oversupply, the price will not change. But what if there is more demand? "Brotherly, let's have lunch first, and then come back," Feng Yu said. Li Shiqiang wanted to say something, but sighed. Why is he so stubborn? It is also normal for the school teacher to be wrong. With the lads he hired to collect the treasury bills, they can still earn a lot in a month. Li Shiqiang thought to himself. Li Shiqiang had no appetite, but Feng Yu finished 3 big bowls of rice. Li Shiqiang thought Feng Yu was joking just now. After lunch, Feng Yu really went back to the bank to inquire about the price. But the bonds are still trading at face value. This time there was not a hint of disappointment in Feng Yu's eyes. It seems that his self-confidence is back. They found a small shop with phone, and Feng Yu made calls to several banks asking about the price of treasury bonds. "Xiao Yu, forget it. Let's go back." Li Shiqiang tried to persuade Feng Yu. "Just a while more," Feng Yu replied. Until the last one, Feng Yu still had not given up. "Xiao Yu, we have gone to Bank of China twice today, and the price of the bonds will certainly still be at face value," Li Shiqiang said. Feng Yu shook his head and dialed the last number on the paper. "The bank will be closing in 1 hour. Please rise. Please go up. Is the treasury bonds price up now? How much is 100 renminbi bonds worth?" Feng Yu asked. Li Shiqiang sighed, went aside, and lit a cigarette. After Feng Yu hang up, he will buy the tickets back to Bing City. "How much?" 100 renminbi and 20 cents. Feng Yu asked. After hanging up the phone, Feng Yu pumped his fist in the air. The price had gone up. It really went up. It turned out he was right. The treasury bonds had risen by several percentage points. It should be because it is the beginning now, so the price did not rise. After some time, the price will be much higher. "Brotherly, go back to Bank of China," Feng Yu said excitedly. Bank of China is the first bank to adjust the price of treasury bonds because there are many people buying and fewer people selling. The bank staff informed their higher management, and they were told by their management to comply with the market. As such, they allow prices to rise up. When Feng Yu took out his 200,000 renminbi worth of the treasury bonds, the bank staffs were stunned. The little boy had so much treasury bonds. On the surface, this transaction had earned less than 400 renminbi. However, many of bonds are bought below the market value. They had actually earned close to 10,000 renminbi. Unfortunately, with so much money on hand, this 10,000 renminbi did not really surprise Li Shiqiang. This is the result of 2 months' worth of hard work and had used 200,000 renminbi as capital. Worrying for so many hours on the train and earn less than 10,000 renminbi is not really worth it. He would rather collect and redeem those maturing bonds. There is more money, less tiring, and also closer to home. Not to mention, this trip had cost quite a sum for the both of them. Li Shiqiang felt that there is no need for them to come again. If Feng Yu is able to get more foreign currencies, it would be better. Exchanging foreign currencies is more profitable. There are fewer people on the train when they return. Feng Yu and Li Shiqiang are sitting in the lower bunk. In front of them is a roast chicken, peanuts, etc., but the both of them are not drinking. Brotherly, let me ask you. When you acquire treasury bonds from people, are most of the bonds 5 renminbi and 10 renminbi bonds? But the treasury bonds still have 50 renminbi, 100 renminbi, 500 renminbi, 1,000 renminbi, and 5,000 renminbi. Why did you only receive 5 RMB and 10 renminbi? Feng Yu asked while tearing into a chicken leg. I'm not sure too. It seems that there are lesser people willing to sell bigger face value bonds. Li Shiqiang said while throwing a peanut into his mouth. You guys are earning by running errands. The 5-year interest for a 10 renminbi bond is 2 renminbi. You give them 1 renminbi extra and they will sell it to you because they are lazy to go queue at the bank. But for 100 renminbi bond, the interest is 20 renminbi. Do you think they are still willing to sell the bond to you and forego 10 renminbi interest? Feng Yu asked. Then I can also make 1 renminbi out of it. For 100 renminbi bonds, I can offer them 119 renminbi. Li Shiqiang argued. Feng Yu shook his head. This is tying up capital, you know? Cost, you understand? We should try to make full use of the money in our hands and let it circulate smoothly. For example, we can earn 1 renminbi with 11 renminbi, and now you are trying to earn 1 renminbi with 119 renminbi. It may seem that you have acquired a large number of bonds, but do you think our profits have gone up? Li Shiqiang scratched his head. It really seems to be the case. But according to what Feng Yu said, buying and selling bonds between these two places is also not reliable. For less than 400 renminbi, he got to work so hard and still got to take leave from work. It is not cost-effective. Feng Yu can tell that Li Shiqiang is having some doubts. He waved the paper with the bank's telephone numbers and said, Bing City will start bond trading soon. When Bing City starts trading, you call these numbers and you will understand. Once again, Feng Yu stand guard before midnight, and Li Shiqiang takes the second half of the night. When Feng Yu wakes up, it was already time to get off. Feng Yu did not take the bus back to his school. Li Shiqiang let him hitch a free ride with the post office's car, and Feng Yu safely reached the school before noon. Back at school, teacher's son asked Feng Yu about his relative. Feng Yu just replied that his relative had recovered, and so, he came back. The next few days, Feng Yu just attends classes. After class, he would stay back in school and ask Li Na to help him with his studies. He, in return, helped Li Na with Russian. After 1 week, Bing City started to allow the trading of treasury bonds. Li Shiqiang remembered what Feng Yu said and dialed the Shun City's Bank of China number. Hello, how much is the price of the treasury bonds now? How much did you say? Li Shiqiang eyes opened wide, and his breathing became fast. He could not believe his ears and start calling all the numbers on the paper. The price had risen up a lot. Now in Shun City, the price for a 100 renminbi treasury bond had become 100 renminbi and 50 cents. It is only a few days, and the price had risen so much. If he brings 200,000 renminbi worth of treasury bills there, he can make 1,000 renminbi per trip. This business is a lot easier and faster compared to him acquiring those small denomination treasury bonds. Li Shiqiang immediately takes leave from work and brought all the money to the nearby ICBC, Industrial and Commercial Bank of China. At the counter, Li Shiqiang said loudly, I am here to buy treasury bonds. I will buy whatever you have. Young man, do you know how much treasury bonds we have? 100,000 renminbi bonds. How much do you want and how much can you buy? The branch manager said. He really looks down on those who are arrogant because they have some money. Li Shiqiang can't be bothered with the manager and said loudly, Then I will buy all 100,000 renminbi treasury bonds. What did you say? The manager jumped up due to the shock. He was holding a teacup and hot tea spilled onto his hand, but he could not feel anything at all. I said I wanted it all. Li Shiqiang bangs on the counter and places his backpack on the counter. Everybody turned and looked at Li Shiqiang. This guy is carrying 100,000 renminbi cash with him? When Li Shiqiang took out 10 bundles of 100 RMB notes, everyone in the bank is staring at him with mixed thoughts. Some envied, some are jealous, and some are suspicious. Close those counters and help to count these cash. The manager said, This era, there are money counting machines in the banks, but it is not very accurate. As such, most banks are still counting manually. Long queues formed in front of other counters. At Li Shiqiang's counter, There are many bank staff busily counting the cash. Even the branch manager stayed there. He offered Li Shichang a cigarette and lit for him. "Young man, what are you working as?" The branch manager smiled and asked. Li Shichang looks at him warily. "I am in leather goods business. I had made some money and wanted to support the country. That's why I am buying these treasury bonds. To make money from leather goods, one has to go to southern China. This young man must have just come back from the south." The branch manager looked at Li Shichang carefully and thought to himself, "This young man really has good luck." 10 minutes later, the counting of the cash was completed. Li Shichang also checks the treasury bonds and kept them in his backpack. He had brought 200,000 renminbi with him. He had only bought 100,000 renminbi of bonds here. He needs to find another bank to buy some more bonds. He went to another bank, and once again Li Shichang is the center of attraction and the object of envy and jealousy. Li Shichang took the night train to Shun City alone. He remembered Feng Yu's instruction to get an upper bunk ticket, as it is harder for things to be stolen from the upper bunk. Although there are very few people on the carriage, Li Shichang tried to endure the sleepiness, but in the middle of the night, he fell asleep. He was startled when the conductor woke him up. Seeing his bag is still in his arms, he quickly checked the bag. He breathed a sigh of relief at the sight his treasury bonds. Once Li Shichang sold all 200,000 renminbi treasury bonds, he bought a few buns and rushed back to the train station. He immediately boards the return train back, not stopping for even a minute. It was already evening when he reached Bing City. At the railway station, Li Shichang called Feng Yu at his school. After 10 minutes, Feng Yu called back. Li Shichang shouted excitedly. "Xiao Yu, 100 renminbi had become 100 renminbi and 50 cents. This trip I had earned almost 900 renminbi. We are going to be rich." Feng Yu replied in a relaxed voice. "Calm down, brotherly. These are just small amounts. In future, there will be more to come." When Feng Yu and Li Na were studying hard at school, a storm is brewing in Li Shichang's home. "What did you say? You want to quit? You brat. Do you know how hard I begged the post office manager for you to enter? I had to give gifts and treat them to dinners, and now you want to resign." Li Shichang's father scolded. He really wanted to give Li Shichang one tight slap. "Dad, do you know how much money I've made in the past few months? Tens of thousands. How much am I getting a month at the post office? Not even 100 RMB. I am earning a few years' salaries in a month. Why should I carry on going to work? All I did was to take a few days off work, and the leader scolded me in front of everyone." Li Shichang said, "You only took a few days off work? Don't think I don't know that you only attended 4 days of work last month. Which leader can tolerate for so long? If it is not for me, you would be fired long ago." Li Shichang's father said, "Then fire me. I don't want to work there anyway. There is no future doing those mundane tasks every day." Li Shichang shouted. "Shichang, how can you say this? What's wrong with the job? The work is not tiring and also stable. In the future, the government will assign houses too." Li Shichang's mother also tried to persuade him. "Mom, because of those houses, we can afford it now. We can afford any houses anywhere in the country, including the capital." Li Shichang said, "Are you trying to rebel? You don't even want to listen to me." Li Shichang's father asked, "Dad, Xiao Yu said people need to be forward-looking. We got to see the potential developments of what we are doing. Many people might be envied of my job at the post office now. But if we are able to buy a big house and a car, more people will be envied of us. It will be more meaningful that way." Li Shichang replied, "Rubbish. I know what you have been doing. You are going to Shun City to sell treasury bonds every day. You are just speculating. What I'm doing is just normal tradings. Xiao Yu said this is in accordance to the state's regulations. We are allowed to buy and sell treasury bonds freely, and we don't even need to be taxed from this. You remembered Uncle Zhao's son Chuanqi? He bought a big colored television last year, and you were telling me how capable is he. Now, we can also afford one. We can afford an even bigger and better imported color TV." Li Shichang said. Li Shichang kept saying Feng Yu said this, and Feng Yu said that. The veins on Li Shichang's father is about to burst. Someone in his 20s listening to a teenager? This trouble soon spread to the Feng family. Just happened Feng Xingtai had just finished the sowing of their land. He went to Feng Yu's school and brought him to Bing City. He had heard from his future in-laws that Feng Yu had instigated Li Shichang to resign from his iron rice bowl job. "Dad, I didn't have anything to do with this matter. I really didn't encourage him to resign," Feng Yu said weakly. Of course, Li Shiqiang was scolded by his leaders because he had kept taking leave from work. But it was also Feng Yu's fault, as he was the one who asked Li Shiqiang to keep traveling to and fro from Shin City. Feng Yu, however, is not willing to be the scapegoat, and he will never admit it was his fault. Shut up and apologize to your Uncle Li when we reach there. Your Uncle Li is a leader. Didn't you see that he can drive a car, and during holidays, many people have to give him gifts? If your brother Li followed his footsteps, he can also be a leader in future. Feng Xingtai said. Feng Yu replied, what's so good about being a leader? Uncle Li is only a deputy chief. Car. We can also afford to buy one now. During holidays, Uncle Li also had to give gifts to his superiors. You look at Brother Li now. He is earning more than his last year's salary in a month now. This is what I call a winner. Feng Yu stopped trying to persuade his father after seeing his father's angry stare at him. Anyway, he had accumulated enough funds. So, he can let Brother Li stay low for a while. With the funds, Feng Yu is also able to earn more himself. Everyone is present at Li Shiqiang's home. Not only the Li family, Feng Danying is also there. Everyone sat there silently. But see, Feng Xingtai came in. Li Shiqiang's parents still stand up to welcome him. But after Feng Xingtai sat down, the room became silent again. Feng Xingtai stared at Feng Yu. Feng Yu is feeling helpless. His thinking is more than 20 years ahead of everyone else. However, no one can understand his genius thoughts. Slapped. Feng Xingtai had mercilessly slapped the back of Feng Yu's head. Everyone is waiting for this kid to apologize, and yet he is still sitting there daydreaming. Boy, don't you know your sister's happiness is going to be ruined in your hand? If Li Shiqiang is going to resign because of your instigation, how can his family agree to your sister's relationship with Li Shiqiang? Feng Xingtai thought. Feng Yu sad look at the father stood up and said, Uncle Li, Auntie Li, it is all my fault. I shouldn't have asked Brother Li to join me doing this business. Brother Li, you should go back to work. You should be able to afford a car and a house if you spend your life working hard. At first, Feng Xingtai thought that his son is apologizing properly. But why is it he felt that something is not right? Besides, Brother Li, you had also made about 10,000 renminbi from the money you took from home. These should be enough. It is more than what you will get after working at the post office for 10 years. My teacher said one should be contented with what they have. It is not our business if other people can earn a lot of money. When they live in big houses and watched big color TV, we can still live in small houses and watch black and white television. Feng Yu continued. When you and my sister have children, let him study hard. In the future, he can also work at the post office. Even though the salary is little, but the work is relaxing. When other parents drive their kids to school, we can use bicycles to send them to school. Men should not be courageous and strive to be successful. We should be just working hard quietly towards the 4 modernizations: modernization of agriculture, industry, national defense and science, and technology. Let the others do those glory stuff. Feng Yu said. Feng Yu is used to doing brainwashing and persuading work. Otherwise, how is he able to get so many investment customers? He is confident to change the minds of anyone in this room within 5 minutes of talking. Li Shiqiang's parents frowned and thought to themselves, yes, what future will Shiqiang have if he carries on working at the post office? If he really has children in future, it will just be like what Xiaoyu said. Other people are sending their children to school by car. His son is still riding bicycles to send his kids to school. This is the first time his son had his own ideas. Is it really fine to kill his ideas? If he is to go back and work at the post office, can he work at ease? Li Shiqiang's father suddenly asked. Shiqiang, what do you think? Li Shiqiang heard his father asking, and he raised his head. Dad, I had thought about this carefully. I want to earn money. Earn a lot of money, and let you and Mom have a good life. I will work hard and not let Feng Danying suffer. Didn't the great one said, we must develop a socialist economy and allow some to get rich first. Why can't I be one of those who gets rich first? Li Shiqiang's father looked at his son and the in-laws and finally sighed. Okay, I will talk to your leader to approve a 1-year no-pay leave for you. If you can't make it, then you go back to work at the post office and don't think so much. If you really can make it, then you can quit your job at the post office. With Li Shiqiang's father giving in, the Li family's storm is finally over. Feng Yu knew very well that Li Shiqiang will never go back and work at the post office. Feng Xingtai grabbed Feng Yu by his ears and brought him back to school. He promised Feng Yu a beating if he is unable to get into the city's high schools. Feng Xingtai didn't ask Feng Yu much about the money. Feng Yu had thought Feng Xingtai had forgotten about it. But Feng Yu did not know that Li Shiqiang had already told Feng Xingtai that the Feng's family money is now about 200,000 renminbi. Anyway, these are treasury bonds. Even if they did not sell, they are also able to earn from interest, and the interest is more than keeping the money in the bank. Feng Xingtai knew that their family can have such a drastic change, is because Feng Yu had attended school and understands a lot of things. As such, Feng Yu must continue going to school and eventually attend university. When Feng Xingtai returns home, he also brought an imported 19-inch color TV set back. He saw the colored TV at Li Shiqiang's house and really wanted to get one too. Feng Xingtai returned home with the colored TV, and Zhang Muhua complained about him being a spendthrift. But once she knew that their savings had become 200,000 renminbi, she wanted to buy a refrigerator. Feng Yu's performance in school had gotten better with each passing month. His progress is very obvious from the results of April and May's tests. Teacher Sun concludes that with Feng Yu's result, he should be able to enter the best high school in Bing City if Feng Yu maintained these types of results. As for Feng Yu and Li Na spending so much time together in the classroom, he pretended he didn't see. These two are improving together, and they should be praised. Just when Feng Yu is buried in a mountain of books, he received a call from Li Shiqiang. What? Brother Qi is coming to Bing City again. Feng Yu said. Li Shiqiang had received Kirilenko's Russian telegram, and he paid a teacher to translate for him. He still remembered that they had earned a large sum of money from Kirilenko, and they must not miss this chance. However, this will disrupt Feng Yu's studies, and Feng Xingtai will not be happy. But if Feng Yu is not around, they will need to hire a translator, and the translator does not know how to do business. When will he arrive? Feng Yu asked. The day after tomorrow. He will be staying at the International Hotel. Li Shiqiang replied. Okay. You need to get a jeep on that day to show that we are rich people. I will reach Bing City in the evenings on the day after tomorrow. We will talk more when I reach. Feng Yu replied. I'll drive straight to pick you up the day after tomorrow. I had already borrowed the jeep. Li Shiqiang said. Feng Yu smiled. Li Shiqiang is smarter than he imagined. After trading treasury bonds for a few months, his horizon had broadened and is more holistic when it comes to working. What? You going to take leave again? It will be the midterm exams soon. This will be the final preparation for the final exams. What's the reason for taking leave this time? Teacher Sun asked. Teacher Sun, my brother-in-law has some connections in Bing City. I am going to meet with his friend who can guarantee my place in Bing City's best high school. Feng Yu replied. Sure enough, this lie is very effective. Teacher Sun finds it hard to reject Feng Yu's leave application when he heard that Feng Yu is going to Bing City to meet with his connections. Although Teacher Sun does not like these type of actions, everyone is making use of their connections for their future. When Teacher Sun saw Li Shiqiang park the jeep at the main gate of the school, Teacher Sun completely believed Feng Yu. Feng Yu's brother-in-law is really someone capable. So young, and he can drive a jeep. The jeep at the school gate attracted the gaze of many students. Some that knew Feng Yu even went up to touch the jeep. Although it is common to see this kind of jeep in the city, in the countryside, only the leader can sit in these types of vehicles. Even their principal still commutes by bicycle to and fro from school. Feng Yu, the midterm exam is coming. Where are you going? Li Na asked while pulling Feng Yu aside. I am going to look for connections to enter high school. I might even be able to enter high school without taking any exams. By the way, you want me to help you as well? Feng Yu asked, deliberately trying to annoy her. Li Na almost cried. She had thought that Feng Yu had changed for the better. But he is still an opportunist who wants to reap benefits without putting in the effort. I will take the exams myself and don't need your help, Li Na said, and she turned to run back to school, crying. Feng Yu opened his mouth and wanted to call her. But forget it. He can explain to her later when he returns. Now Kirilenko is the most important thing. Hello, we are looking for Mr. Kirilenko from Moscow. Feng Yu stood at the International Hotel reception. Young man, you know Kirilenko? Why are you looking for him? The hotel receptionist asked. Sister, you can make a phone call to him. He asked my brother-in-law to come. My brother-in-law is outside in that car. Feng Yu said. The receptionist made a call. Once the call is connected, she exchanged a few words in Russian telling the other party that someone is looking for him. Kirilenko came downstairs and saw Feng Yu. Kirilenko is very happy to see him and gave him a bear hug, carrying Feng Yu's feet off the ground. Feng Yu is almost out of breath due to Kirilenko's hug. Feng Yu struggled to get out of the hug. Once freed from Kirilenko's hug, Feng Yu quickly told him that the jeep is outside, and he knows a place with good erguo too, Chinese white liquor. They can chat while having drinking. Kirilenko had a strong impression of erguo too. The taste is good, and he likes it very much. Hearing Feng Yu's words, Kirilenko dragged Feng Yu excitedly out to the car. Feng Yu is still in his teens, and he cannot drink. Li Shiqiang, on the other hand, is driving so he can't drink as well. Kirilenko is the only one drinking. After half a bottle of wine, Kirilenko's face began to turn red. Feng Yu chatted with Kirilenko for a while, and Kirilenko told Feng Yu about his family background. After listening to Kirilenko's background, Feng Yu had a shock. He didn't expect Brother Qi had such backgrounds. Kirilenko's father is an Air Force colonel of the Soviet Army. Feng Yu had also heard his name, and he seems to be promoted to a general in future. Kirilenko also has a brother. His brother is in the army and is also doing well. Kirilenko is also in the army, but he is not interested. He only wants to enjoy life. Because of his father, Kirilenko got a position in the logistic department. He often used procurement as an excuse to travel and pocket a sum of money along the way. The last time he came to Bing City is for a site visit. During that visit, he brought back a lot of things, and they were well received in the Soviet Union. The relationship between the Soviet Union and China have just eased, and there was not much trade between both countries. Some of Kirilenko's friends had wanted some ham and canned goods, but they have no connections to purchase them. As such, Kirilenko became a representative to come to China to purchase these items. The last Kirilenko met Feng Yu. He saw Feng Yu's ability. Not only Feng Yu helped him to purchase a lot of merchandise, he also arranged for the goods to be sent to the airport warehouse. Furthermore, Kirilenko knows that for someone in China to drive a jeep, it means that someone in the family is most likely to be a government official. Having authority means that person is capable, and a capable person can help him to purchase a lot of goods. Kirilenko had brought a lot of money this time, and he is prepared to buy in bulk. In the eyes of Feng Yu, Kirilenko is a golden pig waiting to be slaughtered. In this era, it is guaranteed to profit from the bilateral trade. If Feng Yu had remembered correctly, the two countries will soon sign a series of tax-free trade agreements, but he can't remember if these agreements had started or not. Brother Kirilenko, I have forgotten to tell you something the last time you were here. Just nice you came here now, and I will be straight with you. Kirilenko, who had unknowingly finished a bottle of erguo too, raised his eyebrows and asked, "What?" Brother Kirilenko, I am guilty of cheating you. Feng Yu said, "Have you deceived me? What do you mean?" Kirilenko shook his head, feeling puzzled. Remember the last time you bought those goods back? In fact, the value of those goods is less than 70,000 renminbi, but I told you it is 80,000 renminbi. I had thought that you were not coming again. So, I tried to earn a bit. Now, I felt very guilty. I will return you the money tomorrow, and this time, I promise to not earn from your purchases. Feng Yu said. Li Shiqiang is still leisurely eating peanuts when he suddenly felt a chill in his spine. It's June, but why he suddenly felt cold? He looked up and realized that the talk is not going well. This Soviet Union bear seemed angry, and he is glaring at Xiao Yu. I had trusted you, and yet you cheated me? Shouldn't our friendship be sweet and beautiful, like our countries? Kirilenko asked angrily. We were not friends then. But now, we are friends, and this is the reason why I am telling you the truth. If you don't want me as a friend anymore, it's fine. Feng Yu said, pretending to be sad. Kirilenko thinks back to his last trip. The goods he brought back last time only recorded the quantity and no price on the receipt. As such, he claimed that he used 80,000 rubles and not RMB to buy those goods. Although he gave some of those goods out as gifts, he still made a lot of money from selling the rest of it. The time Kirilenko came alone is to prevent others from knowing the exact price of these goods. He wants to earn more so that he can afford to buy a cart of vodka and drink every day. If Feng Yu is not here to help him, then the things he bought in China will not be cheap, and he is not able to make such high profits when he returns. He also wants to make this a long-term business. He had even arranged for a train carriage. No, this Feng Yu must be part of this deal. It is just 10,000 renminbi. Compared to what he earned, it is not even 10%. Just treat it as tips for Feng Yu's hard work. But next time, he will have to reconsider working with Feng Yu. Kirilenko suddenly grinned, revealing an ugly smile. What are you talking about? Of course, I still treat you as a friend. You deserve that 10,000 renminbi bucks. We are friends, and let's not talk about that. Let's discuss the things I wanted to buy this time. Seeing this Soviet Union bear smiled, Li Shiqiang felt relieved. Just now, he was worried that if this hairy bear were to hit people, should he fight him? It is not about winning the fight, but Kirilenko is a foreigner, and regardless of the outcome, Li Shiqiang is sure to lose. Feng Yu also smiled. Well, since you treat me as a friend, then this time no matter what and how much you want to buy, I will help you get the cheapest price. You can also engage a translator to accompany us the whole trip. Kirilenko waved his hand. No need. I trust you. After dinner, Feng Yu was invited by Kirilenko to stay at the International Hotel, as Kirilenko wanted to discuss in the evenings. Feng Yu then told Li Shiqiang to pick them up at 8 in the morning and also to check with his friend at the Sales and Marketing Cooperative if they have any unsold goods. My dear Feng, would you like to try some cigar? Kirilenko asked. Feng Yu smiled and waved his hand. I'm not used to it. You have a lot of guts, I like you. I had brought 300,000 rubles this time, and I want to spend it all. The ham, canned fruits, candy, etc. are very good, and the handkerchief with flowers are very popular. Kirilenko said. Handkerchief with flowers? Those are pillowcases. Forget it. Since you all think that those are handkerchiefs, then let those be handkerchiefs. Anyway, you paid and you can call it whatever you want. No problem. You just come with me tomorrow and see what you need. I will help you bargain, and I guarantee that the price will be favorable to you. But this time you are getting so many goods. How are you bring it back? Feng Yu asked. Feng Yu is curious. Shipping by air I too expensive. By train. I have a friend who had helped me get a train carriage. So, there is no problem with transport. I am taking the train back this time too. Kirilenko replied. Feng Yu can't help but envy. Having connections means having ways to do things. Kirilenko can get a train carriage just like getting a cabbage from the market. The two chatted for a while, and came the sound of Kirilenko's snoring. Feng Yu regrets staying at the International Hotel. At least, he shouldn't agree to be with Kirilenko in a room. This snoring is just like an electric saw. The next morning, Li Shiqiang picked them up and drove to the Sales and Marketing Cooperative. Manager Su, who had gotten the news of them coming, waited at the door. Manager Su, we are here again. Do you have anything good to recommend this time? Feng Yu asked. Yes. Honey, canned food, biscuits, milk powder. If you are getting these in bulk, I can give you a good price. Manager Su immediately mentioned those unpopular products. Yes, that's what Li Shiqiang told them to do. Now Feng Yu wants to build a good relationship with Kirilenko, so he directly translated everything and told the truth to Kirilenko. Kirilenko is very surprised and looks at Feng Yu. He thought to himself, Feng Yu is telling me that these things are not selling well and are selling cheap. He doesn't want to make money? Friend. This type of people is definitely a friend. Yes, I want all these. And this, that too. Also, I want those goods I bought the last time. You decide the quantity to match my budget. Kirilenko said. Manager Su, I can help you sell all these biscuits, powdered milk, etc. This time how much free gifts are you giving us? Feng Yu asked. How much do you want? The manager is a bit annoyed. This kid is too good at bargaining. Feng Yu looked at the price of all goods and changed everything to 80%. Impossible. We cannot change the price. Manager Su said. Su manager, don't be so inflexible. You are now considered self-employed. You think we don't know the cost of your goods? Furthermore, we are buying a lot of things this time. Feng Yu said. No matter how much you buy, I cannot agree to this price. The most I can give is 3% off the total price. Manager Su replied. What if we are buying 1 million renminbi worth of goods? Feng Yu sat on the chair, crossing legs. How much? 1 million. Manager Su asked. That's right. This is a big boss from the Soviet Union behind me. This time, he wants to transport a train carriage full of goods back. He will spend at least 1 million renminbi. If you are unable to supply us with 1 million worth of goods, no problem. We can go elsewhere. Even if there are not a variety of goods, we can go a few more places. Also, we can save some money that way. Feng Yu said. No, don't go elsewhere. Other places do not have the varieties like us. You wait a while. I will make some calls. I promise I will give you enough goods for 1 million renminbi. Manager Su said. Manager Su, I will not ask how much you earn from this deal. But shouldn't you lower the price a bit more? Feng Yu asked. No problem. I will talk to my suppliers. I promise you the cheapest price. We will never cheat our brother from the Soviet Union. Manager Su replied. Feng Yu turned to Kirilenko and told him that Manager Su is contacting his suppliers, guaranteed to offer them the cheapest price. Feng Yu also emphasized that he will not be earning a single cent from this deal. No, no, no. My dear Feng, I must pay you. How about 5%? You have to make sure I buy these things are of good quality, low price, and the quantity. Kirilenko said. Kirilenko suddenly got wary of Feng Yu. He doesn't want money? What if Feng Yu cheated him? No, must give him money, and then sign a contract with him. If Feng Yu cheats him, then he can go to the police. Kirilenko insisted on signing a contract and giving Feng Yu a fee. Feng Yu can only reluctantly agree and sign the contract. But down in his heart, he is jumping with joy. However, the more Feng Yu said, the more suspicious Kirilenko becomes. They had only met a few times and are not familiar with each other. Why is Feng Yu willing to help him for free? Sure enough, Kirilenko bites the bait and insisted Feng Yu to accept payments for his service. After signing the contract, Feng Yu also calmed down a lot. This trip lasted 2 to 3 days, and they can earn 60,000 renminbi. More importantly, Kirilenko had the intention of doing this business for long term. How can Feng Yu have no other ideas? In the future, there is a very popular industry, which is intermediation services. An intermediary earns commissions by introducing two parties for business deals. Because there are no goods, there is no cost in this business. It is very suitable for those who had no capital but have a lot of networks. At first, this industry is started by those rich second generations who had a lot of connections. But it soon develops into a striving industry. To be a good intermediary, one must have a rich source of customers and a variety of goods. Most importantly, he has to know a lot of people. Does Feng Yu know anyone who does business? No. But from today onwards, he will have a lot of sources for goods, and these goods are in demand in the Soviet Union. In this era, speculation is considered a crime and had not been abolished yet. The planned economy is transiting to a market economy. There are many who are smart, but they are mainly from the coastal areas. For example, the village secretary of the nation's #1 village, Huashi Village, had set up a factory producing small hardware even before the government allows. Later, after the policy had changed, that factor even became a positive model for others to follow. In Longjiang, where it is near to the borders, there are few who dare to do this line. Feng Yu also did not intend to do such business. What he wanted is barter trade. He will send some domestic goods over to Kirilenko, and Kirilenko will send some goods back. With goods in hand, Feng Yu is not considered speculating. Real speculation refers to the use of the opportunity, hoarding of goods, making imitations, manipulating prices, and disrupting the market, profiteering behavior. Feng Yu is not doing any of these. I want more of this more. Kirilenko said. Feng Yu looked at what Kirilenko pointed, shocked a moment. Big white rabbit sweets. Kirilenko is a grown-up, and yet he put one sweet into his mouth. Isn't that what kids eat? This towel and this scarf. More. I want more of these hairpins. These socks, red color ones, more. Feng Yu noticed something. Why are the things Kirilenko wanted are for girls? Brother, are you going to open a shop dedicated to women customers? Feng Yu asked. No, no, no. I am selling to the art troupe. The art troupe is one of those that asked me to procure for them, and they like these stuff. Kirilenko answered. This Kirilenko is indeed capable. He can even do purchases for their art troupe. Feng Yu is convinced that this trade can be done for a long time and is able to bring in huge profits. Girls like these things. Feng Yu also bought a red hairpin for Lina. It seems that Lina likes red color. Less than half an hour, Manager Su had contacted all his suppliers, and their representatives arrived at the cooperative's office. Everyone is trying to sell their products to Feng Yu at the same time, giving Feng Yu a headache. Shut up. I am Mr. Kirilenko's representative. You all fill up a form first. Feng Yu shouted. Earlier, when they were photocopying the contract, Feng Yu used a white paper to draw up a form and photocopied more than 10 copies. Now Feng Yu is giving each of them a copy. The form clearly indicates the name of the manufacturer, the nature of the manufacturer, the type of goods, price, quantity, contact number, etc. This is the important step for Feng Yu to bypass Manager Su in future. Okay, now I will tell you all the types and quantity of goods. For the price, You all can discuss with Manager Su. Feng Yu said. When Feng Yu told them the types and quantity of the goods, Manager Su quickly recorded it down. This deal alone will achieve his quarterly sales target. Unfortunately, he did not see Feng Yu keeping all those forms. This might be the last time Manager Su earned from Feng Yu. After Manager Su discussed with the supplier's representatives, he sat down with Feng Yu and talked about the discounts. They finally agreed at 7% discount, which also includes the transportation of goods to the railway station and loading the train. The total price for this transaction is only 1.02 million renminbi. Feng Yu had discussed the quantity with Kirilenko to decide. But after discount, the price is lower than expected and Kirilenko still has a lot of money left. Feng Yu consulted Kirilenko if he needed anything else. Kirilenko looked around and suddenly stared at the gloves on the counter. Feng Yu immediately got the message and discussed with Manager Su to clear all his stocks of gloves for 100,000 renminbi. Kirilenko bought ham sausages using the rest of his money. They signed the contract with Manager Su and wrote a receipt the same way like last time. Only the type and quantity of goods are written. The column for the price is empty. Li Shiqiang drove Kirilenko back to the International Hotel for his suitcase. Once back at the cooperative, Kirilenko opened his suitcase and took out stacks of rubles. Altogether 300,000 rubles on the table. When the Manager Su reached out for the rubles, he was stopped by Feng Yu. Manager Su, according to the exchange rate, you still have to return us more than 30,000 renminbi. What goods are you going to exchange for with the money? Feng Yu asked. Manager Su smiled. He doesn't care. What do you care so much? Because I had also signed a contract. I have to obey the law. We will use these 30,000 renminbi to get instant noodles. If you are able to give us more, then perhaps next month we will still come back to you to purchase more goods. Feng Yu said. Instant noodles are fast-selling goods. Feng Yu saw it in the warehouse, but Manager Su did not recommend to Kirilenko. However, there is only one type of instant noodles, Huafeng brand's seafood noodles. This is an old brand. This company is still in production until Feng Yu's rebirth. With regards to the exchange rate issue, I had asked them to give us some instant noodles. You just cook these noodles in boiling water for 5 minutes, and you can eat it. If you add a piece of ham sausage, it will taste better. Feng Yu told Kirilenko. Kirilenko did not know what instant noodles were, but he was delighted to know that he is getting more goods. He thought that he had used up all his 300,000 rubles to buy those goods, and didn't expect to have more goods. It seems that signing a contract with Feng Yu is good. This way, Feng Yu will be more responsible. Because of his future business, Kirilenko decided to give Feng Yu some benefits. These are for you, Kirilenko said. No, it's too much. Feng Yu said, while looking at the 20,000 rubles in front of him. You deserve it. We are friends, and you should not refuse me. I will be coming to Bing City again in future. Please continue to help me. Kirilenko said. Feng Yu accepted the 20,000 rubles unwillingly. This Kirilenko is really lovely. Bang. Feng Xingtai banged on the table. This son really needs to be disciplined. Skipping classes and now, he still wants to set up a company? He thinks it is so easy to set up a company? Dad, don't worry. We are doing business with Russians. The state is also encouraging us to do business with them. We have the geographical advantage, and we have to make good use of it. If not, within 2 years, those businessmen from the south will come and grab this opportunity, and we will earn a lot lesser. Feng Yu said, Money. All you know is money. Do you intend to stop schooling? Are you still going to high school? University? I let you go to school is for you to have a good future and not earn money. Feng Xingtai scolded. I did not say that I am setting up the company. It is you that will be registering the company, and the company is yours. Feng Yu said. He would like to register the company himself, but registering needs to have an ID card. Feng Yu is less than 16 years old, and he does not have an ID card yet. How can he register the company? I register the company? Feng Xingtai asked. Yes, a trading company. There are such companies in the south now. It is reported in the newspapers every day. The Great One had also encouraged entrepreneurship. It is contributing to the nation's economic development. Towards people of his parents' age, it is important to use grand-sounding words. Is it? Feng Xingtai looks at his wife, but Zhang Muhua can only shake her head. She didn't know either. Dad, I said before, stop playing mahjong at night and watch more news. Another thing, this time I go to Bing City is not to play. It is for business. This trip, I earned 80,000 renminbi. Feng Yu said. How much? Feng Xingtai and Zhang Muhua asked. 80,000 renminbi. Only 2 days. I had also made arrangements with the other party. He will be purchasing another batch of goods sometime later. If we want to make money, we must grab this opportunity. Don't you want to live in a big house? Don't we want to fetch Grandpa and Grandma to stay with us? Once you agree to set up a company, we can buy a big house with more than 100 square meters in Bing City. Feng Yu said. Feng Yu did not dare to tell them that many rich people live in houses which are more than a few hundred and even thousand square meters of the house. He knew that his parents will not believe. It's a long way to go to brainwash them. Dad, if you don't agree, I won't be able to study in peace. Midterm exams are coming. This will affect my results. Feng Yu said. Then what about our fields? Feng Xingtai asked. Feng Yu rolled his eyes. Hire people. We will stop farming in future. We will rent the fields to others. Whoever wants to farm, let them go and farm. We will move to the city and enjoy life. Feng Xingtai turned and looked at his wife. What do you think? I don't know. You decide yourself. Zhang Muhua had been shocked by the conversations between this father and son. These two had talked about earning a few thousand at the beginnings to earning tens of thousands. Now they are even talking about setting up a company. She totally cannot catch up with their thoughts. But she believed that her son, who had to go to school, cannot be wrong. Besides, how can her son cheat her? Hearing his wife's words, and from the look of her eyes, Feng Xingtai knew that his wife really wants to live in the city. Feng Xingtai said, Fine. I will go and register a company tomorrow. If you can't enter the city's high school, I will shut down the company. Having persuaded his parents, Feng Yu returned to school with a peace of mind. It is almost midterm exams, and he needs to start revision. Although he has more than 20 years of foresight, he had only focused on investments and never did other business. He wants to enter the university and study management. At the same time, know some classmates and recruit some talented ones among them to help accomplish his dream of having an economic empire. When Feng Yu is studying hard study, Feng Xingtai came to Bing City with his identity card. Li Shiqiang had heard from Feng Yu and had been waiting at the train station. Using the borrowed car, Li Shiqiang sent his future father-in-law to the Trade and Industry Bureau. In this era, it is simple and fast to register a company. Unlike the future, where is it very strict. Li Shiqiang had already found out the procedures and brought Feng Xingtai to do the necessary procedures. The whole process will take about 1 day, and the company will be officially registered the next day. Uncle, come and take a look. This is the office of our Taihua company, Li Shiqiang said. Although it is called an office, it is actually a rented warehouse near to the train station. This warehouse had been modified to 2 stories. The upper story is divided into many rooms which are the office and dormitories. The company's first employees were the young men Li Shiqiang hired to collect the bonds. They had stopped collecting treasury bonds from door to door. With the opening up of the bonds trading, the prices of treasury bonds had risen. Now, Shin City treasury bond prices had risen to 101 renminbi and 30 cents for a 100 renminbi treasure bond. Just by traveling between Bing City and Shin City, Li Shiqiang is earning more than 1,000 a trip. Feng Yu said that these people are useful. One of them will follow Li Shiqiang to Shin City, while the rest will clean up the warehouse. According to Feng Yu, the warehouse is going to be filled with goods, and their salaries will soon to be doubled. Feng Yu had wanted to have a 1-to-1 contribution ratio and spilt the company equally with Li Shiqiang. But Li Shiqiang is clear. This company can make money is due to Feng Yu, and he is just a runner. So he rejected Feng Yu's offer. Furthermore, this time, Feng Yu's investment is quite big. It involves almost all of Feng Yu's money. Li Shiqiang is also a bit reluctant to give up on the treasury bond business. In the end, the company is registered with a startup capital of 200,000. Feng Xingtai accounted for 90%, which is 180,000 renminbi, and Li Shiqiang accounted for 10%, 20,000 renminbi. The general manager is Feng Xingtai. Feng Yu and Li Shiqiang are deputy managers, and others are salesmen. If the Kirilenko had not given Feng Yu an additional 20,000 rubles, it would be hard for them to continue the treasury bond business after taking out 200,000 renminbi. Other than this 200,000 renminbi, rent, renovations, and other miscellaneous expenses, they still have about 100,000 renminbi left to trade treasury bonds, and they would still be able to earn about 1,000 per trip. Feng Yu had discussed with Li Shiqiang. There is no need to be so clear with their initial capital. Li Shiqiang had been busy with the treasury bonds business, and Feng Yu insisted their earnings to be split equally. Li Shiqiang, however, did not want so much. His family had not invested much initially, and Feng Yu is the one who had thought of this idea. Feng Yu had also given him some of the profits from the deals with Kirilenko. If not for Li Shiqiang's firm refusal, Feng Yu wanted to give him more. But after some time, Feng Yu thought it doesn't matter. When Feng Yu becomes successful in future, he will not forget his brother-in-law and his family. When Feng Xingtai heard from Li Shiqiang that Feng Yu had invested 180,000 renminbi into the company, he almost fainted. His son's business is getting bigger and bigger. In the blink of an eye, it is late June and also the high school entrance exams of Longjiang province. The exams in this era are not as crazy as the exams in future, where there are parents waiting outside the classroom to pass their kids towels and water. This is especially so for this small farm. There is not much attention to the exams at all. However, the leaders at the farm and the school knew the importance of this exam. The more students that can be admitted into high schools and vocational schools, the greater the credit is for the leaders and teachers. Firstly, is the food in the school canteen. There are more varieties, and the prices are cheap. Those first years and second years are on holidays. So, there are lesser people at the school, and the taste becomes better. The food gave Feng Yu the biggest impression for this exam. As for the examination, there is no comparison with the future. In his previous life, Feng Yu had studied at university, and after graduation, he got to take the examination for the broker license. There were fierce competitions for every examination. As such, he is unfazed by the atmosphere of the current exam. The exams went on for 3 days. Feng Yu felt that he had done well for his exams. The school teachers asked them to list the 3 schools they wanted to enter, and Feng Yu listed the 3 high schools in the city. His first choice is the best high school in the city. Because of Feng Yu's influence, their class worked hard during this semester. Feng Yu knew that compared to his previous life, many of his classmates who had entered vocational school had registered for high schools. Even if they can't enter the city's high school, they can also enter the high schools in the rural districts. Feng Yu, how were your exams? Lina came over and asked. She is wearing the red hair clip Feng Yu bought for her. I should do well. Should not have any problem to enter the city's high school. What about you? Feng Yu said as he snatched the apple from Lina's hands. Feng Yu doesn't mind. Lina had already bitten the apple, and he took a big bite off the apple. Lina didn't say anything. She was used to it. I should do well on my exams too. How did you fill out your high school list? Let me see. Lina whispered. She wants to go to the same high school with Feng Yu, the same university, and then Lina also filled in the same 3 high schools as Feng Yu list. Seeing Feng Yu stretching over to see Lina's form, she quickly turns over the form. When Dongjun suddenly comes over, Lina, you and Feng Yu choose the same high schools. How did you know? Lina panicked. She was found out. I guessed. But now I am sure. When Dongjun had my evil plans had succeeded, look while Lina blushes. Feng Yu gave When Dongjun a push and said to Lina, ignore him. I am going to the city with Dongjun in 2 days. You want to join us? Go and play in the city? Lina's eyes brighten up, but she knew her parents will never agree. I am not going. You two go ahead. I still have things to do. Lina said. There is some disappointment in Feng Yu's eyes. Both of them had been studying and playing together for the whole semester. Feng Yu also felt Lina's attitude towards him had changed drastically from the first time they met. How can Feng Yu not have feelings for her? Besides, Lina is very beautiful and is the belle of the school. If she dresses up a little, she will definitely be more beautiful. Rumors of Feng Yu and Lina dating had spread in the class, but both of them had never admitted or denied. Even Teacher Sun knew about this rumor, but he did not object. It is normal for students of their age to start dating, as it is part of puberty. Anyway, once they entered high school, they will be separated. After Lina left, Feng Yu and When Dongjun submitted their list and went back to their dormitory to pack their belongings. What if you and Lina didn't enter the same high school? Aren't you afraid if Uncle Feng found out that you and Lina are dating? When Dongjun asked while packing. Feng Yu. Oh. When Dongjun said angrily, what do you mean by oh? Both Lina and me will surely be in the best high school, including you. Feng Yu said. Me? Entering the best high school in the city? Stop joking. The most I can enter is the high schools in the district. When Dongjun knows his own standards. Although he had worked very hard, but compared to Feng Yu, the difference is too big. Don't worry, I have my ways. You carry on packing. I will go for a run. Feng Yu said. Li Na is already waiting at the school stadium. Feng Yu comes to the stadium for runs every day and had dragged Li Na along. But today, Feng Yu did not come here for his daily jogs. He holds Li Na and sits on the field. He then took a small mirror out from his pocket and handed it to Li Na. My gift for you. The mirror is very common, but Li Na likes it very much. She kept looking at her red hair clip on her head from the mirror. What do you want from Bing City? I will ask Dong Jun to bring it back for you. Feng Yu asked. Let him bring it back? You are not coming back. Li Na asked. I will only be back next month. I have something to do in Bing City. Don't worry about high school. We will surely still be together. Feng Yu said. What if I don't do well on the exams? Li Na asked. There is no what-ifs. I had arranged everything, Feng Yu said. You arranged everything? How did you arrange? Li Na asked, not believing Feng Yu's words. Send gifts. The school's deputy principal is my brother-in-law father's comrades, and my brother-in-law had helped him exchange some foreign exchange and exchange some treasury bonds. My brother-in-law also sent him a few cartons of cigarette and bottles of alcohol. Anyway, you and I will surely be in the best high school in the city. Feng Yu said casually. You gave gifts to the principal? How could you do that? Li Na said angrily. Entering high schools should be based on individuals' results. If it is because of gifts, then it is not fair. Feng Yu looked at Li Na. Today, she is wearing a simple pale yellow skirt with a white lotus embroidered at the edge of the skirt. When there is a breeze, the flowers will sway. Feng Yu at Li Na carefully, and Li Na looks down shyly. Inside her, she is having some complicated feelings. She is feeling nervous, shy and happy, all mixed together. When Li Na wanted to ask Feng Yu to not look at her, Feng Yu said, I was just joking with you. My sister is not married yet. Where can I find a brother-in-law? Besides, just by our results, we deserve to be in the best high school in the city. Li Na stared at Feng Yu fiercely and then playfully gave him a punch. Li Na smiled and said, Lotus in the pond next to the hospital should have bloomed. Every summer, I used to go there. It's really beautiful. You must go there and see it yourself. And yesterday, a big butterfly stopped at the windowsill of my house. Li Na talked about those small little things which made her happy. When Feng Yu wanted to reach out and hold her hands, the irritating when Dong Jun ran over. Xiao Yu, Uncle Feng is here to pick us up. He is outside the dormitory waiting for us. Li Na hurriedly stood up. Feng Yu, I am going home. See you next time. Feng Yu's outstretched hand stopped in midair, and he gave Wen Dongjun vicious stare. Why can't you appear a minute later? Li Na returned to the classroom, took her bag, and ran to the school. From far, she can see Feng Yu loading his belonging into the tractor cart. She waved to Feng Yu and ran towards her home direction. Wen Deguang came to Feng Yu home in the evenings. He is here to confirm what he had heard from his son. His son, when Dongjun had told him that Feng Yu's brother-in-law is able to help him enter the best high school in the city. Feng Xingtai was shocked. That Xiaoli is so capable? But Feng Xingtai saw his son making eyes at him, and he just goes along with it. He promised to help Wen Dongjun. After Wen Deguang left, Feng Xingtai's face changed and took out the feather duster to question Feng Yu. I need to find some company. Maybe next year, my sister might be getting married and move out. I can't be living alone in Bing City, right? Aren't you worried? Feng Yu asked. Looking at his son's irritating face, Feng Xingtai really wants to beat him up. But what his son said made sense. He will worry about his son living alone in Bing City if his daughter gets married. Can Xiaoli arrange Wen Dongjuan's entrance to the best high school? Feng Xingtai asked. He didn't really think that Li Shiqiang is capable of accomplishing it. It's already done. The vice principal had already instructed the admission officers. Don't look at me this way. When did your son lie to you? Feng Yu asked. You wet your bed when you were 4 years old, and you lied that you spilled your drink on the bed. When you were 6 years old, you broke Mr. Li's cherry tree and you lied that it was the wind. When you were 8 years old, you... Feng Xingtai said. Come on, Dad. Did you pick me up from the streets? Feng Yu is speechless. His father is bringing up his dark history and must be stopped. He is a genius, and he will become a legend. Everyone will be scrambling to learn from him, and there might be people who will be writing a biography for him. His father must forget these embarrassing incidents. If these are recorded in his biography, he won't be able to face everyone. The next morning, Feng Yu carried a backpack and met up with Wen Dongjun. The pair took a bus to Bing City. Xiaoyu, over here. Li Shiqiang stood behind a group of people, waving his arms. Brotherly, this is my childhood friend Wen Dongjun. This is Brotherly, my sister's boyfriend. Feng Yu said. Good afternoon, Brotherly. Wen Dongjun greeted. Same to you. Let's go. The car is in front. Li Shiqiang said. When on the jeep, Wen Dongjun immediately asked, Brotherly, you can afford a jeep? Does everyone in the city can afford to buy jeeps? Li Shiqiang replied embarrassingly, no. Only a handful of people can afford to drive in the city. I had borrowed this jeep from a friend. He is working at the city's transport department. This jeep is about to be scrapped. Other than going to the countryside, they seldom use this jeep. I gave him 2 packets of cigarettes to borrow it. I heard that they are going to eliminate a batch of vehicles and planning to sell these vehicles off cheaply. I have the intentions to buy one. Feng Yu's eyes widen. Brotherly, the city is going to eliminate the batch of vehicles? Are there any Volga? Volga. This old jeep creates lots of black fumes when moving. During winter, it is freezing to stay in this jeep. But the Volga is different. It is a sedan car. Lada. There is no Volga. But there are Lada, produced by the Soviet Union and is from the same factory with the Volga. During the 80s, there are many Lada vehicles. Lada vehicles were also used as taxi in the capital and the Santana. The prices are not too high too. Li Shiqiang said. Santana. If it is not more than 20,000 renminbi, then buy a Lada with the company's money. You can use it first. But if there are business deals and need to use the car to fetch or send guests, you need to drive them around. Forget about Santana. I do not like that car. Feng Yu said. Didn't you had other uses for the company's money? You want to use it to buy a car? Li Shiqiang asked. Don't worry. Someone will be sending us money soon. Feng Yu said. When Dongjun heard Feng Yu and Li Shiqiang talking about buying a car, he thought, what the hell? Buy one if it is not more than 20,000 renminbi? That is 20,000 renminbi. I had never even seen so much money in my life. Also, what company are they talking about? We have reached. The ancestor of this restaurant owner is a royal chef in the Qing dynasty. His mutton dishes are very nice. Both of you go in and order the food first. I will go and fetch your sister. Li Shiqiang said. The last time when Dongjun came to the city was a few years ago. There are lots of changes to the city. The people here wear very nice clothes, and this restaurant is very big. It is big enough for more than 10 big table. Waiter, I want to order 1 lamb rack, 1 double-cooked pork slices, 1 of your special beef, 1 8 treasure chicken, 1 squirrel fish. Well, those are all meat dishes. Give us some radish dishes and 4 cans of jianli bao. Okay, that's it. Feng Yu said. 8 treasure chicken. Feng Yu ordered a lot of dishes in one breath. Both the waiter and Wen Dongjun were stunned. Don't talk about if they are able to finish all the food. These dishes are not cheap. The total will cost at least 30 renminbi. Feng Yu saw the waiter staring at him and said, My brother-in-law drove out to fetch my sister. Hurry and send the order to the kitchen. They should be here when the food is served. The waiter looked at the Feng Yu and nodded. Xiaoyu, you ordered so many expensive dishes. Will your brother-in-law get angry? When Dongjun whispered, Doesn't matter. My brother-in-law has money. You don't worry. He will get angry if I ordered those cheap dishes. Feng Yu replied. Li Shiqiang and Feng Danying arrived the same time as the dishes were served. Both of them did not mention anything about ordering too much food. Feng Yu and Wen Dongjun did not hesitate and start eating. As they are in their puberty stage, they can eat a lot. But they are still unable to finish all the food on the table. Feng Yu chatted with Li Shiqiang while drinking his soda. Brotherly, are you still traveling to Shun City these few days? Of course. You let those lads rest, but we still need to give them their salaries. They have been playing poker every day. Li Shiqiang replied. There are almost no more treasury bonds for them to collect door to door. What's left is to trade treasury bonds between the 2 cities. Feng Yu had let those lads work at Taihua Company. But other than cleaning up the warehouse, doing some simple renovations, they had nothing to do. The amount Li Shiqiang earned from trading treasury bonds between the 2 cities is barely enough to cover the living expenses, food, and salary of those lads. Brotherly, they are our future followers. Since I am free these few days, I will train them for a bit. I guaranteed that they will help us earn a lot more in future. Feng Yu said. Now Feng Yu have a need for talented intermediary agents. Those that know what goods are in demand, able to sell off goods at high prices, know what type of goods sells the best each location, and where to get cheapest goods. 1 month training should be enough for only Bing City Market. If Feng Yu really wants to train them well, he will still need to see if these lads are suitable for this job. When Dongjun felt lost after hearing what they said, Brother Li often go to Shin City? Brother Li is also paying the salary for his workers to play poker? And Feng Yu is going to give training? Okay, I trust you. After eating, we will go to the mall. Both of you are starting high school and will need a few sets of new clothes, Li Shiqiang said. He knows that Kirilenko is coming again within the next few days, and they will be able to earn some money. At the mall, when Dongjun's eyes became wide again. This mall is really big. The clothes here are beautiful. There are even toy guns that look like real guns here. Li Shiqiang brought them around Bing City for 2 days and didn't go to Shin City. When Dongjun is impressed with the city life and made up his mind, he must study in the city's high school. When Dongjun went back to the farm, but Feng Yu stayed in Bing City. The company had just started, and there is a lot of work for Feng Yu. He needs to make the final decisions on many matters, such as the company's rules and regulations. Before Feng Yu had come up with the rules, Li Shiqiang ran over to him with a telegram. The telegram is in Russian. It must be from Kirilenko. Feng Yu is still thinking when they will have their first deal since they set up the company and Kirilenko's telegram came in. In the current era, there are not a lot of places where you can make an international call. Feng Yu can only go to the post office to make his call to Kirilenko. The staff at the post office thought that Feng Yu is joking when Feng Yu said that he wants to make an international call. Feng Yu is still a teenager, and yet he wants to make an international call. When the staff wanted to chase Feng Yu out, Feng Yu threw 2 pieces of 10 RMB notes on the counter, picked up the phone, and dialed Kirilenko. The staff checked the notes to see if they were real. The notes were indeed real. Before the staff could tell Feng Yu about the rates, Feng Yu had already started to speak in Russian. The staff was shocked. This kid actually called Russia and can speak Russian so fluently. While on the phone, Feng Yu wrote down a list of items on a piece of paper. The phone call lasted for 5 minutes. He had wanted to leave the post office and let the staff keep the change, but the staff stopped him. 5 RMB a minute. Your call is 5 minutes and 30 seconds. The total is 30 renminbi. The post office staff said. Feng Yu shuddered at the cost of long-distance charges. It is too expensive. He then took out another 20 renminbi. He needs to make a few more phone calls. Once he finished his phone calls, he rode a bicycle back to the company. At the company, Feng Yu sat in the newly renovated office and let the others stand outside the company, pretending to be very busy. In less than 10 minutes, there is someone standing outside the entrance asking loudly, "Is this Tai Hua Trading Company?" "Yes." "Who are you looking for?" One of Feng Yu's staff asked. "I am looking for your manager, Feng. I am sales representative Wang Hua, from Three Brothers Canning Factory." Wang Hua replied. "Oh, canning factory again. Today, you are the 3rd canning factory representative. Okay, go up the stairs and turn left. You can see the manager's room. It is written on the door." Feng Yu's staff said. Wang Hua thought to himself, 2 other sale representatives from canning factories had came? This means that they don't really need canned food or had already bought canned food. How can I negotiate this deal? Wang Hua went upstairs and knocked the office door. He heard someone asking him to come in, and he opened the door. Seeing the person behind the desk, he understood why the voice is so familiar. This is the kid that helped the Russian guy buy things at the cooperative the other day. This kid is the manager? Isn't him a bit too young to be a manager? But Wang Hua had been a sales representative for a number of years and had traveled to many places. At some places, he had seen bosses that are younger than Feng Yu. Most likely, these people are rich second generations with strong family backgrounds. He wonders who is Feng Yu's father. Could it be some government official's son? "Hello, Manager Feng. I am Wang Hua from Three Brothers Canning Factory. We can produce the country's best-selling canned fruit. We also took the gold award last year at XX province." Wang Hua said. Feng Yu smirked. Provincial awards are just local protectionism. It does not have any value. Not to mention, the award, Wang Hua said, was later exposed to be organized and fixed by a few businessmen to give awards to themselves. In Feng Yu's previous life, this method had been used countless of times. But for now, having such awards still seems prestigious to many. "Oh, Three Brother Canning Factory? How did you know that we need a batch of canned fruit?" Feng Yu asked. Wang Hua stopped for a moment and thought, "Didn't you let someone call me? If you didn't call me, who the hell made that call?" Half an hour earlier, Wang Hua was in the hotel when he received a message from the hotel boss, saying Tai Hua Trading Company is buying canned fruits. The one who had left this message even left the company's address. For Wang Hua, it doesn't matter who is the one who left the message as long as he is able to sell his canned fruits. A friend told me. Wang Hua replied, Really? You must have a lot of friends, but we had just spoken to 2 other canning factories. The prices they offered is quite attractive. We are already preparing the contracts. You are late. We hope to work with you in future. Feng Yu said while holding his empty teacup, indicating to Wang Hua that he does not want to negotiate any business with him. Wang Hua anxiously said, Mr. Feng, our canned fruits taste particularly good, and we have ready stocks in Bing City. Our warehouse is not far from yours. You can go over and take a look yourself. Furthermore, our prices are also cheap and selling well in the market. Wang Hua is anxious. He even used honorifics on Feng Yu. Is it? But the other 2 factories also have ready stocks, and besides, I had already promised them, and their prices are really cheap. Feng Yu replied and mentioned the word cheap again. Ours is cheaper. Only 3 renminbi for a can. Wang Hua replied. 3 renminbi? It is too expensive. The other 2 factories are offering around 2 renminbi. Feng Yu said. Although he does not know the exact cost price of canned fruits, he knows that it will not exceed 2 renminbi. If not, canned fruits will be selling for 4 to 5 renminbi in stores. Our can have more weight. Ours is about 1 kilogram per can, while theirs are only around 600 grams. Wang Hua said, Come on, it's all the syrup and water. The fruits in there are about the same. Okay, we will get in touch with you next time. Feng Yu interrupted Wang Hua. Mr. Feng, we can be a little cheaper. 2 renminbi and 60 cents for a can. This is the cheapest we can go. Any cheaper, it will be at cost price. Wang Hua had seen the number of goods Feng Yu bought when Feng Yu helped Kirilenko buy things. If Wang Hua is able to clinch this deal, he will achieve his quarterly target. I will buy some if it is 2 renminbi and 20 cents. Feng Yu said, 2 renminbi and 20 cents is really not possible. The lowest I can go is 2 renminbi and 40 cents. We didn't even offer such low prices to the cooperatives. I also promise you that these goods will be fresh and are canned within the month. Wang Hua said, This era, there are not much additives and preservatives in canned foods. As such, canned food had a shorter shelf life. Many dishonest businessmen changed the expiry dates on the packaging and export to other countries. To them, this is only a one-time business and they don't care. Feng Yu frowned and said, 2 renminbi and 40 cents. How many stocks do you have in your warehouse? 500. Wang Hua replied loudly. Feng Yu shook his head. That's not enough. Wang Hua happily said, I can ship more from the factory. Only takes 3 days to arrive. How much more do you want? Even 1,000 cans also no problem. Then send another 500 cans over. I want peach, hawthorn, and assorted fruits. I will make the payments 2 days after the goods are loaded. Any problems? Feng Yu asked. No problem. Absolutely no problem. I will contact our director. Mr. Feng, shall we sign the contract first? Wang Hua asked. Wang Hua took out a contract with the company's stamp from his bag. The quantity, unit price, type, and amount are blank, and Wang Hua filled up this information in front of Feng Yu. Feng Yu looked at the contract carefully. There are very few provisions in the contract, but they were very clear and precise. It states the responsibility of both parties and the penalties for breaking the contract. Any party which default will have to compensate the other party double the amount. Feng Yu smiled and took out the company's stamp from the drawer. He stamped on the contract and signed Feng Xingtai on the contract. If the other party try to be funny, Feng Yu can just disregard this contract. Okay, go and prepare. The latest is 5 days, and I will need to load the shipment. If the sales are good, I will look for you again next month. Feng Yu said, Thank you, Manager Feng. I am staying at Jiaxing Hotel, room 201. This is the number to the hotel. You can contact me anytime. Wang Hua said. After Wang Hua left, Feng Yu smiled. He remembered that this canned fruits cost 2 renminbi and 90 cents at the cooperative. Now it becomes 2 renminbi and 40 cents. That Manager Su really earned a lot last time. But now Manager Su can no longer make any money from him. Many sales representatives from factories came to look for Feng Yu. They were there to negotiate deals with Feng Yu. Some of them are contacted by Feng Yu, and some are the contacts Li Shiqiang got from his friend at the cooperative. These people came like a swarm of flies once they heard that there is a company doing wholesale for their products. Feng Yu had a silver tongue, and with some small tricks, he managed to fool these salesmen. He got the products at a very lower price, and all of them agreed to collect payments 2 days after Feng Yu loaded the shipment. Only 3 factories require some partial down payments. These 3 factories are state-owned enterprise, and they must collect down payments. Down payments? Feng Yu sneered. He changed the down payment to deposit. Deposit and down payments are completely different in China. Deposit means the goods are reserved. According to the contract, one party must pay the other party double the deposit amount. For down payment, it means that the deal is finalized. If one party breaks the contract, he would have to compensate the other party double of the full amount. Feng Yu is not that stupid to be fooled. Feng Yu only knows what Kirilenko probably wants. However, the quantity is not confirmed yet. If there are slight differences in the quantity, Feng Yu is confident that these factories will not pursue any compensations from him as he is considered a big customer and there will be future orders from him. Even if there are compensations, Feng Yu can also afford. If it is a down payment, then Feng Yu still have to pay the full amount of the goods which Kirilenko does not want. These salesmen were very surprised by Feng Yu's ability to take note of these wordings. They did not expect someone so young to be so alert. Feng Yu is not easily fooled, but they still agreed to sign the revised contract. The provisions of the new contract are very clear and precise on the responsibilities of both parties. The date of payments is also clearly stated. Do think the state-owned factory salesmen are very honest. They will also seek compensations and block people's door for payments. Of course, in this era, it is uncommon to go to court for compensations. So, both parties must be careful, and if they did not receive any payments, they will not do the loading. The reason for Feng Yu's request making payments the day after loading of the goods is to create a reliable impression. After a few deals, he will be able to get a longer credit term with these factories. When that happens, there will be no need for Kirilenko to come over personally. With just a phone call, Kirilenko can order the types and quantity of goods, and Feng Yu will just send it over. Kirilenko can make payments after he received the goods. At that time, Feng Yu's international trade can be considered officially started. He can use a small amount of money to do trading of large quantities of goods. On the 3rd day, those goods had reached Bing City. Some of the factory's warehouse is not big enough to store them and are sent directly to Tai Hua Company's warehouse. Feng Yu's warehouse quickly filled up, stacking to the brim. During this time, Li Shiqiang is still trading treasury bonds. Although treasury bond prices had raised a little in Bing City, the price in Xin City is still higher. Li Shiqiang can still earn a bit from the differences in prices. Feng Yu let Li Shiqiang carried on doing this business. He knows that once more cities opened up the trading of treasury bonds later in the year, this trade will hit the peak. But to travel between cities every day is too tiring. Feng Yu would have quit a long time ago. The last trip almost tired him to death, and the smell on the train is unbearable. Feng Danying also complained about Li Shiqiang several times. Because of his traveling, they had little time to meet up. However, Li Shiqiang just smiled. Feng Yu had told him that this trade can only last until around June next year. Once most cities opened up treasury bonds trading, the prices between cities will stabilize. While there are still differences between cities now, they must grab this opportunity to make money. After next year, there will be no more money for them to make. Li Shiqiang also has good news for Feng Yu. His comrade had told him that the government is replacing a batch of old cars. The government had already purchased new cars. However, the city is disposing the old cars in batches of at least 3 cars and are not selling to individuals. Feng Yu raised his brows and said, "This is not a problem. Isn't it only just 3 cars? We will just buy 3 cars. 1 Jeep and 2 Lada. We can always sell one of the Lada away. I do not believe there are no buyers for such good cars. There are no problems with the conditions of these disposed government cars. These cars were all properly maintained, and there is absolutely no problem with the cleanliness. Once they got the cars, they can just send them for an overhaul, and it will be as good as new. There will be no problems selling it. Xiaoyu, 3 cars can be too expensive. The Jeep is still fine. Only around 10,000 renminbi. Lada cost at least 40,000 to 50,000 renminbi. Do we still have enough funds in the company?" Li Shiqiang said. Feng Yu had thought that since most commodities are cheap in this era, everything else is also cheap. He had forgotten that cars are much more expensive compared to his time in his previous life. This is especially so for imported cars. The prices are outrageous. There are enough company funds. Their business deals are worth millions, but Feng Yu had only used 60,000 renminbi as deposits. He only needs to make the full payments after loading the goods. There are still about 100,000 RMB in the company's account. So what if it is expensive? We are not short of money. Later, you will drive the Jeep during summer and Lada during winter. This is the company's benefits to the top management. Brotherly, help me get a license too. Feng Yu said. You can drive? Li Shiqiang looked at Feng Yu in astonishment. PSSSSD, it's only driving a car. At our farm, any family who owns a tractor will know how to drive. Don't worry. Later we will find an empty lot, and I will show you my driving skills. Feng Yu said. If we get 2 cars, will Uncle Feng be angry? Li Shiqiang hesitated. If you don't say and I don't say, how would he know? Money earned is to be spent. Don't you want to drive a Lada? Feng Yu replied. Feng Yu is a person who likes to live a good life. If he can drive a good car, of course, he will drive one. If he is not short of money now, he will buy imported cars such as Mercedes and BMW. Well, I'll go talk to my comrade and see how much it costs for the 3 cars. He is working there, and I will ask him to pick 3 of the better ones. Li Shiqiang said. Brotherly, treat him to a dinner and give him a red packet. Don't be stingy. Give him 100 renminbi. Feng Yu said. 100 renminbi? That is more than a 1-month salary. But Li Shiqiang nodded. He knows that this money cannot be saved. Li Shiqiang acted quickly. As Taihua Company is the first company which wants to buy the cars, the city government gave them a good price and even allow Li Shiqiang to choose from the fleet. Most of these cars had not been used much. It was a waste of these cars as the city is not using them and not assigning them to the villages. Even when the city is getting new cars and there is a shortage of cars in the villages and small towns, the city still chose to sell these cars. Li Shiqiang's comrade had informed him in advance there are 2 70% new Lada and an 80% new Jeep. But they are too dirty and people seldom use them. Li Shiqiang pretended to check every car by opening the hoods. But in fact, he is looking for the markings his comrade left for him. I want this, and this one. Where do I make the payment? Li Shiqiang said. Feng Yu was taking a nap when he woke up by the sound of car horns. He looked downstairs and saw the 3 cars. Finally, he can seat in a sedan. He had enough of that broken Jeep. This era, driving a Lada is comparable to driving an imported sports car in his previous life. Now it's time to go for a ride. Kirilenko had just stepped out of the airport, and he saw a Russian car, Lada. Kirilenko felt very proud to see his country's car in China. But Kirilenko never expects Feng Yu to step out of that Lada. Feng Yu changed car? He had changed into a Russian car for me? This is a really good friend. Feng Yu, on the other hand, had never expected that changing car will increase Kirilenko's impression of him. He only wanted a more comfortable ride. Ji Xiong, Chinese. Welcome to China again. I had arranged a dinner and top-grade erguo to welcome you. Feng Yu said. Kirilenko is feeling puzzled by the way Feng Yu addressed him. But when he heard erguo, Kirilenko's eyes lit up. After a heavy meal and drinks, Kirilenko is high again. Feng Yu explained to Kirilenko that Ji Xiong is a short form in Chinese for brother Qi. Hearing this, Kirilenko is delighted. He held Feng Yu's hands and insisted Feng Yu to stay with him at the International Hotel. But Feng Yu refused. Sleeping in the same room with Kirilenko? Kirilenko might be able to fall asleep, but Feng Yu will be tortured the whole night. The last time Feng Yu shared a room with Kirilenko, he didn't even sleep a wink. Feng Yu thought to himself, wait till I learn how to fart while sleeping, grind my teeth, snore and talk in my dreams. I will share a room with you again. We shall see who can fall asleep first. The next day, Kirilenko saw Li Shiqiang waiting for him at the entrance of his hotel. Li Shiqiang then drove him to a strange place. This looks like a warehouse. The doors of the warehouse opened, and Kirilenko saw a warehouse full of Soviet Union's fast-selling products. What is the meaning of this? Did Feng Yu prepared for him? Kirilenko heard a familiar voice from upstairs. It seems that Feng Yu is arguing with someone. Just when Kirilenko reached the second floor, he saw someone leaving the office and slammed the office door loudly. Feng Yu is also shouting in the office. Seeing Kirilenko, Feng Yu smiled and said, Brother Qi, you are so early today. Did you sleep well last night? Feng, I heard you arguing with someone from downstairs. Did something happen? Kirilenko asked. Feng Yu faked a troubled expression and said, Nothing. It is just the cooperative. They refused to sell us any more goods as they had changed the manager. I had contacted other suppliers, but the prices are high as this is the first time working together. Feng, you had worked hard for me. I can understand. It doesn't matter if it is slightly more expensive. Kirilenko said. No, I will not let you suffer losses. I will get you the same prices like last time. Those goods downstairs are the same price as last time. I will reject those goods that are more expensive. I can't let you lose money. Feng said. This time, it is Kirilenko's turn to feel embarrassed. He rubbed his hands and said, Feng, my brother, I will tell you the truth. Actually, these goods are very profitable in my country. It doesn't matter even if these goods are slightly more expensive. Feng said, how much profits can you get if my goods are so expensive? You still need to factor in the transportation costs. It will be good if you are able to get 10% profits. No. You don't understand the situation in my country. There is a strong demand for such goods. I am able to make around 40% profits. Kirilenko said. FCK. Feng couldn't help but curse in his heart. He had estimated Kirilenko's profit to be quite high, but he never expects it to be so high. The last time, Kirilenko brought 300,000 rubles worth of goods. That means his profits is about 120,000 rubles? Feng suspect that what Kirilenko said is pure profits. That is after deducting the transportation costs and his commissions. Feng suddenly remembered that the Soviet Union is currently preparing their defense against the U.S. due to President Reagan's Star Wars program, Strategic Defense Initiative, an ambitious project that would construct a space-based anti-missile system. The Soviet Union had utilized all of their resources and industries for military purposes and space programs. Very little resources are used for the civilians. The Soviet's economy is about to collapse. It seems that the time for the first country to leave the Soviet Union is not far away. Now it is the time to trade with the Soviet Union. Other than military industries, the Soviet Union had a shortage of everything else. The Soviet Union's industrial products are still more advanced compared to China. This is the time to acquire machinery and parts from them. China is still lacking in many industries, and if it is possible to import these industries' machinery from the Soviet Union, then earning a large amount of money is not a dream for Feng. But it is not easy to obtain the import and export permit. Feng's company still does not have any import permits. His company only have export permits currently, and there are still many unfavorable conditions along with it. For instance, if there are foreign currencies in the account, then Feng can only withdraw in RMB. The government will keep those foreign currencies. During this era, creating revenue from trades is important for the government. The banks monitor transactions very closely. The government allows exportation, but it will be very troublesome to do importation as foreign currencies are needed. For coastal provinces, they are still able to import from Hong Kong. But it is very difficult to do importation for the inland provinces. Feng passed Kirilenko a list in Russian and said, Brother Qi, come, take a look. This is a list of items. Let me know what items you want. I will give you the lowest price. I will not let my brothers suffer. There are tears welling up in Kirilenko's eyes. This is a real friendship. He had only mentioned these items in the phone call, and Feng remembered everything. He even arranged everything for me, saving me the trouble. In the list, there are other items which Kirilenko didn't mention in the previous phone call. Those items are dirt cheap in China. Kirilenko goes through the list carefully and fills in the quantities. He is getting everything on the list. Feng took out a calculator and started punching in the numbers while Kirilenko enjoyed a cup of red tea. Feng calculated the total amount within 5 minutes. Brother Qi, I had calculated the total including the cost of loading onto the train. It should be around 520,000 rubles. I am confident to lower it further to 500,000 rubles. But I need about 3 more days. Feng said, 3 days? The train carriage I arranged is for the day after tomorrow. How about this? I will accept whatever prices you give me, but I had only brought 500,000 rubles with me. If it is not enough, you can reduce some of the quantities. Kirilenko said. Feng narrowed his eyes. Something is not right. This Kirilenko is not as simple as he looks. Feng had only mentioned the prices of these goods casually earlier, and Kirilenko had remembered everything. It should not be coincidental for the total amount to be slightly more than 500,000 rubles. Kirilenko had calculated a rough estimation. But even if Kirilenko is smart, he can't be as familiar with the prices as Feng. There is also no way for Kirilenko to check the prices himself, as everyone will be quoting him a much higher price. Based on the Feng Yu's pricing arrangement with the suppliers, the total is actually around 430,000 rubles, and Feng Yu can have about 14% profits. Don't worry, Brother Qi. Leave everything to me. I guarantee you I will lower the price to 500,000 rubles. Feng Yu said, and discreetly passed Li Shiqiang a signal. Li Shiqiang said something loudly to Feng Yu, and Feng Yu shook his head, refusing him. Kirilenko looked at them, not understanding what is going on until Li Shiqiang rubs his thumb against his other fingers. Kirilenko finally understood what the both of them are talking about. Li Shiqiang wanted money. Feng, this is 20,000 rubles. Consider this as appreciation for your work. Do you think it is enough? Kirilenko said. Brother Qi, there is no need for so much. Okay, I will just accept it. Rest assured, I will arrange for the goods to be loaded onto your train carriage tomorrow. Feng Yu said while reluctantly accepts Kirilenko's 20,000 rubles. It is always a pleasure doing business with Kirilenko. The very next morning, Feng Yu arranged his staffs to load the goods from the warehouse onto the train carriage. He also argued with some suppliers in front of Kirilenko, making it look like he is trying hard to lower the prices. In fact, Feng Yu is discussing with them if he can make payments after the goods reach Moscow. A few of them agreed reluctantly, but most argued with Feng Yu. This is the first time they are working together and the contract had been signed. Everything must be in accordance with the contract. Kirilenko saw everything Feng Yu had done for him. Feng Yu is a really terrific friend. He is even willing to offend his compatriots for Kirilenko. Kirilenko is still thinking of what gifts to give to Feng Yu on his next trip. But little did he know that he had been fooled by Feng Yu, killing two birds with one stone. Feng Yu is noting those suppliers that agree to later payments, and those who had rejected him. He will carry on working with those suppliers who agreed and will kick those that rejected, once he found a replacement. On the third day, after all the goods are loaded, Kirilenko carried a large package of cash to Feng Yu. Kirilenko told Feng Yu that it is not convenient for him to carry so much cash. It is also troublesome to apply for an international bank account and withdraw in China. Feng Yu immediately says he will think of a way to solve this. In future, Kirilenko can just wire the money to him, and he will do the procurement and loading of the train carriage for him. Kirilenko hesitated and said that he will have to consider. They will discuss further on his next trip. As the amount involved is too big, Kirilenko also has to be careful. The next time he comes over, he will also bring a few people who know about trading with him. If possible, he wants to sign a contract with Feng Yu too. As soon as Kirilenko left, Feng Yu's office was packed with people. The goods have been loaded, and according to the contract, it is time to collect payment. Feng Yu waved his hand. Let's go to the bank now. This is our first cooperation. I will not drag or owe any payments. Our future deals will depend on how much sincerities you all have. Bringing 450,000 rubles to the bank manager was shocked. This is a big client with so much foreign currency. There is nothing much to say. The bank does not have enough RMB? No problem. Some suppliers are willing to accept bank transfers. Some also indicate that they are willing to accept foreign currencies. Accepting foreign currencies? The bank manager will never agree. Doing foreign exchange is very profitable those days. The branch manager immediately requested the main branch to send some cash over. After the suppliers left, the branch manager grabbed Feng Yu and asked where he gets so many foreign currencies. After learning that Feng Yu had just completed a business deal with a Russian, the bank manager felt disappointed. He thought that this is only a one-time business deal. The bank manager had been looking for a stable supply of foreign currencies, and he thought that Feng Yu will be a stable channel. Feng Yu leaned back on the sofa and crossed his legs. Manager Zhu. Actually, it is not impossible to have a constant supply of foreign currency, but I have some problems with my permits. The manager immediately asked someone to bring Feng Yu a cup of good tea and said, Mr. Feng, what problems are you facing? Maybe I can help. I got a company and I want to do import and export trade. I have all the sales channels and suppliers ready, but I have a problem with the permits. Currently, I only have the exportation permits and no importation permits. I know Mr. Li, Chief of Foreign Trade Department. I can make arrangements for you, but your company's bank account must be with our bank and your exports must not be less than 400,000 rubles a month. Manager Zhu said. Manager Zhu knew that Feng Yu has his ways of doing business, but does not have any strong backings. If Manager Zhu is able to get a few million foreign currencies a year, He might be promoted to the provincial bank. Then I will have to trouble you, Manager Zhu. There might be some difficulties to get 400,000 rubles a month. But I can promise you that you can take all the foreign currencies in my account and exchanged RMB for me. Feng Yu said. Kirilenko had not agreed to Feng Yu's proposal, and Feng Yu dare not commit to Manager Zhu. That's a deal. I will ask Chief Li out tomorrow for dinner. The place would be. Manager Zhu said. How about the Hua Mei Western restaurant? I will make a reservation. Feng Yu said. Manager Zhu's eyes brighten up. Hua Mei Western restaurant is very expensive. That's settled. Tomorrow afternoon, 5 o'clock. Manager Zhu said. When Feng Yu drove Alada to the bank to pick up Manager Zhu the next day, Manager Zhu was very impressed. For someone who is able to drive imported cars in this era, must be someone very capable. Chief Li's car arrived at Hua Mei Western Restaurant exactly at 5 o'clock. Manager Zhu immediately steps forward to shake his hands with both hands. Feng Yu only lifted one hand and briefly shake Chief Li's hands. Chief Li immediately thought that this young man is a bit arrogant. Fortunately, Chief Li is still satisfied with the restaurant. The dishes Feng Yu orders are the restaurant's specialties. He had ordered salmon, lamb chops, grilled shrimp, and many more. After eating for a while, Manager Zhu said, Chief Li, Brother Feng's permit needs your help to get approval. Chief Li puts down his wine glass and said, It is not easy to get approval for importation. The government is encouraging exportation now. If it is exportation, it will be easy to get approvals. Chief Li, now China is opening up and encouraging us to do trading. Although what I wanted is importation, but it is also enriching our country's products and raising the living standards of our people. Feng Yu said, You mean you are doing all these for the good of everyone? Chief Li said. Chief Li is being very sarcastic, but Feng Yu doesn't mind. He knows that Manager Zhu is more anxious. Feng Yu had heard that the quota for foreign currencies for Manager Zhu is quite high this year, and Feng Yu is confident that he is able to deal with Chief Li. Chief Li, look at this article in People's Daily. Our country is mending the friendship with the Soviet Union. Every time my client comes, he sends our domestic goods by train carriages to Moscow. This is a good chance to our country's development. Besides, the things I wanted to import is not something that can be produced in China now. What if I buy such things back from the Soviet Union and we study it ourselves? Is this not considered a contribution to our country's modernization? Feng Yu said. Chief Li looked at the People's Daily. The message is very clear. China is encouraging foreign trades, especially with the Soviet Union and the U.S. China has also signed a number of trade agreements with them. Coastal provinces are the forerunners in China's economic developments. There is a huge gap between coastal provinces and the inland provinces. But for the province Feng Yu is located, it is next to the border with Russia. During the meeting yesterday, the provincial leaders had asked the Office of Foreign Trade to encourage and focus on the import and export trade at the borders and raise the people's living standards. The leaders also wanted the Office of Foreign Trade to ensure that there will be several import and export trading companies this year, and also the company's turnover must hit a certain amount. Actually, Chief Li is very worried now. There are very few people doing imports and exports businesses. To many Chinese, the Soviet Union is a strong country, and why would such a strong country need their products? Furthermore, the industrial products from the Soviet Union are very expensive. How can one make money doing imports? Manager Zhu leaned over and whispered to Chief Li. Chief Li, please help me. I still got a high quota to meet for foreign currencies. In fact, Chief Li was only playing hard to get. Deep inside, he was jumping with joy to hear that someone wants to do import and export business. He can answer to his leaders now. If you say so, I will consider it. Shall you come to my office tomorrow? I will go back to a meeting regarding your request now. Chief Li said. One meal and his problem are settled. It is only after the meal. Feng Yu remembered that this is the year when trades between China and the Soviet Union reach its peak. The nation's leaders had already spoken, and even if Feng Yu didn't ask for help, he should also be able to get approval. As a matter of fact, the trade between Longjiang and the Soviet Union has never ceased. Even during the times when Sino-Soviet diplomatic relations are strained, there are still a lot of smuggling activities. During winter, when the rivers are frozen, one can just drive a truck over to the Soviet Union. When the relationship between both countries is better, there are some border checks. But these checks are just formalities. Just look at Lada and Volga cars. In Heilongjiang, the number of Lada and Volga cars is the highest in the country. There are more Lada and Volga in Heilongjiang than the total number of China's imported cars. The next morning, Feng Yu drove to the Office of Foreign Trade. The Office of Foreign Trade is located in a building with many other departments. There are many people queuing at other departments, but only the Foreign Trade Department is empty. It seems that Chief Li is not doing well. A man came out after Feng Yu knocked on the door. Feng Yu explained his intentions and was invited in. Chief Li is reading the papers and ignores Feng Yu. This is a common method for people of high positions to show their superiority. However, this might work for others, but not Feng Yu. Chief Li quietly raises his head and looks at Feng Yu. Feng Yu is sitting comfortably on the sofa with his legs crossed. Chief Li thought to himself, "This kid is not anxious at all." Cough. Xiao Feng, when did you come in? Chief Li asked. I just arrived. Sorry to disturb you. Feng Yu said politely. Feng Yu thought to himself, I don't believe your secretary did not report to you when I come in. By the way, yesterday you said that you have a company that wants to apply for import permits? Chief Li asked. Yes. Feng Yu replied. We had discussed this during a meeting yesterday. We can approve your application, but there will be some restrictions. Chief Li said. If the government does not allow me to import certain items, I will never import those items. Feng Yu replied. In his heart, what rubbish. I can make so many profits with normal commodities. Why should I go and touch those contraband? Feng Yu is very clear. He will only import the things that he is permitted to import. How much do you import and export in a year? I meant the value of the goods. Chief Li asked. Feng Yu paused to think for a while and said, there should be 5 million this year. 6 months have 5 million. Then for 1 year should be over 10 million? Even if I discounted the amount, there should still be 7 to 8 million. This young man's business is really big. Feng Yu added, in rubles. Chief Li took a deep breath. Ruble? Convert to RMB. It should be 30 to 40 million? This is not some small trades. Even some state-owned factories did not have so much in a year. Their foreign trade office's import task is only to get 100 million rubles, and this boy can achieve 1/10 of the target? Although surprised, but Chief Li acted calm and replied nonchalantly. Okay. Feng Yu had checked. 10 million rubles for a year of import and export is not the highest in Longjiang. But for private enterprise, it is definitely the highest. Now Chief Li knows about Feng Yu's ability. It is Feng Yu's turn to get some perks from him. Chief Li, what does our province lack? As long as the Soviet Union allows to export, I can get whatever you need. Maybe our province will be the province with the most trade with the Soviet Union within 2 years. If there are more trading companies, then there will be more taxes. Of course, this is all under the leadership of Chief Li. Feng Yu said, it is Secretary Zhao and Governor Wang's credit. Chief Li is overjoyed but pretended to be humble. If the Foreign Trade Office is able to let these companies can earn foreign exchanges and increase taxes, it would be a big political achievement for him. Maybe he can even be promoted before his retirement. But firstly, this company must be as good as what Feng Yu said. Chief Li had asked his men to check Feng Yu's company. The registered capital is only 200,000 renminbi, and yet Feng Yu claims to be able to achieve 10 million rubles worth of trades? This kid must be using some loopholes. This era, the laws are not perfect. There are many loopholes to be exploited. For instance, Li Shiqiang's treasury bonds business is also considered a loophole. If it is like Feng Yu's previous life, there will be internet and the prices will be the same everywhere. But now, this loophole can be exploited, extremely lucrative and also legitimate. Only a handful of people knows about this. Chief Li doesn't care what loopholes Feng Yu is trying to exploit. He only wants to hit his own quota of 100 million. It is better if Feng Yu is caught doing something illegal and his assets will be confiscated. This way, Taihua Trading Company will become one of Foreign Trade Office units. The important thing is that with this is the first private company. He can answer to his leaders and also let the leaders will notice his department more. Here, brings this note to Deputy Chief Zhang. He will tell you the relevant formalities and what to do. Chief Li said. Feng Yu looked at the note. There is nothing much written on the note. But Feng Yu had heard that government officials have secret codes in their writings. For instance, the signature and punctuation marks. However, Feng Yu did not notice anything special with this note. Thanks, Chief Li. Once the approval papers are out, let's have a meal together again. I would like to receive some guidance from you. Feng Yu said. Chief Li is very satisfied with Feng Yu's attitude. But treating him to a meal? Forget it. Now the top is clamping down hard on corruptions. If Feng Yu got caught abusing some loopholes, he might get into trouble too. Holding the Chief Li's note, Feng Yu went to Deputy Zhang's office. Feng Yu felt this Deputy Zhang looked a bit familiar when he enters the office. Feng Yu saw some documents laying around, and these documents were signed off by the name Zhang Ruiqiang. Feng Yu remembered. Isn't this Deputy Zhang is the future Bing City's mayor? It happened during 1997 privatization of state-owned enterprises. At that time, Zhang Ruiqiang was scolded by Bing City citizens, but later, a lot of people said that he did the right thing. If not for Zhang Ruiqiang's determination for privatization, many people are still not laid off and still earning miserable salaries. These people's lives became better after privatizations. In future, he will be one of the leaders in the ministries and commissions. If Feng Yu is able to get hold of him, Feng Yu will be getting a lot of benefits later. Feng Yu never expect to see Zhang Ruiqiang in the Foreign Trade Office department now. In Feng Yu's mind, how do I build a good relationship with him? Seems like it will be a painstaking task. Feng Yu does not expect Zhang Ruiqiang to help him much in future. Feng Yu only needs Zhang Ruiqiang to be fair and not let others find trouble with him. Within the next few years, Feng Yu's business will be expanding, and there will be many people creating problems and trouble for Feng Yu. Chief Zhang, I had come to do the paperwork for my company's import permit. Feng Yu had omitted the word deputy, making Zhang Ruiqiang's title nicer. Deputy Zhang looked up and said, Have you brought all your documents? Let me see. Zhang Ruiqiang looks at the Feng Yu's prepared documents. All necessary documents are in place. The documents are ready, but the company's general manager does not seem to be the person in front of him. Who is Feng Xingtai? Zhang Ruiqiang asked. That's my dad. He went out to do sales. Chief Zhang, what other documents do you need from me? Feng Yu asked. Everything's here. You fill up this and come back in 1 week time. Zhang Ruiqiang said. Feng Yu is a bit disappointed. Why didn't Zhang Ruiqiang make things difficult for him so he can have the chance to build a good relationship with him? But at the same time, Feng Yu knew that Zhang Ruiqiang had a good reputation. If not, how can Zhang Ruiqiang promote so fast in the future? Feng Yu is in a very good mood when he left the Foreign Trade Office. Once the import papers are out, his company can earn a lot of money. Once back at the company, Feng Yu sent all the lads out to do market research. Don't know what is market research? No problem. You just go to every major marketplace, shops, and ask what are the things that sell well in the Soviet Union and what are the things they want from the Soviet Union. Although these young men have no experience, they are willing to endure hardship, and they are also very smart. But after sending them all out, Feng Yu regretted. Feng Yu is alone in the large warehouse. There is no one to speak to, no computers, and no television. The warehouse is also stuffy and is no wind at all. With nothing to do, Feng Yu can only start writing the company's rules and regulations. Then Feng Yu suddenly had inspiration and started writing the rules. He had only wanted to write 108 rules, but found that it is not enough. Will 1008 rules too much for his staff? When Feng Yu is writing rule number 368, the lads came back. Everyone is sweating buckets. It is only the start of summer, and the weather is so hot. Buy some electric fans tomorrow. The heat is killing me. Feng Yu said. Manager Feng, electric fans are very expensive and still need to use electricity. We can just use normal fans. One of the lads said. Handheld fan. These lads are feeling embarrassed. Last month, they did not do anything, and Feng Yu still give them 100 renminbi salary each. Where else can they find such good boss? As such, they want to save for Feng Yu. Feng Yu asked, how much is the electric fan? The cheapest electric fan in the mall is more than 100 renminbi. The better ones are about 400 to 500 renminbi. The lad replied, what the hell? The electric fan's so expensive now? There should be no technologies involved for electric fans. There should be at least 8,000 to 10,000 factories producing fans in China now. Why did the price still so high? Yes, I bought one electric fan for my family a few days ago. About this big and can still rotate. It is made of metal and the wind is strong. Another lad said, wait a minute. All metal? So, one electric fan, made from steel should be at least more than 5 kilograms? Now steel is not cheap. No wonder the electric fans are so expensive. It is all material costs. A standing metal fan. But are these manufacturers stupid? Why use steel? There is plastic now. light, and durable. This way, the cost will be lowered. Big Li, do we have any factories producing electric fans in Bing City? Feng Yu asked one of the lads. Everyone turned and looked at Feng Yu, making him confused. We are from the factory that produces electric fans. Our fans are very durable. The one at my house is 6 years old, and there is no problem. The lad said. Feng Yu forgot that these lads are the children of the motor factory workers. An electric fan can last for 6 years? No wonder the factory can't make money. Who knows the factory leader? Feng Yu asked. All the lads looked at the Wu Ji gang. This Wu Ji gang is the son of the factory leader? My uncle is the head of the second workshop. Can be considered a leader. But now the second workshop is operating 1 day and rest 2 days. Even if they produce more products, they have no way to sell them. Wu Ji gang said. Go visit your uncle. Tell him I am giving them a big order. Feng Yu said. Xiao gang, is this your friend? Wu Ji gang's aunt sighed. This kid chose dinner time to visit. It's fine if he comes alone for dinner, but he brought a friend along? Now the factory is not making money. Wu Ji gang's uncle is only getting 50% of his monthly salary for the past few months. Good afternoon, Auntie. We are looking for Director Zhao. Feng Yu said with his most handsome smile. Xiao gang just came. Must have not eaten. The food will be ready soon. Let's eat together. Director Zhao said. He was sitting on the sofa watching TV when he saw his nephew brought a friend over. He thought Wu Ji gang must have fought with other people and came over to hide. But something is not right. How come he is carrying cigarettes and alcohol? Did this kid steal from the factory? Hi, Director Zhao. I am Feng Yu, Deputy Manager of Tai Hua Trading Company. I have some business to discuss with you. Feng Yu said. Director Zhao looked at Feng Yu. What did this kid say? He is the Deputy Manager of a trading company? How old is he? Sit down, what do you want to buy? But let me be straight. We will not sell the factory's products cheaply to you. Director Zhao said. Feng Yu smiled and said, I want to buy a batch of electric fans. Fan? How much do you want? Although there is no stock in the factory, their workshop can easily produce hundreds of units a day. If the order is big, he can let other workshops to produce together. If not, he can let the workers work overtime. The first batch, I want 10,000 units. Feng Yu said. How many? 10,000 units? No problem. I can deliver within 10 days. Director Zhao is overjoyed. If he can sell 10,000 fans, it will be enough for this month's factory salary. Director Zhao, slow down. What I wanted is not the current fans that your factory is producing. I want something smaller and lighter. Feng Yu said. Now, the electric fans produced are those standing fans. Every fan is more than 1 meter tall and weighs a ton. Feng Yu wanted those small table fans. In addition, Feng Yu wanted to use plastic as the main material. Unless necessary, all metal parts have to be replaced by plastic, especially the blades. Smaller and lighter? What do you mean? Director Zhao asked. Except for the parts where steel is needed, the rest will be plastic. For example, the fan blades. The height should be about 30 to 40 centimeters, and the motor can also be smaller. Feng Yu said while gesturing with his hands. If it produces this way, who would buy it? Firstly, the wind does not reach your face. Secondly, it will not be durable. Director Zhao said. Feng Yu smiled and said, Director Zhao, don't worry about this. I will order 10,000 units first. Just tell me if it can be done and how much is the cost. Director Zhao hesitated for a while. The factory is able to produce the fans Feng Yu wanted, but can it really sell? Aren't these inferior products? Will their factory's reputation be tarnished? I need to speak to my leader first. Director Zhao said. Director Zhao, very soon your workshop will not be able to pay your workers' wages. I heard the consumer products your factory produce is not doing well in the market and sales have been dropping. Look at your dinner. There is not even a meat dish. You don't have to worry if I am not able to pay you. You can ask Xiao Gang how much is he getting a month. He had started working for my brother-in-law 3 months ago. Feng Yu said. Wu Ji Gang said, Uncle, I am earning 100 renminbi a month, and there are bonuses at the end of the month. The company also provide lodgings and meals. Director Zhao said surprisingly. You earn 100 renminbi a month? The average wages of their factory workers are not even 100 renminbi. What trading company is this? Feng Yu seems quite rich. This matter must be reported to the leaders immediately. The workers are still waiting for their wages. I will go to factory director Li's home now. You all eat first. Don't wait for me. Director Zhao said. Old Li, come have dinner. Director Li's wife said. You eat first. I got no appetite. Factory Director Lee replied. But you still got to eat. I know the factory is not doing well, but your health is more important. Director Lee's wife said. Not doing well? It is doing very bad. I am the deputy factory director in charge of production and sales. Now, most of the workshops in the factory are operating 1 day and resting for 2 days. The workers are being paid for half of their salaries for the past few months. If this carries on, many families will be starved to death. Director Lee said. Knock, knock, knock. Oh, is old Zhao. Have you eaten? Come in and accompany old Lee for a drink. He had not been sleeping well. Director Lee's wife said when she opened the door. Sister-in-law, drinking can wait. I got something urgent for Director Lee. Director Zhao said. Old Zhao, what it is urgent? Did something happen at the factory? Director Lee stood up from the sofa. The factory is closed at night now. Could it be someone came and steal from the factory? There are still military products in the factory. Is good news. Director Lee, today my nephew brought a big boss, Director Zhao said. After listening to Director Zhao, Director Lee is deep in thoughts. It is a good thing to have such a big order and the requirements are not high. Their factory is capable of producing the fans based on the requirements. But Director Zhao's worries is not unreasonable. Made of mostly plastic? Isn't that an inferior product? Once dropped, and the fan might be broken. It is not durable at all. It will destroy the reputation of their factory. But now, the factory is facing many problems. There is no work for the workers and the factory is not making any money. The factory is not able to pay the workers' salaries and even the medical expenses cannot be reimbursed. Every day, there are workers asking for their salaries. This week, there have been 3 times workers coming up to his house to ask for their salaries. Director Lee even have to lend his own savings to his workers every month. Now there is an order coming in, but he is not sure if he should accept it. Director Lee, I think we can take on this job, and we must take on this job. If we don't have any orders this month, we can't even pay our workers half of their salaries. Director Zhao said. What about the reputation of our factory? We are a reputable old factory with many honors in the past. We cannot let people say that we are producing inferior products now. Director Lee said. We can talk to the boss to use their trademarks, and we only produce the fans. There are many factories doing this in the South. Why can't we do this too? Director Zhao said. You mean as an outsourced manufacturer? Director Lee sighed. Theirs is a state-owned factory. Now they have to lower themselves to being an outsourced manufacturer for a private company. Director Lee, there is no other way. We can't be waiting for orders from the government forever. Last year, there is an order from the top to produce fans. But what happened in the end? We got to sell those fans off at a loss. This boss I spoke to seems to be quite agreeable. He didn't ask anything about the prices and say he wanted 10,000 units. Even if it is 5 renminbi a unit, that is also 50,000 renminbi. Director Zhao said. Okay, is the boss still at your house? I will go with you to meet him and get this order. There is still maintenance costs for the machines, even when we are not using them. Might as well do something with it. Director Lee said. Old Lee, where are you going? You have not eaten your dinner yet. Director Lee's wife shouted. I am not eating. I am going over to old Zhao's house to discuss some work. Director Lee replied. Feng Yu looked at the food on the table. He couldn't believe this is the home of a workshop director. On the table, there are only 3 dishes. 2 vegetable dishes and 1 scrambled eggs. If the leaders of the factory are living like this, what about those normal workers? Aunt, you and uncle are living like this now? There is no meat at all. Wu Jigang asked. He doesn't have the appetite looking at these dishes. At Tai Hua Company, every meal has meat and he is used to it. It's good to have something to eat. You uncle, as one of the leaders in the factory, had lent all his money to the workers. Don't say meat. We are lucky if we can afford to eat eggs once or twice a month. Wu Jigang's aunt said. Wu Jigang did not know that the factory is so miserable now. Anyway, he sends 60 to 70 renminbi home every month. His family should not be suffering like this. Feng Yu and Wu Jigang both only ate a bowl of rice and put down their chopsticks. They did not touch the eggs. Anyway, they can always grab something to eat later on their way back. There is the sound of the door unlocking and Director Zhao walked in with a stranger. Director Lee is here. Have you eaten yet? Director Zhao's wife hurriedly stands up to greet Director Lee. Feng, this is our factory Director Lee. He decides all the major decisions at the factory. He is here to discuss with you. How much are you willing to pay for a unit? Director Zhao said. The factory director is retiring soon and does not care about the factory. Every day, he will be faking illness to stay in the hospital. Director Li, the first deputy director, is in fact the person in charge of the whole factory. Feng Yu shook hands with Director Li and said, "Hi, Director Li. Let's sit down and discuss." Director Zhao's wife made a few cups of tea, and Wu Jigang stood behind Feng Yu like a bodyguard. When Director Li saw Feng Yu, he got a shock. Director Zhao had told him that this Feng Yu is young, but he never expects Feng Yu to be so young. If Director Li knows that Feng Yu have not even passed his 16th birthday, he would have fainted. Fan with no cover and clip base. Director Li, I believe Director Zhao had told you my requirements. Other than the motor, all other parts, if possible, should be plastic. The motor does not need to be big. The fan blades are all plastic, so it is fine too for the power to be smaller. There is also no need for the protective covers for the fan blades. Feng Yu said, "What? You even want to drop the protective cover? People will get hurt if the blades fly off." Director Li said angrily, "This guy is really an unscrupulous merchant. How can it hurt anyone? Have Director Li ever seen a ceiling fan? Why does the ceiling fan have no protective cover over the fan blades? Besides, ours is plastic fan blade, and the speed is lower. Even when the fan is running and you put your finger in, you will only feel a slight knock. This is my requirement." Feng Yu replied, "Stick your finger in? Then the speed will be too slow. How can there be wind?" Director Li asked, "As long as the wind is stronger than those hand fans. Smaller power can also save electricity. Isn't it better? This fan only needs one speed and don't need to oscillate." Feng Yu said, "Also, the base can be smaller with a large clip. The fan should be able to stand on the floor or clip onto a table or the top of a wardrobe to become a top-down ceiling fan." Feng Yu continued, "This type of small fan is very popular in Feng Yu's previous life." Director Li and Director Zhao were stunned by Feng Yu's new design. They didn't know that electric fan can also design this way, but from the looks of it, it should be quite promising. "If we are able to manufacture the fans you wanted, how much are you paying us for one fan?" Director Li asked. "Electric fan with cover and clip base. I had calculated. The cost should be around 10 renminbi for one fan. I will give you 20 renminbi. Those that can oscillate and with protective covers, the cost will be slightly higher. I will pay you 30 renminbi for these types. If your factory can manufacture, I will order 10,000 units of each type now." Feng Yu said. Director Li and Director Zhao looked at each other and discussed. "It can be done. Both types of fans if using plastic. The profit is around 8 renminbi per unit. The profits for 20,000 units will be 160,000 renminbi. Okay, but we have a request. This fan cannot be using our factory's trademark. You need to register your own trademark." Director Li said. Feng Yu is shocked. He didn't want to collect any design fees from them. He just wanted to help the local state-owned factory. But now, they don't want to use their trademark. They have doubts about these fans. Feng Yu couldn't be happier to use his own trademark. "Fine. Then I will register a trademark and it will be named Wind and Rain." Feng Yu said. P.S. Feng Yu's trademark is Wind and Rain in Chinese. It sounds similar to his name Feng Yu. In order to speed things up, Feng Yu asked Director Zhao to get his workers to produce several prototypes. No time to design. No ready materials? It doesn't matter. It is only to test the wind power. The outer layers that should be plastics can use cardboards now, and the blades can just cut out from some plastic board. No, the wind is too strong. Need to reduce. The blades are too big. Need to be smaller. This blade is too thick. Reduce the thickness by half. This power cord is too long. 2 meters will do. Feng Yu kept giving his inputs. After 3 hours, the 2 old workers finally have 2 prototypes that Feng Yu is satisfied. "Manager Feng, how are you going to transport this fan? There are no protective covers for the blades, and the blades might be easily broken." Director Zhao asked. "The blades don't need to be fixed at first. Let the customers buy them back and assemble themselves. This base too. We will give the screws to them, and also an instruction manual. Even children will know how to assemble the fan." Feng Yu said. "Assemble it yourself?" Director Zhao and Director Li looked at each other. "Assemble electrical appliances yourselves? But it is quite simple. Even without the instruction manual, one can also figure it out. Here, this is my Wind and Rain logo. This must be in a conspicuous place." Feng Yu wrote Wind and Rain in Oracle Bone scripts and there is an inverted mountain with 3 raindrops below. He had prepared this logo in his previous life. No problem. I will contact the old Wong of the plastic factory and let them produce spare parts for us. But Feng, we need to collect a deposit first. Director Li said. Okay, I will come with a contract and deposit tomorrow morning. Is 100,000 renminbi deposit enough? After the products are loaded, I will pay 80%. The rest will be paid at the end of the month. Oh yes, don't keep using white color. I want more color varieties for my fans. Blue, red, pink, green, and all bright colors. The fan blades can also be in different colors. Feng Yu said. Feng Yu knew the factory is now in a difficult position. This 100,000 renminbi deposit is to assure them. Once the fans are produced and accepted by the market, Feng Yu is confident that he can sell all these fans within this province. Director Li also promised Feng Yu that the 20,000 fans will be ready in 5 days. All the workshops in the factory will be focusing on Feng Yu's fan. The workers will be working in 3 shifts, 24 hours a day. If it is not for the plastic factory, Director Li have confidence that this order will be ready in 3 days. The next day, Feng Yu signed the contract and paid the deposit. He then went to the Trade and Industry Bureau to register his trademarks. Now the most important thing is to enter the market. No one knows about wind and rain fans. If Feng Yu just put the fans on the market, there will not be many who will notice it. No one will even know that there are fans selling for only dozens of RMB now. What's need to be done now is advertising. Longjiang Daily Newspaper. Today there is a big boss at the newspaper president's office. It is said that this big boss is going to place a large ad in the newspaper. This era is unlike the later generation's newspapers where more than half of it are advertisements. The newspaper now has lesser pages and more contents. There are only a few advertisements. Feng Yu does not want to place small classified ads. He wants to place at least a half-page ad for continuously 1 week. Mr. Feng, this page should be all news. There are no ads published on this page yet. We do not have this precedent. The president is a little troubled. This Feng wanted to buy the full page for 1 week. President Zhang, Longjiang does not have only one newspaper. Other than the daily newspaper and the evening newspaper, there are also lifestyle newspapers. You look at this lifestyle newspaper. The layout of the front page is spilled. Half of it is small articles, and the other half is Japanese electrical appliances advertisement. Feng Yu said. President Zhang looked. Is really so? Advertising is now allowed on TV, and so is the newspaper. But he's still hesitant as Feng Yu wants the full page. 7 days, 7,000 renminbi. Feng Yu said. 1,000 renminbi a day? This is not a small amount. Adding all the classified ads, it is also less than 200 renminbi a day. Seeing President Zhang still hesitating, Feng Yu said again, my company can add 1,000 renminbi more. It is only for 1 week. Why can't President Zhang try it out for 1 week? If everything works out, the newspaper's income will increase a lot, and all the newspaper staff will be grateful to you. Feng Yu said, 14,000, and I will agree. President Zhang said, 2,000 a day? It is too expensive. The lifestyle papers only cost 500 renminbi for half a page. I have already stated my highest offer. Feng Yu replied, we got more readers than lifestyle. President Zhang argued, but we are selling products and lifestyle is more suitable for our target segment. How about this? 9,000 renminbi for 1 week. Feng Yu said, 10,000 renminbi. At least 10,000. This is a full-page ad. It is different from a half-page ad. President Zhang said, deal. Feng Yu said. Feng Yu began to write his advertising message, the design of the ad. He wanted the ads to begin the next day. Seeing Feng Yu's advertisement, President Zhang felt that Feng Yu have brain damage. Spent so much for such an ad? Even if the ad does not introduce your company, it should also introduce the manufacturer or introduce the technology involved, price, quality, or whatever. But you just wrote these few sentences? With such a large page, and you only write a few dozens of words a day. This is a waste. One small ad is enough. July 1st is an important date in China. On this day, many people are reading the newspaper at work just like any other day. Translator's note. July 1st is the founding day of the Communist Party of China. Hey, what is wrong with this page? The whole page has 3 eye-catching slogans. Follow the party wholeheartedly for modernizations and new days. Celebrate the party's birthday, a China's new chapter. Everyone's heart goes towards the party, and the wind and rain will see the rainbow. Translator note: this is a poem in Chinese. It is some propaganda praising China's modernization and reforms. Today is the party's founding day. It is very normal for the newspaper to use a page to write some congratulatory statements. But this page is too weird. This typesetting is too messy. The three slogans are neither read horizontally nor vertical, but instead, it is read from three different directions. Why does it look like an electric fan? Not to mention, if the outlines are connected, it is really an electric fan. At the very bottom of the page, there are a few words. Wind and rain fans. Your summer's good partner. Advertising is done, but there is not much effect. No one paid much attention to this wind and rain fans, and no one wanted to buy. A cheap fan will also cost more than 100 renminbi. The more expensive ones will cost a few hundred RMB. Those who are willing to fork out so much money would have bought the fan long time ago. Those who are not willing will still be not willing to buy the fans. But Fengyu don't care. This is a series of ads. The effectiveness of the ad can only be seen at the end. 7 days is enough for people to remember this wind and rain fan. Now there is a more important task at hand. Taihua Trading have less than 300,000 renminbi. Once the production of the fan is completed, Fengyu must come up with 400,000 renminbi. But Fengyu had already thought of a good solution. Manager Su. Long time no sees. Fengyu said, "Oh, it's Mr. Feng. What brings you here?" Su manager said happily when he saw Fengyu. "Every time this kid brings the big boss from Russia to his shop, he can clear half of his stock. I am here to send you money," Fengyu said. Hearing what Fengyu said, a wide grin spread across Manager Su's face. "What do you want to buy this time? What is the quantity? Rest assured I will give you the best price." Manager Su said, "This time I am not buying things. But I would want Manager Su to help me sell things." Fengyu said. The smile on Su manager's face vanished instantly. Sell things? He still has a lot of merchandise in the store that can't be sold. Since individuals are allowed to set up their own shop, many small shops have sprung up and seriously affected the business of the cooperatives. Moreover, what good things can Fengyu have that the cooperative doesn't have? All the suppliers have been working with him for a long time. During festivals and holidays, these suppliers even gave him gifts. How can he stop working with these suppliers? Sell things? What do you sell? Xiao Feng. We have everything in the cooperative, and there is no more counter to display other things. Manager Su said. He had addressed Fengyu as Xiao Feng instead of Mr. Feng. This shows his attitude towards Fengyu had changed. Electric fan. Fengyu replied. Electric fan? You better go somewhere else. Now the mall is also selling electric fans. There are also very few people coming to the cooperative to buy fans. Manager Su flatly rejected Fengyu. Manager Su, wait a while. Let me finish first. My sales model is different from others. I will leave my fans with you, and the price is fixed. Every fan sold, I will give you 3 to 5 renminbi. I will take back everything that is unsold. Fengyu said. Manager Su thought to himself. No need to come out with money to bring in goods. Leave these fans with me to sell, getting 3 to 5 renminbi for every fan sold. He will take back all the unsold goods. This idea is not bad and doesn't use up any of my funds. Anyway, it is summer now. Maybe I will let him leave a few units with me. Number 3 to 5 renminbi. You think it is so easy to place your goods at the cooperative? Our cooperative sells only the best products. I want at least 10 renminbi for 1 unit. Manager Su said. Manager Su had thought carefully. The cheapest electric fan is also about 100 renminbi. The profits should be around 30 to 40 renminbi. He only asked for 10 renminbi, is because he does not need to fork out any money to bring in the goods. Manager Su, our electric fans are not so expensive and there are not many profits. Our fans are selling around 50 to 60 renminbi a unit, and my profit is less than 10 renminbi. If the sales are good, I can give you 5 renminbi per unit. But if the sales are not good, I can't even give you 3 renminbi. Fengyu replied. Manager Su couldn't believe his ears. An electric fan selling only for 50 to 60 renminbi? How is it possible? It is not even close to the production cost. The motor, steel, the switches, etc. will at least add up to 80 to 90 renminbi. If the materials are of better quality, the cost will be more than 200 renminbi. How can Fengyu's cost be so low? How can there still have profits? What brand is this fan? Are these defective goods? Manager Su asked. The cooperative must not have any defective or fake goods. Wind and Rain brand. This is definitely not fake or inferior goods. The fans are manufactured and designed by our motor factory. See, I have even placed an advertisement on Longjiang Daily. Fengyu said. Fengyu took out today's newspaper and pointed it out to Manager Su. Manager Su just remembered the page he saw in the papers this morning. He was still wondering what is this Wind and Rain fan and why he had not heard of this brand before. So, it is because the product is not launched yet. Is this from the motor factory? Manager Su asked. Absolutely. You can ask around. If I cheat you, I will give you all the electric fans I left with you. Fengyu replied. What Fengyu said is the only half-truth. Of course, the motor factory produced these fans, but they are only the outsourced manufacturer. Manager Su thought that Wind and Rain is one of the motor factory brands. If so, then give me at least 5 renminbi. The electric fan will occupy some space in the shop and also occupy space in the store. If it is too little, we will not bring in your fans. Manager Su said. He still wants more profits. Our fans are not big. How about this? We have 2 models of electric fans. The big ones are selling for 59 renminbi, and I will give you 4 renminbi for every fan sold. The smaller ones will be selling for 49 renminbi. Every unit sold, I will give you 3 renminbi. I will also give you an additional 50 renminbi for every 100 units sold. This is the highest price I can give you. It can't be you earning more than me. You do not even have any cost. Fengyu said. Manager Su thought, on average, 1 unit can still have 4 renminbi of profit. This electric fan is selling so cheap. One should be able to sell 100 units in the whole summer. That equates to 400 renminbi, and there is no cost involved. Most importantly, this money will go into his own pocket. Okay, but next time that old Russian comes to buy things, you must bring him to my shop and let him buy more. Manager Su said. No problem. Maybe he will come this month. I am also looking forward to him coming again. Fengyu replied. Fengyu took out a prepared contract from his bag and handed to Manager Su. This is not right. Mr. Feng, why do we need a deposit? Manager Su asked. Manager Su, this deposit is only for 1 month. 1 month later, we will tally your sales and I will return the deposit to you. I can't be leaving my goods with you and you don't leave a deposit with me. What if my fans get damaged or lost in your shop? Fengyu said. But still, it is too much. According to the original price and at least 100 units, it is too expensive. What difference is there if I purchase the goods myself? Manager Su replied. Of course, there is a difference, and it is a big difference. If you purchase the goods yourself, how much are you going to sell the fans for? If the fans are not sold, can you get any refunds? I am undertaking all the risks. No matter how many fans you sell, you still stand to gain. Fengyu said. Manager Su thought for a while, and he remembered the 400 renminbi profits. Finally, he said, Okay, I want 100 units. But can the deposit be lesser? Those 2 models, every 100 units, and the deposit will be 50 renminbi per unit. Total 10,000 renminbi. Okay, Fengyu said. Wait, how is this not the Motor Factory Company stamp? Taihua Trading Company. I have never heard of this company. Manager Su said. This is the sales agent for Wind and Rain fan. The boss and the director of the Motor Factory is. If not, how can the fans be so cheap? Fengyu said. He purposely stopped his sentence halfway. It is up to Manager Su to interpret what he means. This way, Fengyu is not responsible. Manager Su has a suddenly see the light expression. But who cares? He is in no position to question what the Motor Factory is doing. After signing the contract, Fengyu went to the #1 department store and persuaded the manager of the mall. When the mall manager saw the cooperative had already signed the contract, he also agrees to the same conditions and 200 units of each model. Then Fengyu went to the smaller department stores in each district. These smaller department stores saw that the #1 department store had signed the contract. They also ordered at least 200 units each. That very day, Fengyu got an order of 1,400 units total. He will be receiving 70,000 renminbi deposit from the next day onwards. He got enough money to pay the motor factory now. In Bing City, many people have noticed the strange advertisement in Longjiang Daily. Every day, there are only a few sentences in a full-page ad. Today the ad wrote, Hot summer, cool breeze. Yesterday was hot sun in the sky, time to give some quality gifts. The day before yesterday. But at the bottom of each ad, There is a slogan, wind and rain fans, your summer's good partner. For 5 consecutive days, everyone who read the newspaper will see this unique advertisement. This advertisement quickly became the talk of the town. People talked more about this ad than the news about the homicide case. Hearing people talking about the wind and rain fan on the street, Feng Yu knew his advertisement was successful. Now, when someone mentioned electric fan, people instinctively will think of wind and rain fans. On the 5th day, the production of the 20,000 electric fans are completed, and Feng Yu made the 80% payment. But Feng Yu did not take out all the fans. He only took out 2,000 fans from the factory. Everyone at the motor factory is curious. Even if it is 80% payment, the motor factory has also made some profits. Why this Feng Yu paid for the fans, but did not collect all the fans? Could it be Feng Yu wants to return the goods? Director Li discussed with Director Zhao. They conclude that even if Feng Yu wants to return the goods, they will not accept it. They even reminded Feng Yu about the remaining payments due at the end of the month. If they did not receive the remaining payments, they will keep all the remaining fans at the factory. Even if they can't sell these defective fans, they can always give these fans to their workers as their salaries. Anyway, the factory had already covered their cost. Feng Yu did not pay any attention to the motor factory. The reason he only collected 2,000 units is that he does not have enough space in his warehouse. After sending the 1,400 units to the various stores, Feng Yu still have 600 units remaining in his warehouse. If Feng Yu had collected 20,000 units, he will 10 more warehouses to store these fans. Since the fans are still sitting in the motor factory, Feng Yu can save on inventory cost. On the 6th day, a real advertisement finally appeared in the newspaper. A picture of a table fan with a slogan written in red, wind and rain fans. Breaking price, 59 renminbi. In the evening, Feng Yu held a meeting with everyone in the company at the warehouse. Have you all sorted the information? Which store is selling better? Which store is not selling well? Is there any stores that did not display our fans or adjust the prices? Feng Yu asked. The problem with using consignment mode of distribution is that the consignee creating problems for the consignor. For example, the consignee will claim that the product is not selling well and ask for higher profits. Or, if the product is selling well, they secretly adjust the price higher. There might be some consignees which will use the product to promote a more profitable product by comparing both. Feng Yu had stated in the contract clearly. Once any of the terms were breached, Feng Yu will not pay any consignment fees, will not refund the deposits, and the consignee will have to pay Feng Yu at least 10,000 renminbi as compensation. Feng Yu thought his staff would tell him that some stores or all the stores had breached the terms of the contract. In this era, these managers are from government units, and they have a sense of superiority over the private companies. Also, they think that no private companies will dare to sue them even if they breach the contract. But in reality, it is not as what Feng Yu had expected. No one had breached any terms of the contract. Feng Yu's fans simply do not sell. Manager Feng, the cooperative sold 3 today. I saw the staff at the cooperative tried very hard to promote the fans, but no one is interested. It is also the same for the first department store. The fans are displayed in a very conspicuous position at the electrical counter, but only 5 people bought the fans. That is at least better than Dongli department store. They only sold 1 unit today. At least those department stores had sold something. Taiping department store has not sold anything yet. Manager Feng, will we be stuck with these electric fans? Everyone kept talking about what they observed today. Feng Yu listened carefully and nodded. These lads had not skived and had been working hard. Manager Feng, these electric fans are not selling at all. What do we do? One of Feng Yu's staff asked. Feng Yu smiled. Wait. 3 days later, you will see the result. Tomorrow, all of you will go. On the 7th day, the last day of the daily newspaper advertisement. This time, the advertisement is showing the 49 renminbi electric fan. There are 2 photos. The first photo is a fan clip on the table, and the second photo is a picture of a truck coming out from the motor factory. In the afternoon, Manager Su from the cooperative is frowning. This fan is not selling well. The price might be much cheaper compared to other fans, but no one knows about these fans. Didn't Feng Yu say that he will be advertising these fans? By putting 2 photographs and a few sentences? How can this be considered an advertisement? Hello, what would you like to buy? A salesman asked a customer who had just walked into the cooperative. Are you selling wind and rain fan? The customer asked. Yes, there are 2 different models. Each model has a variety of colors. Which model do you want? The salesman replied listlessly. The one in this newspaper. Is it really 49 renminbi? The customer asked. The salesman looked at the newspaper and took out a fan with exactly the same color and model from the shelf and said, Yes. 49 renminbi. Okay, I want one. No, give me 2. I will buy one for my father-in-law too. The customer said, Okay, what color would you like? The salesman asked happily. Manager Su had said that he will get 1 renminbi commission for every fan sold. Whatever. Hurry up and give me my change. The customer said, and he threw 10 pieces of 10 renminbi notes on the counter. The salesman quickly returns the change and passed the 2 fan boxes to the customer. This is not right. Why is the box so small? You can't even fit the fan blades in. The guest said loudly and looked suspiciously at the salesman. It is as if the salesman is a cheat. You see, this fan blade is separated when you go home. Open up the fan blades and screw it in. It is very easy and even kids can do it. The salesman said, Hey, it's interesting. Just nice. I can give it to my son as a toy. The customer said. Manager Su smiled when he saw a customer bought 2 fans. But he was curious. Why did this customer buy 2 fans? He flipped to the advertisement in today's Longjiang Daily. There is a photograph of a truck leaving the motor factory. It seems that people knew that these fans are the products of the motor factory and are assured of the quality. The manager did not know that there were more reasons behind this. Feng Yu asked his staff to go to crowded places and spread the news, telling people that wind and rain fans are manufactured by the motor factory. So what it is plastic? Plastics are also sturdy. There is no difference with the wind from steel blades and plastic blades. Furthermore, these plastic fans are selling so cheap. The money people use to buy 1 steel fan can buy several wing and rain fans. There are also other advantages of using plastic. It does not rust and the colors are bright too. Cleaning can be done with just a wet piece of cloth. These electric fans are small and convenient for storage during wintertime, unlike those big, bulky, and heavy steel fans. There is also an important feature of these fans. It is safety. Even when you stick your fingers in, you will only feel a slight pain. They will not even have a scratch on you. Wind and rain fans had been advertising in the papers for 1 week. Besides, can the motor factory produce inferior goods? Old Wu had 1 wind and rain fan, which was a gift from his grandson. He was so proud of it, and even showed it off to everyone for hours. After such encouragements, some people went to go to the mall or the cooperative to inquire about wind and rain fans. After looking at the displays, some people bought it on the spot, while some went home to consider. But most of those who considered will decide to buy it the next day. That afternoon, the city's department stores and the cooperatives had sold a total of over 100 electric fans. Out of these 100-plus fans, only 3 are other brands and the rest are all the wind and rain fans. After a week of advertisements, wind and rain fans had occupied a strong position in people's mind. Wind and rain fans are now selling first. For the past 3 days, the fans were selling very well. Every day, there were at least 100 units sold, and the number is still increasing. On the streets, many people are talking about the fans. The conversations were mostly about someone's son or daughter bought an electric fan for the family, etc. It is just like the big color TV in the past. Manager Su had already called and ordered for 200 more fans. The department stores close early, and many people don't have time to go there due to their work. However, the cooperatives are different. They close at 8 in the evenings. Those who had to work will go to the cooperatives after they finish work. As such, the sales of the fans were the highest at the cooperatives. A few days ago, Manager Su was still regretting bringing in the fans and using 10,000 renminbi for the deposit. Although this way of bringing in goods seems to be more secure than buying the goods, and there were no risks, but there was still the 10,000 renminbi locked up as the deposit. Now, Manager Su does not think so. Only a few days had passed, and it is still not the hottest time of the year yet. So far, the electric fan sales had been good, and it will be better in a few days' time. Since there was no risk and the fans are selling well, why not bring in more goods? In addition to the cooperatives, the departmental stores were also beginning to order more fans. It is still not the weekends yet. They might be out of stock by weekends. Now, the only fans sold at the stores are wind and rain fans. The other brands of fans were not sold at all. Almost everyone talks about the wind and rain fans. Produced by the Motor Factory, cheap, fashionable, light, convenient, and safe. The First Department Store even hangs a huge banner outside their store to promote these fans. Once again, Feng Yu gathered all his staff at the warehouse. Firstly, it is to celebrate the success of the wind and rain fans. Everyone had worked hard these few days. Feng Yu gave out a special bonus of 20 renminbi for each of his staff to reward them. Secondly, Feng Yu wanted to train them on how to handle customers. Xiao Yu, if we were to treat the customers with this type of attitude, will they still buy our fans? Li Shiqiang frowned. This Feng Yu is not making any sense. Everyone was happy to receive bonuses, but they can't accept Feng Yu's way to treat the customers. It was unacceptable to everyone. Feng Yu had told them that when a customer comes, they don't need to laugh at his jokes, no need to serve them tea or offer cigarettes. They had to act impatient and don't care if the customer is buying or not. The wind and rain fans were only popular in Bing City. Feng Yu does not have the time nor energy to develop the distribution channels outside of Bing City. However, Feng Yu knew that there will be some smart businessmen coming to him. The branding of wind and rain fans is too strong in Bing City. Now, there is a strong demand and shortage of supply for wind and rain fans in the market. There are definitely many businessmen who wanted to buy the fans at wholesale price. Feng Yu is not worried that his fans do not sell well. Feng Yu is also taking precaution against the Motor Factory. He asked Wu Jigang to tell Director Zhao that there were rumors that some people wanted compensations from the factory for producing inferior products. Director Zhao immediately reports this matter to Director Li. Director Li then issued a public statement that the factory had nothing to do with wind and rain fans. The factory had only rented their warehouse to Taihua Trading Company. Some businessmen went to the Motor Factory as they wanted to get the goods directly from the source, but they were all rejected by the Motor Factory as the Motor Factory absolutely did not produce any wind and rain fans. Those few who insisted that it was the Motor Factory manufactured the fans were thrown out by the factory's securities. These businessmen had no choice but to go to Taihua Trading Company. As soon as the businessmen entered Taihua Trading Company's warehouse, they frowned. It was not because of the location of the warehouse. These businessmen were from the south and had even been to companies located in small villages. They frowned because of the number of stocks in the warehouse. There were only a few hundred fans in the warehouse. Does that mean that Taihua Trading also had limited stocks? Excuse me, is this Taihua Trading Company? Are the wind and rain fans from your company? Zhang Ruikuan, a businessman from Shun City, asked politely. Who are you? The wind and rain electric fans are from our company. What has this got to do with you? Wu Jigang said. Zhang Ruikuan was shocked. What is wrong with this guy? However, Zhang Ruikuan tolerated Wu Jigang's attitude as he still wants to make money. This is my business card. I am the general manager of Jinyuan Trading Company and would like to speak to your manager. Zhang Ruikuan said. Not free. Our boss is busy. Can't you see I am busy too? Go away. Wu Jigang said rudely. Zhang Ruikuan is speechless and thought to himself. Didn't you hear me? I am here to discuss business with your boss. Aren't you afraid that your boss will know about your attitude towards your customers? If you are from my company, I would have fired you a long time ago. Wait till I see your boss. Zhang Ruikuan put on a smiling face and at the same time took out a packet of double happiness cigarettes and passed one stick to Wu Jigang. Brother, have a cigarette. Get lost. How can you smoke in a warehouse? Wu Jigang scolded. Zhang Ruikuan paused and quickly passed the whole packet of cigarette to Wu Jigang. Brother, don't be angry. It is all my fault. You keep this packet of cigarette and smoke later. I am here to speak to your boss about wind and rain fans. I want to buy some back. Wu Jigang kept the cigarettes in his pocket and then looked at Zhang Ruikuan. You want to buy our fans? Why don't you say earlier? Zhang Ruikuan wanted to cry. He thought. I wanted to say, but have you gave me an opportunity to say? Zhang Ruikuan can only smile and nodded his head. Yes, yes, yes. It is all my fault. I had forgotten to tell you. Wu Jigang had an of course it is your fault expression and asked slowly. Then how many units do you intend to consign? Consign. Zhang Ruikuan is in doubt. What consign? I want to purchase a batch of fans and sell it at Shin City. Purchase? We do not sell these fans. We only do consignments. We do not have many fans left to sell ourselves. Wu Jigang said and waved his hand. He then turns away to carry on his own business. Zhang Ruiquan pulled Wu Jigang. Brother, I know that you are holding a senior position in the company. Please sell some to me. 1,000 units will do. I will give you 1 renminbi per unit. Wu Jigang brushed off Zhang Ruiquan's hand and pointed to the warehouse door. You want to bribe me? Get out. Brother, if you think 1 renminbi is too little, we can discuss how much. Zhang Ruiquan pleaded. Out. Wu Jigang shouted. Sorry. It is all my fault. In fact, I myself also despise bribery, but everyone in the South does this. Brother, can you speak to your boss to sell me some fans? We can discuss the price. I am willing to pay 35 renminbi for a unit. Zhang Ruiquan said. Zhang Ruiquan had calculated. The cost for 1 electric fan is about 30 renminbi. The cost will even be lower if it is produced in large scale, economies of scale. The price he offers will allow Taihua Trading Company to earn a profit of 5 renminbi per unit. That means a total of 5,000 renminbi profits for 1,000 units. Of course, once after he shipped the fans back to Shin City, he will sell 1 unit for 50 or 60 renminbi. He still can get a profit of 10 renminbi. 35 renminbi? It is not even enough to cover the cost. The cost for the smaller model is about 40 renminbi and the bigger one is about 50 renminbi. Since you are very sincere, I will give you some news. If you really want to buy, come again at 10 o'clock in the morning tomorrow. Okay, that is enough chatting for today. I still got many things to do. But, Wu Jigang said. Zhang Ruiqiang left. He got to raise some money from friends. He must get the fans tomorrow when he meets the boss. He can tell that these fans will be selling fast in Shin City, just like Bing City. The same thing happened to more than 10 people. Every one of them got the same treatment and message. All of them will be coming in at 10 o'clock the next morning to talk to the boss in person. Feng Yu, on the other hand, is currently in Motor Factory Director Li's office. Notes: that era, the southern provinces, especially the coastal areas, have a lot of businessmen. These businessmen are very smart and kept looking out for goods to trade. Many made their fortune from trading. Manager Feng, now everyone is saying that the wind and rain fans belong to the motor factory. You should come out and clarify this. Director Li said. These type of plastic fans is considered inferior products and will affect the factory's reputation. Sorry, there were some problems in the communication with the newspaper regarding the advertisement. They had used a photograph which we did not approve. I will clarify with them. Feng Yu said. Feng Yu is laughing inside, but he still apologized to Director Li. The salary levels are still not high for the majority of the people. Although the price of his electric fans was cheaper by 20 to 30% compared to other brands, it is still considered a big-ticket item. Even if the electric fans are made of steel, will someone bear to throw or drop such expensive item on the floor? It is just like the introduction of Apple phones in the future. Nokia was ridiculing Apple. How can Apple introduce a phone without doing any drop test? Who is going to buy? But what happened in the end? Who is willing to throw a 5,000 to 6,000 RMB mobile phone? Of the mobile phone, Apple's sales kept increasing and Nokia, from being the market leader, became a loss-making company. Eventually, Nokia's mobile phone division was sold by the parent company. The reason is the same. Director Li is currently having the same mindset as the management of Nokia. Not all things that are strong and durable is good. In fact, for Feng Yu, there is also another benefit for producing plastic fans. Plastic fans are more fragile and easily broken. Isn't that better? If the fans are still in working condition, who is willing to buy more fans? In 2 years' time, China's economy will get better and the people will become wealthier. There will be many who are willing to spend on electric fans. Director Li, I had come here today to tell you 2 things. First, I will collect all the remaining fans within the next 2 days. Second, I want another batch of electric fans. Are you still interested to continue to manufacture these fans? Feng Yu said. Director Li's eyes shine. Still want another batch? If Feng Yu ordered another 20,000 units, the factory can earn money again. This way, the factory will be able to pay back part of the salaries owed to the workers. Of course, it will be the same condition. We will not use the Motor Factory's brand for these fans. We guarantee that we will produce 20,000 units in 5 days. No, 3 days. All workshops will have to focus on the production of these electric fans. It includes the workshops that are doing the production of military products. Anyway, The order for military products can be completed within a few days if the workshops are doing overtime. 3 days, 20,000 units? Then I want 100,000 units. Can you finish it in half a month? Feng Yu asked. Of course. What did you say? How many units do you want? Director Li had wanted to say of course, but he noticed that the quantity he heard seems to be a bit wrong. 100,000 units. The same conditions. 10% deposit will be transferred to the factory's bank account. Feng Yu said. Feng Yu had said 100,000 units casually, as if it is like 100 or 1,000 units. 15 days. No, it will be completed in 14 days. There will absolutely be no problem with the quality and quantity. Director Li replied excitedly. Director Li really wanted to ask Feng Yu. You sell this kind of inferior electric fans, you are not afraid of people coming after you? But for the factory's sake, he kept quiet. The more units they produce, the lower their cost will be. The profits for 100,000 units is about 850,000 renminbi. This amount can cover the arrears salaries of the workers and also the medical reimbursement owed to the workers. Feng Yu took out the prepared contract. Director Li read through the contract and signed it. After signing the contract, he immediately called all the workshop directors to a meeting. This batch of fans must be ready in 2 weeks' time. The workshop directors almost jumped with joy when they heard that the owner of the electric fans placed another order, and this time the order is 100,000 units. The workshop directors that were not involved with the production of the electric fans previously began to jostle for the job. The military's orders can wait. They want to get a slice of this pie first. The more fans the workshop produce, the more money the workshop gets. Of course, the workshop assigned with the most number of the fans is still Director Zhao's second workshop. The rest of the workshop directors did not protest against this decision, as it was Director Zhao who introduced this big client to the factory. But if anything goes wrong with these fans, they will brush off any relationship with Director Zhao, and Director Zhao will have to bear the biggest responsibility. Feng Yu was awakened by the sound of knocking at 8 in the morning. This is the bad thing about the warehouse. The big iron gate amplifies the sound of knocking throughout the warehouse. Manager Feng. There are more than 10 people standing outside the door. They seem to be yesterday's customers. Wu Jigang reported to Feng Yu while Feng Yu is eating breakfast. Who was the one who knocked on the gate? Feng Yu frowned. The one who knocked on the gate must be chased away for disturbing his sleep. No one knocked on the gate. There were some people who had heard the news and came on their own accord. Those people that we asked them to come were unhappy, and there were some arguments and pushing between the two parties. During the pushing, someone accidentally knocked on the gate. Wu Jigang explained. Wu Jigang is also speechless. Early in the morning, there were people fighting at their doorsteps. But he dares not to be angry with them, as these people are here to buy their fans. Go to the door and ask them to wait quietly. Those who are not willing to wait can get lost. Last night, I had told you all that there will be a lot of people coming today, and you all have to be alert. Chase those who tried to come in early away. Feng Yu said. Wu Jigang went down and stood at the gate. When he opened the gate, someone rushed in. Wu Jigang and his other colleagues pinned him down. I remembered you. Xing Company, right? Who let you in? Our company will not do business with you. Get lost. Wu Jigang shouted. What do you mean? The representative from Xing Company asked. It is our boss's rules. Our boss said we will not do business with people who do not follow rules. You are now listed on our company's blacklist. Blacklisted, you understand? Now get lost. It is no use staying here. Wu Jigang said. When the representative from Xing Company left, Wu Jigang said loudly to others. All of you listen well. Those we had asked to come at 10 o'clock will come in first. Those who had come here on your own accord will come in after 10:30. If any one of you tried to come in early, talk loudly, or unhappy with our arrangements can leave now. With the example of the representative from Xing Company, everyone obediently obeyed the rules. However, this is not the most irritating part. The door of the warehouse was opened wide, and these people can see Wu Jigang and several people inside, playing poker. As the temperature rose, these people can only wait patiently in the sun. They dare not walk to the shade. Who knows when the company's boss will suddenly allow them to enter. At 10 o'clock, the first group of people went in. Wu Jigang and the rest of the staff checked the identity of these people to make sure these people were the ones who had come yesterday. In the warehouse, the first group of people looked left and right and did not see any boss. They only saw a teenager sitting there. Hey boy, where is your boss? Someone asked. Feng Yu got angry. Which company is this? Can't you see everyone is standing and I am the only sitting? You. Get out. Our company will not do business with you. Feng Yu said angrily. After Feng Yu spoke, Wu Jigang introduced Feng Yu to the rest. This is Manager Feng. He is the one you all are looking for. That man is dumbfounded. This boy is the boss. Is he even 20 years old? But before he can say anything, Wu Jigang and the other staffs chased him out. The other people were shocked. They knew that the staffs of this company were very arrogant. Now they understood why the staff behaved this way. The staff had learned from their boss. This boss is even more arrogant. Someone got thrown out because of saying something that offended the boss. But in order to earn money, they have to endure. I'd love to hear from you. Thanks so much for watching. Did you enjoy this video? If you did, make sure to hit that notification bell so you never miss an update. And don't forget to subscribe and give this video a big thumbs up. Your support means the world to me, and I can't wait to see you in the next one. Thank you.